Chapter 451 Crowned with the Name of the God of Death. Roar. Thousands of skeleton soldiers made the most primitive roar, full of wildness. Like a torrent of steel, they rushed to the surrounding cells quickly. With the help of Chinyu's magic unlocking, the prison door opened, and endless skeletons rushed into the prison one after another. Perhaps the combat effectiveness of these skeletons is just stronger than that of ordinary people. The last point. However, every prisoner sent to the impel-down prison had already been tortured and was far from his peak. Not only could they have a full meal every 2 or 3 days, but they also had to endure the harsh cold all the time. There were very few people who could really exert their combat power. Most importantly, these skeletons had no concept of life and death, and only Chinyu's order to kill people was in their minds. Moreover, the skeletons' physiques had the attribute of immortality. Once they were shattered, they would quickly reassemble, like locusts, and they would never stop growing. For a while, after struggling hard and seeing the fighting methods of the skeleton army, screams echoed one after another in the 5th floor. They had never thought that Chinyu's words from the beginning, saying that he would use their lives to escape from prison, were actually true. He could summon so many weird skeletons in an instant. This method was beyond their understanding of devil fruits. The one-sided killing situation dyed the ice and snow ground red. The fallen skeletons recovered quickly after consuming Chinyu's magic power. With the 1790 magic power characteristic, Chinyu now has a total magic power of. There are 2,500 skeleton soldiers at present. Chinyu's current magic power alone can make them reborn dozens of times. Moreover, the prisoners who were killed were instantly transformed into skeleton soldiers by Chinyu the moment they fell to the ground. As the number of the dead gradually increased, many prisoners in the 5th floor turned against Chinyu after seeing his strength with their own eyes. In just 4 or 5 minutes, the huge army of the dead occupied the entire corridor of the prison, except for the extremely cold forest outside. It can be said that the 5th floor has been directly occupied. Are you sure you want to surrender? Chinyu's scarlet eyes turned in vain and fell on the 50 or 60 prisoners behind him. These prisoners who were able to save their lives under the attack of the skeleton army, buy time to surrender, and even launch resistance to Chinyu are all the best in the 5th floor. It can be said that in the heyday, the bounty they had could definitely reach over 100 million. We are willing to surrender. I know the iron block in the 6 styles of the navy. I know fishman jujutsu. A series of answers came out, echoing in the corridor for a long time without being able to disperse. However, many of the prisoners still hesitated. After all, they are all heroes on the sea, and it still takes a lot of determination to make them surrender as captains. Chinyu, who witnessed this scene, did not make a move again. He now has the means of the Bone King. But it is only 20% of the heyday. To really escape from this place, these prisoners still need to work hard. Now that most of the mediocre people have been eliminated, it is also a warning to others, which makes many people feel awe. What he had to do next was to make this group of unruly guys obey orders and break through the prison of Push City. Thinking of this, Chinyu's eyes turned in vain, and he said coldly, "Don't worry, the so-called surrender is just before leaving the prison of Push City. Once we escape successfully, we will have nothing to owe each other." Now Magellan has gone to the 6th floor. I sent out the skeleton army to suppress the only gate and block his steps. Next, we need to fight out of the prison of Push City in one go. The bone-chilling voice was like a magic sound, shaking everyone's nerves. The prisoners who were worried about being slaves under Chinyu's command just a moment ago suddenly brightened their eyes and shouted in unison. Many of them saw Magellan enter the 6th floor with their own eyes. And in the prison of Push City, in order to prevent any loopholes, there is only one entrance and exit connecting each floor. If Chinyu is really willing to send a large number of skeletons to stop Magellan, then it might not be difficult to charge upwards. For a moment, the faces of the prisoners were filled with fighting spirit. After capturing the changes in everyone's expressions, Chinyu did not hesitate at all. He was very clear about the principle of delay leading to changes. What's more, with his current strength, he was not enough to fight Magellan. Once he found out that there was a riot on the 5th floor, thousands of skeletons would not be able to stop killing for long. Therefore, after Chinyu inherited the template of the conspirator Bone King, he also inherited the black belly and conspiracy theory. Dang! The simple sword in his hand was directly inserted into the ice layer, instantly attracting the remaining prisoners in the field. Chinyu's eyes were as red as fire, flickering and jumping, and he said coldly, "You are imprisoned in the 5th floor, and your strength has long been reduced. It can be said that you are just a piece of garbage now. In my eyes, garbage has no value to survive, and there is no use in the world. It can be said that it is easy for me to kill you now. The inexplicable and stern words made the faces of the prisoners in the field change drastically. In their eyes, they were happy to surrender just now, but why did they suddenly turn against each other again? Is it because of garbage? However, this idea just emerged in their minds, and the next moment, before they could speak, the cold and bone-chilling words shook their nerves again. However, you can rest assured. In the next 10 minutes, I can restore you to your heyday. I hope you can leave the Push City prison alive. Qin Yu's eyes condensed and roared sternly. Those who fight will win, and those who retreat will be killed. Second level auxiliary magic, Orc Frenzy. Dang! Hundreds of diameters a scarlet magic circle of 1 meter in height bloomed under Qin Yu's feet. Nearly 100 prisoners were startled at first, and the next moment they felt the scarlet blood light, like poisonous insects, drilling into their bodies. The next moment, blue veins quickly emerged on the surface of the body, and under the hideous appearance, it squirmed quickly like a centipede. Before everyone could react, a huge feeling of power rushed straight to the limbs like a torrent. The muscles all over the body were like inflated, bulging quickly, giving people a feeling of rock full of explosive power. Some prisoners who were also practicing their bodies, originally like iron towers, with a height of nearly 2.45 meters, were pulled up a lot. Especially the 2 fish giants, which reached 8 or 9 meters in height. The exposed skin turned completely blood red, and even the eyeballs were red. Facing this sudden physical change, the power that surpassed the heyday, such a miraculous method. For them, it was like a god. No. In their eyes, if the skeleton demon in front of them is to be called a god, then he is definitely qualified to be called the god of death. Chapter 452 Conquering the 5th Layer of Extremely Cold Hell. The awe-inspiring fighting spirit was pushed to the extreme under the violent enchantment of the orcs. Looking at these prisoners who suddenly became able to fight 10 people at once, Qin Yu did not stop at all. His huge white bone hand suddenly clenched the simple sword, and the cold voice echoed again. Let's go and flatten the city. Kill. Shouting in unison, dozens of prisoners who were caught in the orcs' rage rushed to the entrance connecting to the 4th floor. Looking at this scene, Qin Yu caught the fat man beside him at the moment of flying. Sir, what's the matter? The fat man, with a violent head, was sobered up as if a bucket of cold water was poured on his head when he was caught by the creepy skeleton demon in front of him. You just said that you know 6 styles of iron blocks, I want you to show it. Qin Yu said directly. At present, he may be able to deal with ordinary people with this bone body. However, once he encounters a real strong man, the defense of the Bone King is not enough to protect himself. At present, he does not know the armed color domineering, so he can only retreat and get the iron block first. Iron block. The big man was startled at first, then he breathed a sigh of relief and said, Sir, you don't know that I learned this iron block when I was in the Navy headquarters. It's just that my talent is limited. I have been in the Navy for 10 years and have only learned an iron block. But, in the Navy headquarters, I am also a leader. It took me 4 years to learn the iron block. At this time, it may be a bit difficult for you to learn the iron block. Having said that, the big man did not continue to talk. In his eyes, even if you have the strongest talent, you may not be able to learn the iron block just by watching it once. It would be a waste of time to use it now. Looking at the big man's expression, Qin Yu certainly knew what he was thinking, but he didn't take it to heart, and said, Don't worry, it won't take much time. It's enough for you to show it once. Once? The big man was stunned for a moment. Hearing this unquestionable tone, he felt a little unhappy, but the situation was strong, and he couldn't say much. He could only clench his hands suddenly and grit his teeth to use the iron block. 6th style, iron block. Buzz. The sound of air vibration suddenly came out, accompanied by the big man's muscles tightened like a rock, and the whole person was still in place like a heavy iron block. Qin Yu's deep skull eye sockets, with scarlet flames jumping, holding a simple sword, chopped directly at the big man's body. The sudden scene made the big man's face change slightly. However, if you don't have extraordinary skills to use the iron block, you can't move at all for a while, and the only thing you can do is watch the attack fall on your body. Dang! The crisp sound of metal collision suddenly echoed. Watching the sword being bounced away, Qin Yu showed a trace of satisfaction. On the way, he kept asking some questions about the way to use the iron block, and he also had a general idea in his mind. However, this is just the beginning. Qin Yu is now trying to use the one-key full-level system. In this case, whether it can be successfully used. When Qin Yu thought of this, his thoughts turned, and the ethereal voice of the system suddenly sounded. Ding dang, the host is detected, trying to connect to the main body's one-click full-level system. It is hereby explained that it will not be activated while maintaining the character template. However, since this is the first time the host is using it, an exception is allowed for activation. Do you want to immediately perform a one-click full level on the iron block, one of the 6 Navy styles? Exception? Qin Yu rolled his eyes when he heard this. If he could make an exception once, he could make an exception the second and third time. It's like a man's words, we just sleep and don't do anything else. I just can't get in. At the last moment, it's still allowed to make an exception. However, now that there is an exception, it also saves Uchiha Qin Yu's words. Without thinking too much, he directly gave the order. Immediately reach the maximum level with one click. Ding dang, please wait for the host. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, the iron block, one of the 6 Navy skills, has reached the maximum level with one click. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, the Navy iron block's extended skill Kong Mu has been successfully reached the maximum level with one click. The series of system prompts made the soul flame in Qin Yu's deep skull eye sockets jump. Unexpectedly, iron block at the full level of one button, the empty wood can also be activated. If he remembered correctly, this was the 6th style extension skill possessed by Rob Lucci, the strongest in CP9. It works like anti-armor, which can reflect the enemy's attack back. However, this trick still has limitations. If the opponent's attack power far exceeds his own defense, the damage that the empty wood can rebound will be ineffective. However, if it is used against ordinary people, coupled with the unique magic attribute of the Death Mage, it can rebound the negative contact of splash damage and have an outstanding effect. We are here. A low voice sounded instantly. The 2 fish giants who rushed to the front spoke first. Now it has been 2 minutes since the riot. Facing Magellan's unknown situation, there can be no time to delay. Break through directly. Qin Yu came back to his senses, and the moment his low voice sounded, the 2 fish giants suddenly clenched the huge iron pillars they had seized along the way, and as their arm muscles swung, they smashed down the huge steel gate. At the same time, on the other side of the gate, when Hannibal learned that Magellan had gone to the 6th floor and could not be contacted, his ambition was obviously infinitely soaring. After distributing the orders one by one in his hands, he immediately rushed to the entrance of the 4th floor, led the 4 prison beasts and the chief jailer of the prison, Sadie, to the entrance. Deputy Warden Hannibal, can you really do it alone? Sadie suddenly spoke. She was 1.7 meters tall, with golden lion-like hair, devil-like red horns, a scarlet leather coat, a white cloak, and a fork in her hand. She gave people a feeling of a beautiful yaksha. Hey, Sadie is my subordinate, are you questioning my qualifications to inherit the position of warden? He is just a rioter, he can escape from Magellan, but can he escape from my blood-sucking? Hannibal rolled his eyes disdainfully. You should know that my goal is not the position of warden, but to maintain the reputation of our impel-down prison. When I faced the Golden Lion, I also fought with an invincible attitude. If he hadn't had diarrhea at the last moment, he would never have escaped from impel-down. Seeing Hannibal, who exposed his ambition as soon as he opened his mouth and boasted without thinking, Sadie had long been accustomed to it. After a flash of teasing on his face, he said, since you are confident that you can suppress it, then we will stay here to guard it. However, if possible, I hope that Deputy Warden Hannibal can hand him over to me for the next interrogation. I haven't heard such a moving cry for a long time. Open the door to the Deputy Warden. Chapter 453 Being Killed While Standing. Open the door. Hannibal's face flashed with excitement, and he raised the bloodsucker in his hand, as if he had seen that as long as the door in front of him was opened, there would be a large area of light under his feet. Boom! The dull collision sound like thunder echoed. The huge impact force was released like a tidal wave. The heavy steel plate iron door was dented in an instant, and the next moment, before everyone could react, the 2 heavy doors were blown away. The dark crowd first caught Hannibal's eyes. Looking at this lineup, his pupils suddenly contracted, and his eye sockets almost popped. He wanted to greet the whole family of the prison guards in the monitoring room. Moreover, what he couldn't believe the most was why the prisoners who should have been starved to death were so excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. If they didn't see it in front of their eyes, no one would believe it. Hurry up, free the prisoners on the 4th floor, and keep rushing up. The stern roar spread among the crowd. Facing Hannibal, the deputy warden, they didn't take it seriously. Qin Yu's eyes suddenly turned and met his eyes. Damn it, did you let the prisoner out? If Magellan knows, I will suffer as well. The 4 jailer beasts, stop them for me, I want to see what you can do. Hannibal roared angrily. At the same time, he swayed and appeared in front of Qin Yu. He clenched the bloodsucker in his hand and thrust it towards Qin Yu. The sudden scene made the prisoner's face change slightly. Facing Hannibal's attack, Qin Yu seemed to be completely unaware of it. His eyes, like phosphorus fire, stared straight at him without dodging at all. At present, this prison break was led by Qin Yu, and most importantly, they had witnessed Qin Yu's methods and strength with their own eyes. If he got into trouble at this time, it would be a nightmare of death for them. However, just as this thought emerged in their minds and Hannibal's face was filled with ecstasy, the words that fell into their ears shook their nerves. You came just in time. I also want to try whether this old bone can perform the 6 navy styles. The fire in Qin Yu's eyes suddenly surged, and the joints of his hands cracked, and his 10 fingers suddenly clenched. Empty wood negative contact. The inexplicable words came out, which made Hannibal startled at first. The next moment, before they could react, the bloodsucker in Hannibal's hand had already stabbed towards the bones in Qin Yu's chest. Dang! The dull sound of metal collision suddenly echoed, and the moment the sparks were tense, Qin Yu's body did not move at all. As the huge impact force was released, the next moment it rushed back towards Hannibal like a raging tide. At the same time, the innate attribute skill of the Great Wizard of the Dead, negative contact, turned into wisps of black thunder and spread towards Hannibal. Ah! A stern scream suddenly resounded in the corridor, and Hannibal fell to the ground with smoke under his muscles stiffened. The bloodsucker in his hand made a click and flew out of his hand. Looking at this sudden scene, not to mention the head jailer of the prison, Sadie, even the prisoners felt a chill in their spines. This guy can kill while standing. However, the most unbelievable person is the big man who Qin Yu had just talked to and taught iron block. It is rare for skeleton bone to be able to use iron block, but if Qin Yu is not lying, this is the first time to learn the 6 styles of the navy. Then this is a monster. At the same time, the 5th layer of the extremely cold hell was breached, and perhaps the inspection room was not alerted because the Den Mushi was destroyed. However, how could they not know that the entrances and exits of the 4th and 5th layers were breached? In an instant, the inspection room was in chaos. Only Magellan, who was in the 6th layer of the infinite hell, was still in the dark. Magellan, you are a rare guest, how can you have time to call me, an old guy, to talk to me? The voice of Warring States came from the Den Mushi. The last time you came to me was when Zilio was messing around. This time, you won't run into any trouble again. The slightly chattering words made Magellan frown. The Navy Headquarters, Judicial Island and Impel Down Prison are independent government agencies. However, if we talk about individual strength, the Navy Headquarters can overwhelm the Impel Down Prison and Judicial Island. And most of the garrisons of the 2 are also from the Navy Headquarters. There are more battleships stationed in the sea area outside the prison of Push City than the Demon Slayer Order. This is to avoid another incident similar to the Golden Lion's escape. However, although Magellan did not want to have too much contact with Zhang Guo, he was still worried about the young man who seemed to have suddenly entered his mind without any memory or origin, and said, Marshal Zhang Guo, I came to you this time to find out the origin of a prisoner named Uchiha Qin Yu who was imprisoned on the 5th floor. There is no record of this guy in my file. Uchiha Qin Yu. Zhang Guo frowned, as if searching for memories in his mind, and said after a moment, this name seems to be the first time I have heard of it. Wait a moment, I will ask someone to check it out, but if the prisoner who even we can't remember, the ability he has will not be strong, so you don't have to worry. As soon as this was said, Ziliu nodded in agreement, laughing and saying, Zhang Guo, you old guy, what you said makes sense. The strong are not without some reputation. If even we can't remember him, I'm afraid he is also an unknown person. This time, I think Magellan is making a fuss. Making a fuss? Magellan frowned even more. However, this time, before he could speak, a rapid broadcast suddenly resounded throughout the 6th floor. Warden, something bad has happened. The 5th floor, which just had an abnormality, was breached by a skeleton demon. The prisoners inside rioted and broke through the steel door of the 4th floor. Now they are rushing to the 3rd floor. What? Magellan's face suddenly changed drastically, and he said, "Why didn't you notify me earlier? And where did Hannibal go?" In Magellan's eyes, the riot on the 5th floor should have been discovered and told to him to deal with it early. But now even the 4th floor has been breached, and he was not informed, which delayed the military intelligence. "Warden, your Den Mushi is busy, and all the Den Mushi in the 5th floor have been destroyed. We can only use this method to notify you." A rapid explanation came from the radio, and after a pause, he hesitated and spoke again. As for Deputy Warden Hannibal, he was killed by the other party while standing. Chapter 454 Magellan's Decision. Killed while standing. The expressions of Magellan and Yuji Zillo changed suddenly. They didn't take Hannibal, the ambitious man, seriously. However, they also knew clearly that he had the strength of a major general, and even close to that of an ordinary lieutenant general, but he was killed while standing. This is too shocking. If they hadn't heard it with their own ears, they would not believe that all this was true. Facing this sudden scene, even the Sengoku in Den Mushi, who had boasted that the prisoners he couldn't remember were all unknown people, felt his face burning. He had been talking about insignificance the moment before, but now he had broken through the 5th level of infinite hell and rushed to the 4th level. How could an existence with such means be unknown? "Marshal Sengoku, I don't have time to talk to you now." Magellan's face was gloomy, and the Den Mushi in his hand was anxiously calling for him not to strangle it to death. He had never thought that since the Golden Lion escaped from prison 15 years ago, there would be such a riot and jailbreak in the city he governed. Moreover, it happened just when he had just talked to Sengoku on the phone. This means that even if he suppressed the prison riot afterwards, it would be too late to cover up the truth and he would be embarrassed. However, what he didn't expect the most was that the other party didn't even plan to attack the 6th floor. Although the prisoners on the 6th floor have been imprisoned for so many years, their strength and condition are not as good as before. However, once they are released, it will be a headache for Magellan. This is still the premise that he has the poison fruit, and he can use the advantage of fierce poison to suppress them. Otherwise, if it is Zilliu of Rain, I am afraid he will not be able to do it. Of course, in order to avoid this is a strategy of luring the tiger away from the mountain. Before figuring out the origin and strength of the other party, Magellan still has to make a two-hand preparation. "Zilliu, you have also been imprisoned for a long time. The situation in the city is unclear at the moment. I need you to help me. Afterwards, I will inform the world government and let them consider reinstating you." Magellan looked back at the cell. Zilliu's expression froze. He had never expected that happiness would come so suddenly. With a teasing smile on his face, he said, "Haha, Magellan, it seems that you really value that guy. But don't worry. For my freedom, of course I will help you suppress it." Facing Zilliu, who was eager to try, Magellan raised his eyebrows, but did not hesitate at all. Now the arrow has to be shot. If the matter cannot be quelled as soon as possible, once the riot spreads to other floors, this is not what he wants to see. Thinking of this, Magellan took out the key and opened the cell door directly. At the same time, there are heavy handcuffs on Zilliu of Rain. Feeling the long-lost freedom, the teasing on Yuji Liu's face became even worse. After moving his joints, he smiled and said, "My thunderstorm should be in your office at the junction of the 5th floor. I hope you have taken good care of it. Humph, you just need to suppress the 6th floor for me, and leave those scoundrels to me." Magellan did not take over the conversation. After a cold snort, he walked to the entrance on the left. Due to the special identity of Yuji Liu, his prison is built by relying on the entrance, which is also convenient for Magellan's backup monitoring and defense. Facing Magellan's answer, Yuji Liu narrowed his eyes slightly, exhaled a puff of cigarette, and his eyes suddenly turned down and fell on the slowly opening entrance. However, the scene in front of him was a black torrent of skeletons. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The awe-inspiring sound of breaking through the air suddenly resounded throughout the four directions of the sky. The order Chinyu gave to these low-level skeletons was to do everything possible to stop people from returning to the 5th floor. As soon as the gate opened, the skeleton archers who had been waiting here drew their bows and shot arrows. Hundreds of skeletons fired at the same time. Perhaps the power was not worth Magellan's attention. But facing this sudden scene, there was a hint of hesitation. At least, in his eyes, He had never thought that the fifth layer of the extremely cold hell would be occupied by a large group of skeleton creatures. Shave. A sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded behind Magellan. The moment he tensed up his nerves, the Rainziliu standing behind him had disappeared like a ghost. When he appeared again, he had passed the arrows in the sky and came to the gate surrounded by skeletons. No sword-style black big thread. With a cigarette in his mouth, the black and ink-like armed color domineering quickly covered his hands. The next moment, like a tiger, he pounced into the skeleton army. Shiliu, stop right there, don't forget your mission. Magellan's face changed drastically, and he immediately cried out in a hurry. Seeing Shiliu of Rain rushing out of his sight in an instant, he could not hold his breath. He clenched his 5 fingers tightly, and endless venom flowed in his hands like a torrent, and the next moment he suddenly shot out from the air. Poisonous dragon! Roar! The sound of dragon roared loudly, and 3 poisonous dragons with a body length of 100 meters condensed out of thin air, and smashed directly towards the skeleton with a fierce posture. Boom! The poisonous dragon swooped down, and the huge impact force splashed a large amount of venom, swallowing up a large number of skeletons that blocked the way. Violent poison, high corrosiveness, etc., the skeleton was corroded in an instant after a slight touch. Moreover, the poisonous dragon was still powerful, and it rushed directly to the surrounding passages. However, when Magellan rushed out of the door, there was no trace of Shiliu of Rain. The 4th floor, burning hell. The riot spread rapidly like a wave as many skeletons and prisoners on the 5th floor appeared. Some people were responsible for opening the door of the prisoners on the 4th floor, making the original jailbreak even more unprecedented. The 4 jailer beasts, although they have the ability of the animal fruit after awakening. However, facing the prisoners on the 5th floor who have obtained the 2nd level Beastman Violent Enchantment attribute, they are obviously a little powerless. Boss, we should be able to rush to the 3rd floor with such a momentum. The big man who guided Chinyu Taikwa couldn't help but said excitedly. As a traitor of the Navy, once sent to the Impel Down prison, it means endless imprisonment and torture. It is obviously a great thing to see the opportunity to escape now. No, it's not time to be happy yet. Chinyu is different from them. He knows clearly the dangers of Impel Down. Not yet? The big man was startled at first, and then a sharp sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded behind him without any warning, which made everyone nervous. Chinyu's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly looked behind him. At the same time, he raised his index fingers with both hands, and the skeletons blocking behind him suddenly piled up into a human wall. Boom! The moment the skeleton wall was formed, it was blown away in an instant, and the fierce energy splashed, and it quickly tore the surrounding skeletons into pieces. Chapter 455 I Will Break Your Calmness. Boom! A large number of skeletons were blown away in an instant, and the sword energy continued to chase Chinyu. Wherever he passed, the low-level skeletons were torn into pieces in an instant like paper. The sudden scene made the faces of the prisoners imprisoned on the 5th floor change drastically. The first figure that flashed in their minds was Yuziliu, who was jokingly called the executioner of Push City, who could perform such a powerful slash. Get out of the way! Chinyu's eyes sank, and he kicked the big man behind him away. The next moment, he pushed the 6-style iron block to the extreme, without any fancy moves, and suddenly caught the incoming sword energy. Facing this guy who was known as the 2nd most powerful fighter in Push City, Chinyu was eager to verify how big the gap between the two sides was. The sudden scene made everyone's face change slightly. Unfortunately, before they could react, Chinyu's bony hand had already clenched suddenly. Bang! The sharp sword burst, and the hurricane that was set off, after knocking over many people, also rolled up a large amount of sand and dust. Facing this sudden scene, everyone looked at Chinyu eagerly. After being forced to escape from prison, the scene they were most worried about was that it was not Magellan who came. But if they were asked to choose between Magellan and Use Hixilu, if the person who came was Magellan, there might be a glimmer of hope. However, facing this perverted executioner, it would be a sure death. Take it with bare hands! Someone exclaimed, and the prisoners present immediately showed ecstasy. If even Use Hixilu could not be stopped, then let alone escaping from prison. I am afraid it will still be a one-sided massacre. Seeing that he had only retreated 7 or 8 steps, and there was a shallow mark of slashing on the big bone hand, even Use Hixilu, who was holding a cigarette and Lei Yu, couldn't help but look depressed. The hardness of this bone is enough to withstand ordinary slashing after using the iron block. Qin Yu weighed the scene of the collision just now and said to himself, according to calculations, I should be able to confront the Brigadier General head-on in close combat with this body alone. However, the person coming in front of me is not simple, it seems that I need to use those two things. System, equip me with the must-hit glasses and the Demon World boarding cloak. Ding dang, host, please wait. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, the must-hit glasses and the Demon World boarding cloak are successfully equipped. The ethereal voice of the system sounded in my mind. Soon, a huge cloak as black as ink appeared behind Qin Yu. As for the glasses, they were invisible equipment, but they made the burning soul flame in Qin Yu's deep skull eye sockets suddenly surge several points, making it even more terrifying. The aura that was originally exuding surged again like a frenzy. Ding dang, congratulations, the host's current realism has increased to 30%, and the current total magic power has reached 50,000. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for obtaining the 3rd level Undead Magic Dead Bomb. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for obtaining the 3rd level Undead Summoning Magic Undead Knight. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for obtaining the super level Magic Skyfall. The 3 ethereal prompts of the system made the beating soul flame in Qin Yu's deep eye sockets stagnate a little. Let's not talk about the Undead Bomb or the Undead Knight. If he knew earlier that he could get super level magic by wearing the artifact, he wouldn't have to work so hard and plan so many prison escape plots. This is a forbidden magic that can cover a 5-kilometer radius with one strike. In the original work, even the Bone King in his prime could only use this method 3 times a day. At present, with Qin Yu's 30% realism, although he can only use it once, it is enough. Boss, what should we do next? The big man who was kicked away by Qin Yu was the first to ask impatiently. Facing Ziliu of the Rain, they all went together. Let's not talk about the chances of winning. Once time is delayed and Magellan also catches up, what awaits them is probably a dead end. I'll stop him, you go to break through the door of the 3rd floor, I will buy 2 minutes. Qin Yu looked at Ziliu of the Rain coldly. One person stays. The prisoners present were stunned for a moment, in their calculations. Many people have realized that they stayed to join forces to resist Ziliu of the Rain, and they never thought that Qin Yu would make such a decision. Haha, I didn't expect you to have such courage, but you underestimated me if you stayed alone. Yu Xilu held a cigar in his mouth, took out a handkerchief and wiped the thunderstorm with his backhand, saying, this is a long-awaited battle, I hope you won't let me down. Disappointed. Qin Yu sneered, the soul flames in his eyes became brighter, and he said coldly, don't worry, I will break your calmness. You guys should get out of here quickly, I will kill the guys who are in the way. The stern voice fell, and everyone's nerves were tensed at once. Thumb. The moment the scarlet magic circle bloomed under Qin Yu's feet, the shattered skeletons quickly reshaped back, and dozens of people turned into a torrent and rushed directly to Yu Xilu. The sudden scene woke up the prisoners instantly. After looking at Qin Yu for a second time, they all withdrew and retreated violently. Boy, when I came here, I already knew that these bastards had the means to revive, but if you want to use this little trick to break my composure, I'm afraid it's a bit of a pipe dream. Use Hixie said after taking a deep puff of the cigar. The handkerchief in his hand wiped the thunderstorm's movements, still without a pause. In his eyes, these so-called skeletons, as he said, are just a bunch of scum. However, just as this thought emerged in his mind, the playful words that fell in his ears shook the nerves of Yu Xilu. If, add something, maybe you will be happier. Level 3 Undead Magic Dead Bomb. The small voice sounded in vain, and the magic circle under Qin Yu's feet bloomed again. The skeletons that passed by, the originally sunken eye sockets, flickering with weak soul fire, instantly became dazzling. The originally slow movements became extremely agile in an instant, and the steel torrent formed by dozens or even hundreds of people, like tigers and leopards, pounced on Yu Xilu. The sudden scene made Yu Xilu startled at first, and the next moment a shadow of death was quickly transmitted in his observation color domineering. Before he could react completely, simple cold words had been swallowed out. Explode. The 3 words were spoken, and the skeletons that pounced like tigers and leopards paused for a moment. The next moment, the soul flames jumping in their eyes surged to the extreme. Without any fancy moves, they exploded like a bomb. Boom. Thunderous explosions sounded one after another. Dozens or hundreds of skeletons exploded at the same time, and the flames and air waves formed instantly broke the calmness on Yu Hixi's face. Chapter 456 I hope you will like the world-class fireworks. Bang bang bang. The explosion sounded like thunder, and the huge air waves rolled back like a tidal wave, and even the prisoners and jailers who failed to dodge in time were instantly washed away. The heavy rock floor was even more overwhelmed and shattered like a spider web. A large amount of debris splashed like bullets. The sudden scene shook everyone's nerves. They had never thought that Qin Yu would make such a big move. However, more eyes subconsciously fell on the explosion. As the second top combat force in the Impel Down prison, they did not believe that they would be easily solved. Damn boy, if this is your confidence, then leave me your head. The angry roar came out in the endless explosion. The next moment, the sharp and piercing sound of the knife rose up like an angry dragon. Clang! The fierce vacuum slash condensed out of thin air, and the explosion was directly torn apart, rushing towards Qin Yu in a crushing posture. Boy, without these troublesome skeletons, I see how you can fight me. In the ruins, the figure of Ziliu of the Rain appeared. Although he resisted the undead bomb, the clothes he had just changed and the cigar in his mouth were also blown off in half. I had planned to use this opportunity to regain my strength. I never thought that I would end up in such a miserable state as soon as I made a move. When I thought of this, Yu Ziliu suddenly clenched the thunderstorm with his 5 fingers, and the veins on the back of his hand were prominent. When his face was ferocious, he attacked again in anger. However, as soon as he moved, Qin Yu's deep skull eyes and the shaking soul flames surged, and a more violent magic power exploded like a frenzy. When the huge blood-colored magic circle bloomed with Qin Yu as the center, 5 groups of dark mist quickly surged and condensed. The next moment, before the slash came, a sound of horse whistling suddenly sounded. 5 figures of 2 meters and 4 or 5 meters tall appeared first in the mist. A huge skeleton warhorse, an undead knight wearing sophisticated armor, holding a huge shield that could block 3/4 of the body, a tower shield. In his right hand, he held a magic ripple giant sword of nearly 130 centimeters. It originally required both hands to lift it, but now the undead knight lifted it easily with one hand. Moreover, this magic sword also has the enchanted attribute of the bloodthirstiness of the dead. Once it hits the enemy, it will bear the impact of corpse poison. Most importantly, this undead knight also has 2 innate skills. The first one is to completely attract the enemy's attack. The other one is limited to 1 time. No matter what attack is received, it can be resisted with a little HP left. It is precisely because of this reason that although the undead knight is only level 35 and his real strength is only level 25, he is often used as a meat shield by the Bone King in the original work. Xilu, I have to thank you for helping me to clear those bastards, otherwise I can't summon these 5 undead knights smoothly. Qin Yu smiled warmly, waved his hand, and the 5 undead knights instantly formed a shield wall. Stop the attack! Roar! The 5 undead knights roared in unison, and the huge shields in their hands were raised in unison as blood-red mysterious patterns appeared. Boom! The sharp sword energy instantly chopped on the shield, and the impact force formed rolled back like a tidal wave. However, facing this sharp slash, the 5 undead knights did not even shake, and took the attack. However, Qin Yu's attribute page has the attribute values of 5 more undead knights. 5000 HP, only reduced by 200 or 300 points. At this rate, it is enough for Qin Yu to cast super-level magic and escape from this ghost place. However, before performing such a grand fireworks-like method, it seems that there is still a lack of an audience. A skeleton-shaped fantasy beast devil fruit ability user. A gloomy voice suddenly sounded. Soon, I saw Yu Hixi left behind and walked away a figure with purple venom flowing all over his body, whose physique was far beyond that of an ordinary person. Wherever he passed, the rock layer under his feet seemed unable to withstand the venom, and made a sizzling corrosion sound. That extremely gloomy face, almost gloomy to the point of water, with cold eyes staring straight at Qin Yu. Magellan, you are finally here, I am still waiting for you. Qin Yu smiled warmly. However, with this skeleton-like posture, this warm smile seemed very creepy. You wait for me. Magellan was startled, and then smiled disdainfully and said, Kid, are you kidding? This is the 4th floor, or do you think you can definitely escape, so you are trying to stay calm here? At this point, Magellan's eyes fell on the 5 undead knights, and said, or do you think that these bastards alone can stop me? Poison Dragon! Roars rang out one after another, and Magellan took action instantly. Seeing that the third floor was beginning to be hit, now was not the time for him to waste his words. In his eyes, no matter what abilities these undead knights had, facing his fierce poison, only one blow was enough to kill them instantly. Roar! The dragon roared, and the purple venom, like a raging tide, quickly rolled back on Magellan's body, instantly turning into 5 poisonous dragons. The bloody mouth suddenly opened and attacked the 5 undead knights. The sudden scene made Hexi Liu's expression change slightly, but facing the furious Magellan, he didn't want to be affected by the venom, and hurriedly withdrew and dodged to the side. His eyes turned in vain and locked on Qin Yu. He wanted to know, facing Magellan, who even he was afraid of, what confidence did the skeleton demon in front of him have to escape from the 4th floor. Witnessing this scene, the soul fire in Qin Yu's eyes surged, and the simple 2 words came out like thunder. Charge! The 5 undead knights, with their rotten cheeks and dancing soul flames in their eyes, suddenly swelled up. The skeleton war horses under their crotches roared and rushed forward fearlessly. Magellan was startled at first, then laughed unscrupulously and said, "Stupid kid, I don't know how you made these monsters, but if you rely on these things to escape from the impel-down prison, it would be a contempt for me, Magellan, so die." Boom! The poisonous dragons were like tides, and the speed increased sharply at the moment, swallowing the 5 undead knights in front of them. However, in the face of all this, Magellan still had that creepy and warm smile in his eyes, and the words that fell into his ears shook everyone's nerves. Ignorance is also a sin. They are just my meat shields. I hope you will like the next unparalleled fireworks. Chapter 457 Super Level Magic Skyfalls. Unparalleled fireworks? Magellan and Hexi Liu were startled at first. However, before they could react, Qin Yu's black robe moved without wind, and the moment his hands were slightly raised, the soul flame in his eyes burned fiercely. Dang! The sound of the air vibrating, like the ringing of Big Ben, rang one after another. Blue mysterious magic arrays bloomed like flowers, dormant in Qin Yu's body, and the only remaining 30,000 points of magic power exploded like thunder, turning into a pillar that supported the sky and rushed up. Boom! The huge magic power was released, like a hurricane passing through. Wherever it passed, the huge mental oppression contained in it was like an invisible big hand, suddenly tightening people's hearts. Some people with slightly inferior strength and weak wills instantly foamed at the mouth and fainted. Feeling this terrifying breath, when Ziliu Yu's face changed slightly, Magellan on the side had already said coldly, "What a strange domineering aura, but I don't care how you pretend, but you still underestimate me. No matter what attack you launch, you are full of flaws now. Poison Dragon. Use the Poison Dragon until old age." It's not that Magellan has no other stronger means, because in his eyes, Qin Yu is only worthy of his efforts to this extent. However, as soon as this thought emerged, the venom in the sky quickly squirmed, intending to turn into a poison dragon to attack again. Qin Yu's indifferent voice fell in his ears. "Magellan, I'm sorry, it's not that I underestimated you, it's you who underestimated me, my meat shield is not that simple." The small voice, at this moment, seemed to be infused with magic sound, hitting the depths of the soul. Woo! The thunder-like roar roared in unison. Under the venom, the figures of 5 undead knights broke out directly, and the skeleton war horses under their crotch stepped on the horse steps like drums and rushed straight to Magellan. The short distance of 20 to 30 meters was approached in the blink of an eye with a charge. Kill! The hoarse soul voice came out of the mouths of the 5 undead knights, and the giant swords in their hands, like door panels, were swung and smashed at Magellan without any fancy. The sudden scene made Magellan, let alone Ziliu of the Rain, look stagnant. He had fought with Magellan and knew clearly how powerful this poison was. Even his attack, which could severely injure him without using the armed color domineering, was ignored by these 5 monsters. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, I'm afraid no one would be willing to believe it. However, this can't be blamed on their ignorance. After all, undead magic is not a product of this world. The 5 undead knights he only relied on his special talent skills to ignore the attack with only 1 HP left. However, this was enough to buy enough time for Qin Yu to cast spells. Seeing the 5 undead knights approaching, Magellan's face darkened and he roared angrily. Poison Giant Soldier Hell Judge. His poison fruit was only a superhuman type, and he could not use elementalization to ignore the attack in front of him. Roar! The purple venom on Magellan's body rolled like a raging tide, and in an instant it turned into a huge skeleton of dozens of meters, rushing towards the 5 undead knights. Bang! The 5 undead knights originally had 1 HP left, and faced with this fierce poison attack, they exploded and turned into a dark black mist. Looking at this annoying monster, disintegrating between heaven and earth, Magellan was startled at first. A trace of murderous intent flashed in his pupils, and his eyes turned and locked on Qin Yu. "Kid, it seems that your meat shield is still vulnerable. If your fireworks haven't arrived yet, then you'll die first." Bang! The purple poisonous skeleton moved instantly, raised a giant hand of more than 10 meters, and slapped Qin Yu head on. Anything that blocked it along the way was corroded like paper, even the floor under his feet, which was already full of wounds, was no exception. However, facing Magellan's most powerful attack, the soul fire in Qin Yu's eyes had already burned to the extreme. His eyes suddenly turned, and the moment their eyes met, the words that came out were like thunder, hitting the depths of the soul. "I hope you can still live after the fireworks. Super level magic skyfall. Dang dang dang." Like the sound of a bell, 10 mysterious magic arrays bloomed layer by layer above Qin Yu. The violent magic power released had already reached its peak, and it rose rapidly in the next moment. Before everyone could react, an inexplicable breath of death enveloped the sky. Magellan and Ziliu of the Rain, who had attacked in anger, were also startled in an instant. They had no time to think and looked up at the sky in a hurry. Boom! A huge beam of light fell from the sky like a comet ray. Under the endless release of magic power, it hit the impel down prison with a devastating force. Bang! The entire sea surface shook violently, and the huge impact even set off a tsunami of magnitude 12, which rolled back in all directions. The first layer exposed on the sea surface only lasted for half a second before it collapsed. The second, third, and fourth layers of the sky were penetrated instantly after only a few breaths. Feeling the breath that seemed to be the death god urging life, falling from the sky, Magellan and Ziliu of Rain didn't have time to think about it, and they quickly took action to defend. Even the poisonous giant soldiers in the attack were quickly recalled. Boom! The rolling explosion sounded like thunder, and it exploded like thunder. The violent air wave impact even rolled back the entire 4th level prison. Qin Yu, who was also in the attack, was also injured, but as a great necromancer, these injuries were negligible to him. Looking up at the super level magic that was about to be poured out, the magic circle under Qin Yu's feet came together again, and a closed door was instantly constructed. Secondary portal. It can reach places within sight, or places where you have been and left magic marks. Of course, the distance limit can appear instantly at most 1,000 miles away as the realism increases. However, Qin Yu came to the world of Naruto for the first time, and he could only reach places within sight for the time being. Looking at Magellan and the others who were still under the impact of super-level magic, Qin Yu did not stop at all and stepped into the portal. The first stop of One Piece, the journey to Impel Down Prison is over. Buzz! The light gate disappeared out of thin air. The huge magic light column impacted, and also exhausted the last bit of power, dissipated between heaven and earth, leaving only the Impel Down Prison like a ruin. As for other pirates, whether they can successfully escape from prison, for Qin Yu, it doesn't matter at all. They are just chess pieces for him to step into the world of One Piece. Perhaps it is a problem of character template, even Qin Yu's heart has obviously become colder. Chapter 458 Impel Down Falls. The 4th level of Scorching Hell. The closer to the center of the battlefield, the more messy it is. The rocks collapsed, the cells collapsed, and buried many prisoners and jailers. In the huge deep pit, 2 figures were also covered by sand and gravel. Hello, I am Sengoku, please reply if you receive it, Magellan please reply if you receive it. The voice of Den Mushi suddenly sounded. A large hand with a black glove turned out from the ruins and pressed on Den Mushi. Magellan's huge body also turned out. With the help of the poison giant soldier, after bearing most of the impact of the super-level magic, Magellan's clothes that were not covered by the armament haki also became a mess. After quickly looking around, he hurriedly looked up, and the scene he saw made Magellan's pupils shrink suddenly. The Impel Down Prison was penetrated. Magellan, please reply quickly. Has the riot on the 5th floor that happened not long ago been suppressed? Do we need our Navy headquarters to send troops? Sengoku's voice sounded again, and there was a hint of urgency in his words. Faced with this question, Magellan couldn't help but clench the Den Mushi in his hand, and then gritted his teeth and said, Marshal Sengoku, I failed in my duty. Not long ago, the riot on the 5th floor was suppressed. Do we need to send troops from the Navy headquarters? Sengoku's voice sounded again, and there was a hint of urgency in his words. Faced with this question, Magellan couldn't help but clench the denden mushi in his hand, and then gritted his teeth and said, Marshal Sengoku, I failed in my duty. Not long ago Uchiha Kainu, a prisoner of the 5th floor of the extreme cold hell who started the riot, hid his identity as a devil fruit user. Impulse City has fallen. This man planned the escape of the prisoners on the 5th floor and used a powerful attack method to penetrate the Impulse City prison with one blow. Rain Shiru and I underestimated him and let him escape. At the end, Magellan clenched the golden denden mushi in his hand in shame. He knew clearly that if it was a riot on a single floor, as long as he suppressed it, it would be an internal matter. But now that the Impulse City prison was penetrated by Chinyu's super-level magic, it was no longer an internal matter. That was completely a blast. Compared with 15 years ago, the legendary pirate Golden Lion caused even more commotion and destruction. What? Sengoku's shocked voice came from the denden mushi. Tell me everything about Uchiha Kainu as soon as possible, and I will let Kizaru rush there as soon as possible. At the same time, you immediately go to the 6th level of Infinite Hell to check. You must not let those prisoners escape, otherwise this sea may be in turmoil again. The 6th level. Magellan's expression suddenly changed drastically. Looking at the huge pit in front of him, he didn't have time to think about it. The venom on his body turned over and quickly covered the pit, and he jumped into it. Zilu, leave the things here to you, I'll go to the 6th level to take a look. After saying this, Magellan completely disappeared. As for Zilu of Rain, who had just turned out of the ruins, his face was livid, and he took a bite of the newly taken cigar viciously. Without stopping, he rushed to the upper level. Navy headquarters. In the huge marshal's office, in addition to Sengoku, there were also the 3 admirals who were regarded as the strongest combat power of the Navy, and the chief of staff Tsuru. And Garp, who was eating donuts and looked indifferent, waiting here. However, after hearing the words from the denden mushi, their faces changed without exception. You also heard that the Impel Down prison was lost again, and the guy who even Magellan couldn't stop escaped. It's not known whether the guys on the 6th floor were involved. Sengoku put down the golden denden mushi in his hand and rubbed his temples with a headache. His eyes suddenly turned and fell on the others and said, I want to know if any of you have an impression of Uchiha Chinyu. Uchiha Chinyu? Everyone present frowned, revealing a thoughtful expression, as if trying to search their minds for memories. However, in the end, everyone's face was confused. Witnessing this scene, Zhangguo sighed helplessly and said, I don't know why this guy who suddenly appeared is in the prison of Impel Down. But this strange surname Uchiha seems to be only in Wano country. Do you need to find an eyeliner to check it out? For this closed-door samurai country, it really came into their eyes because of the bad reputation that Kojiki Oden had caused more than a decade ago. Not only did he stay on Whitebeard's ship, but even Roger, the Pirate King, personally poached him and finally completed the voyage of the Grand Line. These points alone are enough for their Navy headquarters to take it seriously. Let them pay a little attention. He, as the Chief of Staff, was the first to speak. However, we can only investigate secretly. Otherwise, if we expose our hard-earned spies in Wano country for a person whose origins we have not yet figured out, it will not be worth it. He is right. Garp also spoke rarely and said, as for the aftermath. At this point, Garp looked at Kizaru. At present, the prison in the city of Pushing has fallen and lost. When they rushed over, the people had already run away. However, among the 3 admirals, Kizaru has the flash fruit, and his speed is known as the best in the world. Sengoku understood instantly and said, at present, our large army has no way to rush to support in the first time. Kizaru, you have the flash fruit, you go to clean up the mess. No matter how many people escape, you try to catch as many as possible, especially the guys on the 6th floor. Once you meet them, don't be a soy sauce for me. Although it is not known whether the 6th floor has been affected in Magellan's report, it is still necessary to take precautions. Hehe, Marshal, you are still scary when you are serious. Kizaru said with a crooked mouth and a wretched smile, but don't worry, I Kizaru still know the importance of it, I will set off now. After leaving these words, the moment the light spot on Kizaru's body dissipated, it turned into a beam of light and rushed directly from the floor-to-ceiling glass window. Bang! The huge glass was broken with a sound, and the moment the debris splashed and scattered all over the ground, Kizaru had already disappeared on the spot. Seeing this scene, Zhang couldn't help twitching his cheeks. He rubbed his head with a headache and said, "This is the nth time this month. Every time I ask him to perform a mission, I smash the glass window. Can't he go through the main door? Go through the main door." Garp took a bite of the donut in his hand and said, "That's not handsome. If I were as young as him, I would have more courage than this." Listening to Feng Liang's words, Zhang Guo suddenly felt that he was in a difficult situation. However, when he thought of Uchiha Qinyu, this mysterious existence, he still dialed the Den Mushi of the five elders. He knew clearly that this time, the fall of the city prison would definitely be exposed, and once it spread in the sea, this mysterious person will enter the eyes of all forces. At that time, Uchiha Qinyu's reward will become the most important assessment. Facing this existence that can shock the sea with one move, how much reward is needed, or the highest controller of the world government, the five elders, will be the first to assess. Chapter 459 Unlocking the Lightning Chakra Mode. Boom! Outside the city of Push, the super-level magic sky fell, and the waves it raised were as high as more than 10 meters. It rushed towards the high wall outside the city of Push with a crushing posture. Such a grand scene had already alarmed the warships stationed outside the wall. Dozens of battleships were lined up, and the lineup was more grand than the Demon Slayer order. However, at this moment, everyone's attention was attracted by the figure of the skeleton demon suspended in the air. To be able to walk out alive under such a fierce attack. Moreover, it was an unfamiliar person. There was only one possibility. The enemy in front of us. Fire! The stern roar came from the battleships. The artillery that was originally facing the outside turned to the sky in the direction of Push City with the sound of gears. Since they were stationed outside the city of Impel Down, they never thought that there would be such a day. However, in order to avoid accidentally hurting their colleagues who came from the city of Impel Down, they obviously still maintained restraint. Qinyu, who was watching this scene, couldn't help but have a headache. The super-level magic just now had consumed most of his Bone King template magic. Impel Down is in the doldrums, and there are only 3 ways to leave here. First, rely on flying across. Second, freestyle swimming throughout the whole journey. Third, rob the navy battleship. The first 2 options were obviously ignored by Qinyu. With his remaining magic power, let alone long-term flight, even if he could. But in the world of One Piece, to go from one island to another, the most basic equipment is a record clock. Without this thing, I'm afraid that I can't find a place to stay even if I fly for 10 days. With Qinyu's current magic power, it's already very good to be able to hold on for half a day. Moreover, this is without fighting. Once they really fight, I am afraid that within 10 minutes, they will be helpless again. As for swimming in the calm belt, it is better to think about it. Let alone how far it is, those sea kings in the calm belt that are more abnormal than those in ordinary seas are not the ones that can be easily provoked. The only way out for Qinyu now is to rob a ship. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for making a big fuss in the Impel Down prison and gaining 200 points of turbulence. Do you want to unlock it randomly immediately? The ethereal reminder of the system sounded like timely rain. Qinyu raised his eyebrows and then showed a trace of joy. The power of this character template looks very good. But it is still not as smooth as Qinyu's own power. The only thing that makes Qinyu feel unhappy is that he almost raised the Impel Down prison to the ground before getting 200 points of turbulence. However, the situation is strong now, and the only thing Qinyu can do is to do it. Randomly unlock now. Ding dang, please wait for a moment, the system is using the turbulence value to lift the resistance of this world to the host. Ding dang, deduct 200 turbulence points. The host's current balance is 3 points. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for successfully unlocking the 3 Magatama Sharingan. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for successfully unlocking the medical ninjutsu. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for successfully unlocking the lightning chakra mode. A series of system prompts came, and Qinyu was still a little disappointed when he looked at the ordinary 3 Magatama Sharingan and medical ninjutsu. However, when he saw the lightning chakra mode, he couldn't help laughing. Now Qinyu's physical strength, speed, and strength are not comparable to those in the Naruto world. However, once the lightning chakra mode is turned on, Qinyu's combat effectiveness can at least be improved by several levels. In case the magic power of the character template is exhausted, Qinyu can also deal with it by splicing his own lightning chakra mode. Major General Catalu, why didn't the skeleton demon attack? Does he look down on us? An adjutant on the leading battleship was the first to lose his temper. In their eyes, being able to escape from the prison in the city of Pushing Forward means at least being like a golden lion. Among the navy stationed here, the strongest is only a major general. Once they really fight, I'm afraid it will be a bit suspenseful. Humph, why are you panicking? Don't forget that we are a navy that has been tempered 1,000 times. Catalu was about 40 or 50 years old, with a slightly dry and black skin. He held a sword tightly in his hand. When he saw Chinyu's skeleton-like form, a gleam of light flashed in the depths of his eyes. If he is just an ordinary pirate, we may not have a chance of winning, but as long as he is a devil fruit user, the result is another matter. Having said that, Catalu's eyes turned in vain, locked on Chinyu, and shouted sternly, "Since he doesn't come down, then we will bomb him down. When that time comes, leave everything to me. Fire!" One after another, cold shouts sounded like thunder. Fire! The adjutant behind him gave the order without any hesitation. The tracks of dozens of artillery shells were locked on Chinyu and exploded in response. Bang bang bang! The sky full of gunpowder lead bullets cut through the sky and attacked, and the awe-inspiring sound of breaking through the air directly pulled Chinyu's thoughts back. Facing the crushing attack, the soul flame deep in Chinyu's eyes suddenly condensed. A huge magic circle bloomed under his feet. A dark vortex light gate appeared out of thin air in front of him, and then in full view of everyone under the gaze, he stepped forward. Boom! As soon as his back foot stepped into the light gate, dozens of flame lead bullets collided with each other in an instant. The next moment, without any fancy moves, it exploded like thunder. When the violent flames rushed to the sky, it formed a huge shock wave that rolled back in all directions. The sudden scene made Kataru, who was leading the attack, change his expression slightly. Before he could react, the exclamation from behind instantly tightened his nerves. "Major General Kataru, he is behind you. Moving at high speed?" Kataru's expression suddenly changed, and his observation haki quickly detonated and spread around. The huge figure standing 3 or 4 meters behind him was directly locked by his observation haki. However, facing this sudden enemy, Kataru was not only not angry, but a trace of ecstasy flashed in the depths of his eyes. Without any fancy moves, his right hand reached into his sleeve, and the next moment his 5 fingers suddenly clenched into a fist. Then the whole person turned around like a spiral and appeared in front of Chinyu first. With the cold light flowing in his right fist, it smashed towards Chinyu's chest with a stern sound of breaking through the air. "Asshole, I don't care what your origin is or what means you have, but don't underestimate our navy. You are just a devil fruit user. I, Katalu, can knock you to the ground with one punch." Chapter 460 I Need a Boatman. The stern voice, as if infused with magic sound, echoed in the sky and did not dissipate for a long time. The sudden scene made the expressions of the Navy soldiers stationed around suddenly change. When he saw clearly the fist and finger sheath in Katalu's hand, his face showed ecstasy. As Navy, their strength may not be outstanding. But it is clear that as a devil fruit user, the thing they fear most, besides sea water, is sea stone. In order to deal with pirates with devil fruit abilities, Navy generals sometimes equip themselves with some sea stone weapons. For example, Smoker's 10 hands, Zephyr's sea stone machine guns, etc. At the moment, the fist in Katalu's hand is obviously the nemesis of devil fruit users, the sea stone weapon. Bang! A thunderous collision sound suddenly echoed. Katalu's fist wearing sea stone fist, with a stern sound of breaking through the air, hit Chinyu's hideous ribs on his chest. However, the posture that was like an iron tower, motionless, and the usual face made all the Navy soldiers, and even Katalu's smiles on their faces, stiffen. "Haha, if this is your trump card, I'm sorry." Chinyu sneered and said, "I'm not looking down on you, it's you who's looking down on the great supreme lord of the Nax Rosa Cemetery, In's Owl Gown." Level 2 Magic, Electric Dragon. Crackling lightning appeared on Chinyu's shoulders. The power of level 2 magic is not very great, but it is not difficult to knock an enemy away and paralyze him at the same time. At such a close distance, there is no way to hide at the moment of lightning. When Katalu reacted, he was swallowed up by the lightning in an instant. Boom! The sound of thunder and explosion suddenly echoed. Katalu, who was standing on the bow, was knocked away and fell on the sea. Seeing the confident Major General being knocked away in an instant, the faces of the Navy soldiers present suddenly turned pale. "Run, we are no match for him!" someone exclaimed, and the Navy soldier, whose muscles were tense, jumped into the sea without any warning. Looking at this decisive and brave gesture, Qin Yu touched his nose helplessly. This guy used his courage in the wrong place. The prison of the city of Push is located in the doldrums. At the same time, in order to strengthen the natural defense zone of the city of Push, a lot of sea kings were specially gathered. This jump is probably a life or death struggle. However, the biggest problem that troubles Qin Yu now is that there is no one on the ship. Not to mention whether there is a time clock, I am afraid Qin Yu will not even know how to drive the ship. And the magic power of the Bone King is also exhausted, and Qin Yu returns to his original appearance. Whoosh! The awe-inspiring sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded. The golden light, like a silk thread, came across in a posture that tore the world apart. The speed was so fast that it made people dazzled. On the mast of the battleship, there was an unexpected figure. The sudden scene made the Navy soldiers in the distance stagnate for a moment, and then they all exclaimed. It's Admiral Kizaru, he's finally here. As the three most important portals of the world government, they are all located in the Com Belt. In order to be able to deal with emergencies, the distance between the three is not very far. With the speed of Kizaru's flash fruit, it's only a matter of 7 or 8 minutes. Are you the main culprit who destroyed the Impel Down prison, Uchiha Qin Yu? Kizaru was wearing a platinum-striped suit, a cloak of justice, brown glasses, and squinting his triangular eyes, looking up and down at Qin Yu. But you look a little distressed, can't you even drive a ship? If that's really the case, why don't we each take a step back? You go back to the prison obediently, you don't have to drive the ship, and I don't need to waste time to take action, this is the best of both worlds. When he came, Kizaru had received information about the main culprit who destroyed the Impel Down prison from Sengoku through the Den Mushi. However, in the intelligence among them, there is only one useful thing. The young man in front of him is suspected to be an animal-type mythical beast, a fruit ability user of the human fruit in the form of a skeleton. He has the means to summon strange creatures and launch super-strong light beams. However, all this is enough for Kizaru. As long as he is knocked down instantly, it is enough. Best of both worlds. Qin Yu looked at this legendary soy sauce king who was paid in time and could be chosen by the 4 emperors, and smiled and said, this should be your wishful thinking, right? Although I can't drive a boat, there will always be someone who will be my boatman. At this point, Qin Yu's eyes suddenly condensed, and when the scarlet blood filled the air like a tide, the 3 Magadama Sharingan quickly emerged and finally looked at the sea below. Zilu, aren't you cold? I just need a boatman. I'll deal with this guy. Zilu? The former guard of the Impel Down City prison, Chong Yu Zilu. The smile on Kizaru's face couldn't help but stagnate, and he hurriedly followed Qin Yu's sight. Soon, bubbles appeared in the water, and a wet figure broke out of the water and finally turned over and landed on the deck. However, when Zilu looked at Qin Yu, there was a hint of surprise on his gloomy face. Originally, he planned to hide under the bottom of the battleship and escape from the scope of the Impel Down prison. He never thought that he would be easily seen through by Qin Yu. Can you stop him? Zilu of Rain suddenly spoke, making Huang Yuan's face suddenly gloomy. Qin Yu was not surprised by Zilu's resignation. Rather than staying in the Impel Down prison and never seeing the sun for a lifetime, it is better to give it a try and try to escape from this ghost place. You can try it. Qin Yu smiled warmly, met Huang Yuan's eyes, and said, I also want to know how strong the Admiral can be. The sudden cooperation surprised Huang Yuan. However, his expression soon returned to normal, and he curled his lips and said obscenely, no wonder the city of Push was breached. It turns out that you, Zilu, helped. Although I don't know how you did it, my responsibility is just to catch you back. I have to say that you are very brave at such a young age. But I want to ask you, have you ever tried to be kicked by light? Standing on the mast, Kizaru had a teasing smile on his face, and the next moment he disappeared from the spot like a ghost. When he appeared again, countless golden lights condensed beside Qin Yu, and his right foot made a stern sound of breaking through the air, kicking directly at Qin Yu's head. So fast! Zilu's expression changed, and he suddenly clenched the thunderstorm in his hand. He agreed to cooperate with Qin Yu, but that was just verbal trust. Facing the personal attack of Admiral Kizaru, he dared not underestimate the enemy. What if this kid in front of him, after removing the power of the devil fruit, was just bluffing and was defeated by Kizaru in one encounter? Then he didn't mind, and killed both of them at the same time in an instant. Chapter 461 Have you been struck by lightning? Puff. Endless golden light gathered, and as soon as Huang Yuan appeared, the awe-inspiring sonic boom brought by his right foot was simply endless. The speed was so fast that it only made people feel a flash before their eyes, and the attack had already arrived in front of Qin Yu. However, facing this sudden attack, the warm smile on Qin Yu's face became more and more brilliant. In the outside world, the attack that seemed as fast as thunder was reflected on the 3 Magadama Sharingan, but was slowed down several times. Feeling the strong wind coming towards him, the crackling sound of lightning arcs on Qin Yu's body suddenly sounded. Lightning chakra mode. Boom. The lightning was like a tide, and at the moment of the surge, Qin Yu disappeared from the spot like a ghost. The speed was so fast that it was not slower than Huang Yuan's attack at all. Whether it was the navy soldiers around or Yu Shiryu, even Kizaru's pupils suddenly shrank. He had no time to retract the right leg attack. However, before he could react, a voice with a hint of playfulness fell into their ears. Hey Kizaru, have you ever tried to be struck by lightning? Struck by lightning? Kizaru's expression froze. Just now, he relied on the unparalleled speed of the flash fruit, intending to severely injure or knock Qin Yu away with one blow, so as to reduce his sharpness. Therefore, he did not think of activating the observation haki. At this moment, Qin Yu displayed a method that was not inferior to him at all, and was like thunder. This undoubtedly made Kizaru's nerves tense to the extreme. Without time to think about it, he quickly urged the observation haki to the extreme and instantly captured Qin Yu's location. However, before Huang Yuan could react, Qin Yu's 3 Magadama Sharingan spun wildly, and the lightning on his body poured into his right hand like a raging tide. Without any fancy moves, his 5 fingers suddenly merged and turned into a hand knife, and chopped down at Huang Yuan below. Lightning release, thunder abuse 1000 flats. Puff. The attack was as fast as thunder. The hand knife chopped down suddenly, and the speed was so fast that even the air could not react, and it was torn into a wave-like ripple. The distance was so close that there was no way to hide. The sudden scene made Huang Yuan's pupils shrink suddenly, but as a natural devil fruit ability user, he still had a bottom-up method. Elementalization. Huang Yuan roared, and endless spots of light on his body lit up quickly. In his eyes, it only took half a breath to break the hole into pieces and perfectly avoid this attack. Unfortunately, just as this thought was born in his mind, the next moment the hand knife wrapped in lightning had taken the lead and hit his elemental body. The means that could ignore all ordinary attacks seemed pale and powerless at this moment. What made Huang Yuan unbelievable was that at this critical moment, a sense of powerlessness emerged in his body. Boom! The dull thunder-like explosion sounded with the taste of rushing straight into the sky. The endless lightning splashed and the air wave impact formed made the battleship under his feet unable to bear it at all. Huang Yuan's body, in the elementalization, directly showed its true form, like a comet, hitting the deck heavily. Accompanied by the thunderous explosion, the battleship dozens of meters long was broken in half. Huang Yuan's body was like a depth charge, rushing into the sea. Bang! Endless waves rolled up, and the violent lightning was like an electric snake, swimming quickly on the sea surface. The Sea Kings gathered in the sea area of thousands of meters in radius were instantly attacked by strong thunder, emitting fierce cries and fainting in the sea. The sudden scene shook the Navy soldiers on the battleships around. After stabilizing his body in the wind and waves, he looked at Qin Yu who landed on another battleship with disbelief. The power of the blow smashed Admiral Huang Yuan, one of the 3 strongest forces of the Navy, into the sea. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who would be willing to believe that all this is true? Okay. Now, do you jump into the water, or let me help? The lightning on Qin Yu's body dissipated instantly. It is still unknown how long the next voyage will last. Whether it is to deal with pursuers or other pirates, Qin Yu needs to be reserved just to intimidate Yu Ziliu on the same ship. This time, he didn't make a move, but once he made a move, he used the sea tower stone fist finger that he got from Catalu to sink Kizaru into the sea, in order to shock the enemy. We'll jump by ourselves. Seeing that even a great admiral couldn't withstand a blow, the Navy soldiers on the battleship instantly lost their remaining fighting spirit and jumped into the water one after another. As for the battleships around them, they obviously lost the courage to intercept. For a moment, the huge coastline seemed inexplicably dead silent. Feeling the change in the atmosphere of the scene, Qin Yu touched his nose helplessly and said, "Boatman, why don't you start the boat quickly? Do you want to regret it?" Yu's Hixi Liu's expression froze, but after meeting Qin Yu's strange eyes that were as red as blood, he still silently took out a cigar from the inner pocket of his suit and lit it to calm himself down. Immediately, in full view of everyone, he walked straight to the cabin and set sail. Seeing the second in command of the impel-down prison reduced to being a boatman, the Navy soldiers stationed on the scene were shocked and could only watch Qin Yu and the others leave silently. In the impel-down prison, Magellan's face was gloomy as the tide, and he rushed out from the 6th floor. The impact just now went straight through the 6th floor, affecting several prisons and causing a commotion. However, after being imprisoned in the 6th floor of the infinite hell for many years, their strength had long been infinitely weakened. After spending some effort, Magellan suppressed them. However, the final losses have not been counted yet. He was just uneasy, so he used the endless poison to block the entrance and exit, and then hurried back. Gilu, Gilu, emergency notice, emergency notice. The voice of the Den Den Mushi suddenly sounded, and Magellan, with a gloomy face, quickly answered it. What happened? Where is Ziliu? Tell him to come back to me. Faced with this sudden farce and the blow that penetrated the prison of the city, Magellan's head was hot and he let Ziliu of the Rain out of his sight. Now that he was calm, the more he thought about it, the more he couldn't calm down. Warden Magellan, something bad has happened. After the skeleton demon escaped from the prison, he robbed a battleship and was stopped by Admiral Kizaru who arrived. Kizaru is coming. Magellan's expression stagnated, and then he showed a hint of joy and said, let him stay alive, I want to know where he came from. In Magellan's eyes, no matter how powerful Uchiha Chinyu's means were, facing Kizaru who possessed the flash fruit and was known as the three major combat forces of the Navy, it must be easy to capture. However, just as this thought came up, the reply that fell in his ears shook Magellan's nerves. Admiral Kizaru was hit by the skeleton demon and sunk into the sea. Now I ask the warden to send people to search and rescue immediately. Chapter 462 Unexpected Destination. Defeated in one strike? The joy on Magellan's face froze for a moment, and he was even more unbelievable. In his eyes, Chinyu's strength was very good, especially the skyfall, which was even more powerful. But Magellan was confident that if he had not underestimated the enemy at the beginning, Chinyu's skyfall would never have seriously injured him, and he would not have been able to escape from this underwater prison. However, now the messenger told him that even the Admiral of the Navy was knocked down by one move. The gap between the two is too huge. Shiru. Where is Shiru? He is not a devil fruit ability user. Let him go to rescue. Don't let Kizaru get into trouble, otherwise the old man Zhangguo will never give up easily. Magellan spoke hurriedly. As a fellow devil fruit user, he knew clearly that the sea was a forbidden area for them. No matter how strong Kizaru is, once he falls into the sea, he will die. Moreover, as one of the top 3 combat forces in the Navy headquarters, if he loses his life because of supporting the impel-down city, Magellan will not be able to escape the responsibility. After all, if a person with the strength of an admiral is missing, one less is one less. However, just as these thoughts flashed through Magellan's mind, the words that fell into his ears broke his nerves. Xi, Warden Ziliu, he was invited by the skeleton demon to be a boatman and escaped from prison together. The intermittent voice made Magellan's expression twisted. If this Den Den Mushi was not cast in gold, it would have been crushed by him long ago. Asshole, asshole. Ziliu, I will definitely kill you. Magellan roared repeatedly. At this moment, he only had a kind of aggrieved feeling of being beaten by a meat bun and going nowhere. Warden Magellan, what's next? A hesitant question came from the Den Den Mushi. After so many years, it was the first time they saw Magellan furious. After all, the damage to the impel down this time was even greater than when the Golden Lion escaped from prison 15 years ago. Let Hannibal go. As for the Navy headquarters, I will report it myself. After Magellan dropped a series of orders, he hung up the golden Den Den Mushi. Now his head was still a little swollen. However, facing the fact that even Ziliu had escaped, he became even more impatient. He quickly turned around and returned to the 6th floor and walked towards the damaged area. It was the central area. The prisoners held there were very important if they were placed outside. For Magellan, he had to see the person alive and the body dead, otherwise he would not even sleep well. A day later, Chinyu opened his tightly closed eyes and looked at the unusually quiet cabin, frowning slightly. After many battles in Impel Down, his physical strength was almost gone, so he handed over the steering to Ziliu of Rain and went into the cabin to rest. Although Chinyu knew that Ziliu of Rain had a lot of tricks, after unlocking his original power and adding the character template Bone King, Chinyu really hoped that Ziliu of Rain would jump around a bit, so as to find an excuse to guide him in his life. However, according to the smaller shaking amplitude of the hull now, I am afraid that the battleship of the Navy is not in a state of driving. Start, character template in Zool Gown. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for the character template realism, which has been increased to 35%. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, you have obtained the 3rd level magic, group healing. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, you have obtained the 3rd level undead magic, negative explosion. The ethereal voices of the system that sounded one after another made Chinyu raise his eyebrows. Group healing is originally a 3rd level magic that can cast large-scale magic healing damage. Of course, this is limited to the situation where the injury does not exceed 40%. Negative explosion is the undead innate magic of the Bone King himself, which originally belongs to the 6th level magic. It detonates its own powerful undead magic in an instant, forming a dome-like shock wave. In the original work, even a group of 6th level summoned battle angels can be instantly turned into slag. Now in Chinyu's hands, due to his proficiency, the power is obviously only half left. Of course, as Chinyu's proficiency in pretending to be powerful with the Bone King increases, the power he can exert will gradually increase. However, after experiencing a battle with Kizaru, Chinyu's primary goal is to learn the 3-color domineering as soon as possible. And Rain Shiryu, as the second in command of the Impel Down City Prison, is obviously a good choice. Portal. Chinyu snapped his fingers with his right hand, and with the surge of magic, he tore a space light gate and stepped in immediately. However, during this operation, Chinyu still missed the staff of Zool Gown that the Bone King always held in the original work. It was a divine guild weapon made of 7 painfully struggling snakes, each holding a gem of a different color in its mouth. Each gem had a different attribute effect. Although Chinyu couldn't get it now, in order to improve the realism of the character template, he might need to make one himself. The moment his thoughts flashed through his mind, all the scenes in front of Chinyu changed. Looking at the empty cockpit, the deep skull eyes and the flickering soul flame suddenly surged. 2nd level magic, detection of life. Ding! The magic circle lit up all at once. As a low-level perception magic, Chinyu could accurately detect all the lives within a radius of 1 kilometer. 10 meters. 50 meters. 100 meters. As the distance of exploration expanded, Chinyu frowned more tightly. There was no trace of Ziliu of Rain in the battleship. It seemed that he secretly abandoned the ship and escaped while he was resting. However, the only thing that disappointed Chinyu was that this guy didn't act rashly, otherwise he wouldn't mind beating him up and then threatening him to teach him a lesson. Are there human reactions? There are quite a few. The soul flame in Chinyu's eyes suddenly rose. After the detection magic reached a range of 500 or 600 meters, he could clearly feel the reactions of dozens of humans, groping their way forward. Moreover, according to their activity trajectory, the battleship is obviously close to the shore, otherwise Yu Hixilu would not have abandoned the ship so easily in the calm belt. Although Chinyu didn't want to cause trouble for the time being, he didn't know how to drive the Navy's battleship without Yu Hixilu as a boatman. The only thing he could do was to see who was blind and temporarily raise some people to act as boatmen. However, before Chinyu could take action, a loud shout came from outside the ship. Navy, please come out and surrender quickly, otherwise we will shoot you to death if you trespass into 9 Snake Island. Chapter 463 Let me be happy unilaterally. Navy, you ignored the conditions of our Empress Hancock and trespassed into the scope of our 9 Snake Island. Now please come out and surrender quickly, otherwise don't blame us for not considering the so-called 7 warlords of the sea treaty. On the coast, dozens of 9 snake female warriors rushed out, pulled out the hard bows on their backs, and pulled them into a full moon. The arrows on them were quickly covered by the black ink armed color domineering. In the original work, Luffy was specially photographed by the 7 warlords of the sea, the Great Bear, to this paradise for men who practice domineering. The leader was Kikyo, the captain of the 9 Snakes National Guard warriors, who was slightly older, wearing scarlet lipstick and strange purple eyeshadow. Following closely behind her were Margaret with short blonde hair, Yaflandera with brown hair, and others. As the national defenders selected from the 9 snakes after careful selection, the most basic thing is to have the haki of armament and haki of observation. However, as time went by, there was still no response from the battleship, which made Kikyo, who was in the lead, look gloomy. Sister Kikyo, there seems to be only one navy inside. Margaret spoke first. One person. Kikyo was startled at first, then suddenly raised it high and shouted, whether he is one person or 100 people, since he ignored our warning, attack immediately. Shoot. A stern roar fell, and the hard bow that was pulled into a full moon was instantly released. A series of sharp arrows covered with haki of armament shot towards the battleship with a stern sound of breaking through the air. The speed is so fast and the power is so strong. With the blessing of the armed color domineering, if a hit hits, it is several times more powerful than the power of the musket, and can even penetrate the thick rock slabs, not to mention the deck of the ship. Dozens of people fired at the same time, this battleship will definitely become a hornet's nest. Second level magic, triple shield. The cold voice suddenly sounded in the driving room, and 3 layers of light shields of different colors were instantly opened to block the feather arrows falling from the sky. Accompanied by the collision sound of rain hitting banana leaves, it came out one after another. The first, second, and third layers of shields shattered one by one like a spider web mirror, and finally dissipated in the void. As for the attack from the sky, under this blockage, the power it possessed was only 1/10 of it, and they were nailed to the hull one after another. The sudden scene made the 9 snake warriors present look stagnant, and when they saw the figure walking slowly, their expressions changed drastically. This is not a human, it's a huge skeleton. Go and inform Lord Hancock that a navy has entered our 9 Snake Island. Margaret shouted urgently. They had many guesses about this uninvited guest, but they never thought that the result would be so shocking. Don't panic. Our attack just now seemed ineffective, but his strange defense was also penetrated. This enemy is not something we can't deal with. Kikyo's face sank and he shouted angrily. As the national defenders of the 9 snakes, if we have to trouble Lord Hancock for every little thing, how can it be? Having said this, Kikyo's eyes suddenly turned and looked at the hideous skull face, and shouted sternly, everyone listen to my order, follow me to shoot this navy. Yes. The stern words came out, and the unanimous response gathered into a soaring fighting spirit. As female warriors of 9 Snake Island, under the leadership of Hancock, they are obviously fanatical about this island country. It can be said that as long as Hancock tells them to die, no one will frown, and they will also shout slogans such as "The Queen is wise." At the moment, facing Qin Yu, the long-lost offender, it is obviously an opportunity for them to show off. You said I am the Navy. Qin Yu walked to the deck and stopped. Looking at the huge 9 Snakes landmark building at the estuary, Qin Yu was also surprised to come to this place by accident. Although, knowing that Ziliu of Rain was playing a trick and deliberately threw the ship here to make him hostile to the 9 Snakes. But if you really want to say which place is the most suitable for learning the use of domineering, then the 9 Snakes Island is obviously the best choice. Otherwise, in the original work, Big Bear would not be so well intentioned to shoot Luffy in this place. However, at the moment, these 9 snake female warriors are staring at me with murderous intent. To obtain equal dialogue rights, Qin Yu still needs to use some tricks. You said, am I a navy? Qin Yu suddenly spoke, his deep eyes, the burning soul flame, suddenly rose and swept over the 9 snake female warriors one by one. The next moment, the cold and stern voice that came out shook everyone's nerves. Wrong, I am the great ruler of the great underground tomb of Nazarick, in Zoulgown. You, pointing at me with this little toy, are you trying to please yourself? At this point, Qin Yu's eyes finally stopped on Kikyo, and he said sternly, in this case, why not let me have some unilateral pleasure, then at least you can keep your life. The inexplicable words made Kikyo and others startled at first. Seeing Qin Yu's cold and indifferent attitude, facing dozens of sharp arrows without any fear, Kikyo's face darkened, and he shouted coldly, okay, very good, I will let's see how you can make yourself unilaterally happy. Dare to despise us, the national defenders of the 9 snakes, no matter whether you are a navy or a so-called grave man, we will shoot you into a hornet's nest. Shoot. The roars sounded one after another, and at the end, the hard bow in Kikyo's hand, which was fully drawn, broke first. Bang bang bang. Dozens of sharp arrows covered with armed color domineering turned into a black rain and attacked Qin Yu head-on. Watching this scene, Qin Yu's right hand slightly grasped the void, only to find that he still lacked a scepter, and felt that he lacked a bit of the emperor's style. After a brief loss of consciousness, he looked up at the overwhelming sharp arrows and shook his head and said, it seems that you are still out of tricks and can't please me. Then let me be unilaterally happy. As the stern voice fell, the violent undead magic dormant in Chinyu's body surged up like a raging tide. Bang! The huge magic circle under his feet suddenly unfolded, and the next moment, before everyone could react, the arrows that fell 2 or 3 meters in front of Chinyu paused for a moment. The next moment, it broke and broke. Negative explosion. Stern words, 4 simple words uttered, suddenly raised, the deep eye sockets, the fierce burning soul flame. The dark undead magic, like a frenzy, exploded like a semicircular shield. Bang bang bang! The arrows that were coming from the sky were shattered by the negative explosion. The distance of 100 meters was just a blink of an eye. Before Kikyo and others could react, the dark energy impact, with the 10,000-pound posture, hit them hard. Chapter 464 Empress Hancock. Boom! The thunderous explosion sounded across half of the Nine Snake Island, and the huge impact directly overturned dozens of Nine Snake Island female warriors. Wherever the negative explosion passed, the rocks and trees along the way were torn into pieces in an instant, like paper. The area within a radius of hundreds of meters was completely covered by it. Compared with the Shinra Tensei in Naruto, this attack was only a little lacking in attack power and range. Overall, it still felt the same. However, the impact of the negative explosion came and went quickly, and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. When the dust in the sky calmed down, only the 9 Snake Island female warriors who fell in all directions were left on the desolate land. Although the injuries on their bodies were mainly scratches, the negative explosion was an enhanced version of the negative contact of the Bone King's innate magical power. In addition to the impact, it was also mixed with magic paralysis. It can be said that the current 9 snake warriors can move all over their bodies, except for their eyes, and a large number of them can't even move their fingers. You, who are you? We are the national defenders of the 9 snakes. If you dare to hurt us, once Lord Hancock finds out, you will definitely die. As the captain of the national defense team, Kikyo is obviously stronger in strength and physique. Perhaps he was hit by the negative explosion, but he was still able to barely support his body, staring at Chinyu with shame and anger on his face. Hehe, I didn't expect that you could still stand up. You are worthy of being the captain of the national defense team. Chinyu chuckled and said, since you make me happy, I won't kill you, but I need some information, and you, the captain of the national defense team, may be very stubborn, so I can only use some small torture methods. Second level magic, entangled vine hands. Chinyu snapped his fingers, and 4 dazzling magic circles lit up under Margaret and others lying on the ground. Before they could react, vines quickly broke through the ground and tied up their plump bodies. Of course, I don't know if it was because of the original evil thoughts of the Bone King, but Chinyu still let her expose the parts that should be exposed. That convex and curved back is a perfect photo. The female warriors who originally called themselves warriors blushed when they saw this scene. You, what are you going to do? We are the national warriors of 9 Snake Island. Even if we die, we won't say a word. Kikyo was also among the 4. As the captain of the national defense team, the degree of hard talk was obviously the same as Chinyu guessed. Haha, don't worry, as the supreme ruler of the Nazarick Great Cemetery, I, in Seoul Gown, will keep my word. If you please me, I will never kill you. Chinyu smiled coldly and said, however, if you don't answer the questions I want to know truthfully, then you will be punished. Tell me, is Hancock on the 9 Snake Island now? Chinyu's voice suddenly turned cold, and his deep eyes, with the flames of his soul surging, went straight to Kikyo with a breathtaking taste. The moment their eyes met, Kikyo's expression suddenly became dazed. As a great wizard of the dead, even if he doesn't cast magic, he has the ability to shock the mind with his words and actions alone. Under this sudden attack, Kikyo was obviously caught, and her red lips slightly opened, saying, Lord Hancock, now. You bastard, Sister Kikyo, don't tell us, even if we die, we will not betray the secrets of the 9 snakes. Margaret called out first, waking Kikyo up from her trance. Looking at this, the soul flame in Chinyu's eyes suddenly returned to normal. He looked around the field coldly and said, it seems that as the Supreme Lord, I am still too kind. Second level magic, countless vine tentacles. Dang dang dang. The sound of magic circles lighting up rang out one after another. Mysterious magic circles lit up under each 9 snake female warrior. Before they could react, they were tied up like dumplings in an instant. You, what are you going to do? Kikyo's face changed suddenly. They were still able to be tough the moment before, but seeing all of them fall into Qin Yu's hands in an instant. And tied up in such a shameful posture, for them, it was simply a shame. What should I do? Qin Yu's eyes, which contained the flame of the soul, swept over each of the 9 snake female warriors one by one, and said, "Of course I will punish you. Since you don't answer, I will have to beat you." As soon as the voice fell, Qin Yu's pale skeleton finger picked up the vine tentacles tied to their bodies, twisting wildly and turning into human hands. Before Kikyo and others could react, he swung them directly on their buttocks. Snap! The crisp slaps sounded in unison, and the body stiffened and twisted restlessly. It seemed to make the vine hand even crazier. Without any fancy moves, the scene instantly became an exciting symphony after a series of beatings. "Ah, you hooligan, dare to hit us, let us go quickly, otherwise Lord Hancock will never let you go." Kikyo's cheeks were flushed, biting her red lips tightly, and twisted her body hurriedly, trying to break free from the restraints. However, unless you can instantly burst out a huge force to break free from the vine tentacles, the more you struggle, the tighter the binding will be. Looking at the 9 snakes female warrior who was still stubborn, Qin Yu shook his head helplessly and said coldly, "It seems that I am still too kind. If this can't make you speak, then let me see which is tougher, your stubbornness or my means." Vine tentacles. The stern words came out, and the vines came out one after another. At this moment, they seemed to explode and grew wildly. There were dozens and hundreds of them, densely packed. If they were really thrown down at the same time, the consequences would probably be extremely sour. The 9 snakes female warrior who witnessed this scene blushed and turned pale all of a sudden. If this happened, I'm afraid they would have to transform from girls to women. However, before they could react, 2 huge black shadows, like tigers and leopards, rushed out from the dense forest behind them. The speed was so fast that only a trail of afterimages were left along the way. "Snake dance! Snake strike!" 2 cold cries sounded, and the afterimages slid quickly through the crowd of people entangled in vines like a swimming snake. Wherever it passed, the cold and sharp blade in its hand, like a flexible venomous snake, directly cut off the vines tied to its body. In just 7 or 8 breaths, when the female warriors who defended the country reacted, 2 huge bodies that turned into snakes blocked them. There was also a tall and flat figure that was surrounded by people, sprinkled with petals, standing on a huge venomous snake, and swam quickly out of the dense forest. If Qin Yu remembered correctly, this woman was probably the ruler of 9 Snake Island, known as the Queen, Boa Hancock. Chapter 465, First the military, then the courtesy, then the benevolence. "It's Lady Hancock, she's finally here. I didn't expect Lady Hancock to be more beautiful. With Lady Hancock's help, we will definitely be able to easily take down this hateful guy. Oh my god, I'm going to faint. I can't control myself every time." A burst of crazy screams rang out one after another, which immediately aroused Qin Yu's interest. The deep eye sockets, the jumping soul flame, turned in vain and fell on Hancock's body. It must be said that the 1.91-meter tall empress, under the fur cloak, the deep slit long skirt, still couldn't hide her proud figure. The bust of over 100, the thin waist of 60, and the lower body of 90. With the slender and white legs like white jade, it simply gives people a feeling of excitement. Even the soul flame in Qin Yu's eyes jumped slightly, as if his heart was beating. However, these emotional fluctuations were eliminated by the Bone King's own skill, negative emotions, as soon as they emerged. "What an ugly thing, daring to run wild on my territory, have you Navy forgotten the 7 warlords of the sea treaty we signed?" The venomous snake under Hancock's feet stopped a dozen meters away from the coast. With the feather fan in her hand, she said proudly with her pretty face half covered. "Lord Hancock, you are so domineering, I'm in love with you. Oh my god, if I can kneel and lick Lord Hancock's feet, I'd be willing to do that. Hurry up, let's all stand up, don't lose Lord Hancock's face, otherwise we won't even have a chance to love." The voices of the nymphomaniacs, one wave after another, can be called a rhapsody. Looking at some of the national defenders whose eyes have turned into heart shapes, Qin Yu became calmer. He knew that this was probably the sweet fruit that Hancock possessed, which had a natural charm. "You, a navy, why are you silent? Since you don't learn your lesson and ignore the treaty I made, then go to hell." Hancock's face darkened, obviously feeling rude about Qin Yu's disregard. He turned his back and presented a difficult. The right foot was raised at a 90-degree angle, revealing half of her beautiful legs. A cold and arrogant voice came out. In this world, no matter what you do, people will forgive you. Repent your ignorance and arrogance in the stone. Sweet and sweet wind. Hancock put her hands together and made a heart gesture. Under the pink girl's light, the sky suddenly turned pink. Dang dang dang. Pink peach hearts were flying all over the sky, spanning dozens of meters, and shot directly at Qin Yu. It was so fast that it arrived in the blink of an eye. However, before they could be happy, the pink peach hearts were directly bounced out like rain hitting banana leaves and hitting steel plates. The sudden scene made the female warriors who defended the country, and even the three sisters of Hancock, stunned. In their eyes, no matter who the other party was, as long as there was a mental shock, they would be petrified. Haha, it seems that your methods are as fancy as your appearance, but it seems to be useless to me. Qin Yu laughed dryly. As a great wizard of the undead system, the Bone King has the ability to be immune to mental attacks. At the same time, the slight restlessness that appeared just now was eliminated by the skill of negative emotions. It can be said that facing the petrification of the sweet fruit, it has no effect on Qin Yu at all. What an arrogant person, I want to see today what confidence you have to dare to go wild on the Nine-Snake Island. Hancock's pretty face sank, and the moment she shouted. 2 fingers touched the red lips, and the pink peach heart mark quickly emerged. The index finger touched the peach heart and turned into a pistol posture. Kiss the gun. Bang bang bang. The moment the index finger pointed at Qin Yu, the pink peach heart, like a bullet, shot out crazily. Facing this scene, Qin Yu's deep eye sockets, the soul flame surged, and the crackling lightning exploded directly like a frenzy. The next moment, Qin Yu used the body of the Bone King to instantly enter the lightning chakra mode. However, this kind of power borrowed across the main body and the character template can only support 1 or 2 minutes. But in the current situation, everything is enough. Bang! The skeleton's big foot stepped suddenly, and Qin Yu disappeared from the spot like a flash of lightning. Those incoming peach heart sweeps instantly shattered the battleship's hull deck and fell directly into the air. Seeing this sudden scene, Sonia and Mary Gourd's faces suddenly changed, and they shouted, "Sister, be careful behind you." Fragrant feet. As the first strong man on the Nine-Snake Island, Hancock not only knows the 3-color domineering, but also hones it to the extreme. Without any fancy, he turned over, and his slender right foot, like a long whip, swept straight behind him. Iron block. Boom. The thunderous collision sound suddenly echoed. The lightning flashed, tearing the surrounding rock formations and ground, even some trees were cut in half, and a large amount of dust was raised. Snake dance. Flame snake god. Seeing this scene, Sonia and Marigold were furious. The two controlled both animals and snake fruit abilities. Sonia was a python man, and Marigold was a cobra man. As the huge and ugly body unfolded, the hair on the head instantly turned into dozens or hundreds of poisonous snakes, and without any hesitation, they attacked Qin Yu across the sky. As soon as the two of them attacked, they obviously formed an airtight encirclement, completely blocking Qin Yu's retreat, which was enough to show that they were experienced in combat. Originally, I was going to be gentle and talk to you, but now it seems that it is better to use force first, courtesy later, and benevolence later. Qin Yu sighed helplessly. The moment the voice fell, the soul flame suddenly surged, and in full view of the public, his hands suddenly clasped together. Under the violent lightning, which gathered and accumulated crazily, without any fancy moves, it smashed down to the ground below. Heavy flow. Boom. The thunderous explosion sounded loudly. The accumulated violent force poured down in an instant, splashing with a posture of 10,000 pounds. The ground centered on Qin Yu collapsed in an instant. The 3 Hancock sisters who were close at hand were the first to be swallowed by the endless lightning. The shock wave spread rapidly around. Bang bang bang. The rolling lightning swept across the entire coast, and the female warrior who was in it was also swallowed up before she could even scream. After 7 or 8 seconds, when the lightning in the sky dissipated, Qin Yu still stood in the deep pit as the Bone King. In the huge battle circle, except for Hancock, who was standing about 7 or 8 meters away with a half-bent-over posture, her 2 sisters were also caught off guard and fell to the ground, with wisps of black smoke coming out of their bodies. As for the female warriors who were farther away, they were obviously not so easily fainted, and fell to the ground in a mess. Chapter 466 Painless and Traceless Treatment. You bastard, you dare to be so cruel to my people, I will kill you. Hancock's pretty face turned cold, and she was about to rush towards Qin Yu again. However, before she could make a move, Sonia and Marigorod, who had fallen to the ground, suddenly stood up. However, what Hancock saw was not their bravery. Instead, the clothes on their bodies, which had been stretched to the point of bursting due to the transformation, were obviously burned by the heavy flow. With a slight movement, they were like paper. The clothes on her body were torn apart like a paste, revealing her huge back. The sudden scene made Hancock's face pale instantly. For her, nothing is more humiliating than revealing the secret that she has kept for more than 10 years in front of others. Sonia, Mary, the clothes behind you! Hancock shouted anxiously, and forgot to attack. Sonia and Marigorod's sudden attack was first stagnant, and the next moment, before they could react, due to the excessive movement, the clothes on their bodies were torn apart, and the mark of the flying dragon hoof that symbolized the Tianlong people, which they had tried their best to cover up, appeared in front of Qin Yu. Hancock, what happened? We are here to support you. Lord Hancock, we are here. Who dares to disturb Lord Hancock and bathe and change clothes will definitely be cursed by Gorgon and become a fossil. One after another, respectful calls came from all directions of the jungle. The dense footsteps and the increasing number of people in the perception of observation haki made Hancock panic. As a dignified pirate queen, she was at a loss at this moment like a little girl. No, no, this secret cannot be discovered. What should I do? What should I do? Hancock was anxious. Now, she not only has to worry about how to help Sonia and Marigord hide the secret on their backs. More importantly, how to prevent Qin Yu from telling this secret. After witnessing Qin Yu's strange and abnormal methods with her own eyes, Hancock has no confidence that she can stop Qin Yu's mouth in a short time. Sister, someone is coming! Sonia shouted anxiously. The three of them turned their eyes at the same time and locked onto the grandma who walked out of the jungle first. At the moment of panic, they heard a faint sigh. Alas, although I have a sense of shame and don't like to be too explicit, I am still too kind. Qin Yu shook his head and immediately threw the demon parasitic cloak behind him. Split! Puff! The moment the demon parasitic cloak was raised, it immediately broke away from Qin Yu's body. Without the cloak's wrapping, Qin Yu's current posture was simply a piece of cloth without a single piece of cloth on his body. That look was too explicit. However, as soon as the demon parasitic cloak floated in the air, it suddenly made a sound of cloth tearing and suddenly split into two parts. Under the astonished eyes of the three Hancock sisters, it wrapped around Sonia and Marigorod. This scene fell into the eyes of the grandmother. Although she didn't know what happened, she, who was old and cunning, instantly smelled something unusual. The cane in her hand stomped on the ground and shouted coldly, "All of you retreat, Hancock is meeting guests." As soon as these words fell, the noisy footsteps also stopped one after another. Seeing this scene, the three Hancock sisters breathed a sigh of relief. Grandma Jia was also relieved. After looking at the three Hancocks, when her eyes fell on Qin Yu, her pupils shrank slightly and said, "Are you a Navy user with the Devil Fruit ability?" Navy. Qin Yu came back to his senses, smiled and shook his head and said, "Haha, you misunderstood me. We are all pirates. We just robbed a warship when we came here. Originally, I just came here by accident, but looking at them, I just thought of a good deal." Listening to the first half of the speech, Hancock and others' expressions changed slightly, but the second half made their nerves suddenly tense. Hancock was the first to lose his temper and said, "You arrogant guy, I am so beautiful, I will be forgiven no matter what, and we don't plan to let you leave alive." Although Qin Yu just helped Sonia and Marigorod cover up the celestial dragon mark on their backs. But it does not mean that Hancock is willing to let those who know this secret leave alive. At the same time, not to mention that Qin Yu intends to use this mark to trade with them. "Hancock, don't be impulsive!" Granny Jia shouted anxiously, saying, "Judging from your tone, you should be a young man. Since you know this secret, why can't you keep it in your heart?" "Keep it in your heart?" Qin Yu laughed dryly and said, "Who said I want to threaten you? Don't you have any patience to listen to me? If I can help you permanently remove the slave mark of the celestial dragons, but the premise is that you have to teach me the method of practicing the three-color domineering." With the one-key full-level system of the main body, Qin Yu clearly knows that to gain a foothold in this world, the most basic thing is to master the domineering. Otherwise, if you encounter a natural devil fruit ability user, you will often be unilaterally defeated. "You, what did you say?" Hancock was the first to be unable to hold back. It can be said that the slave mark of the celestial dragons is like an invisible big hand, tightly grasping their hearts. Even when sleeping at night, Hancock's palace is guarded by 3 layers of guards inside and outside, and her 2 sisters are also needed to guard the gate. Hancock set up such a strict defense line because she was afraid that if she fell asleep, the secret on her back would be discovered. When she was young, she couldn't find a suitable doctor. After becoming famous, she didn't want anyone to see the mark on her back. Most importantly, for Hancock, once the slave mark is forcibly removed, the beautiful back like white jade will leave an ugly scar. This is absolutely not allowed. After all, to a certain extent, the ability of the sweet fruit needs to be extremely confident in one's own beauty, to the extent of pride, in order to fully exert it. If there is a lump in your heart, you will always think about the ugly scar on your back. Then the power of the sweet fruit will probably be greatly reduced. Haha, don't worry, the means I have are painless and traceless treatment. In order to express my sincerity, I will show you my confidence first. Qin Yu laughed dryly, obviously guessing Hancock's thoughts. His eyes turned in vain, and fell on the female warriors who were lying on the ground and unconscious, and snapped his fingers with his right hand. Level 3 Magic Group Healing. Chapter 467 Transaction reached. Level 3 Magic Group Healing. Dang! The sound of the magic circle unfolding suddenly echoed. The blue light quickly bloomed under Qin Yu's feet. The next moment, the crazy magic power exploded instantly, turning into a beam of light that rushed straight into the sky. Before Hancock and the others could react, the blue magic power instantly turned into misty drizzle, drifting down against the sea breeze. Looking at this strange scene, Hancock and the others were stunned at first. However, when they reacted, the blue drizzle that was drifting down actually made them feel like bathing in a hot spring. That kind of comfortable feeling, like numbness, the numbness and tingling caused by the heavy thunderstorm in the battle just now, quickly dissipated. The most unbelievable thing is that even the pale old face of the old woman, like the bark of a dead tree, gradually became rosy and bloody. It made them feel even more embarrassed, facing this sudden comfortable feeling. Many female warriors who defended the country shouted out shame. However, just as the blush appeared on their faces, the unconscious female warriors who defended the country woke up one after another, and at the same time, the injuries on their bodies healed quickly. That miraculous gesture didn't even leave a single scar. What on earth is going on? The scar on my face is gone. Oh my god, the bloody wound on my chest is gone too. No, the freckles on my face are gone. One after another, exclamations echoed in the field. Looking at the female warrior who had fainted and fell to the ground, she suddenly became full of energy and recovered. The pupils of Hancock and the other 2 shrank slightly. Haha, this is my sincerity. You don't have to rush to decide, or arrange a place for me to stay first, I don't mind. Qin Yu laughed dryly, and the soul flame in his eyes turned in vain and faced Hancock. The sudden words made the female warriors who were still immersed in surprise suddenly react. The leading Kikyo's face sank, waved her hand, and shouted, "Everyone listen to the order, surround this madman, and assist Lord Hancock in taking action." Yes. The female warriors who defended the country had not figured out the situation in front of them. However, when it came to Hancock, they didn't need any reason for their admiration. However, before they could take action, Granny Zha stomped the crutches in her hand and said, "Stop, no one should act rashly before Hancock makes a decision. Why don't we keep an eye on him first?" At this point, Granny Zha couldn't help but look at Hancock. However, if nothing unexpected happened, the first thing that caught her eye was the big beautiful legs that kicked over. Bang! Granny Zha was kicked directly and fell, turning 7 or 8 somersaults before finally stopping. However, Granny Zha was obviously used to this kind of abuse. After all, in the original work, she was thrown down from the window of the castle by Hancock, and she was still able to exist unscathed. Moreover, as the former queen of Nine Snake Island, the strength of this old woman is definitely not simple. After finishing all this, Hancock glanced at Qin Yu and snorted coldly, "Humph, it's time to take a bath and change clothes. Seal the entire castle for me." After saying this, the pet snake Salome, who was not far away and still enjoying the healing rain, swam over quickly, trained Hancock, and quickly went towards the castle. Sonia and Marigorod, who witnessed this scene, relaxed their tense nerves at once. Let's not talk about whether Qin Yu can really wash away the slave mark on their backs. Just the scene just now, if Chinyu leaked it and let the female warriors know about it. That would definitely not be a good thing. At present, Hancock can temporarily agree to the deal, which also makes them feel relieved. Grandma Jia, are you okay? After Sonia helped Grandma Jia up, she looked back at Chinyu and said, Sister, you need to take a bath now. According to the usual practice, we will arrange for you to wait outside the palace. As for the time, it is not clear yet. Since Hancock became the Empress of Nine Snake Island, every bath has been a laborious task, and the entire palace has been blocked to prevent the secrets on her back from being leaked. Haha, there is no need to be so troublesome. I will wait in the palace. Your sister will meet me soon and agree to the deal. Chinyu laughed dryly and said, Also, prepare some food for me. After a series of battles and a day and a night of sailing, this navy warship, because it is stationed in the prison of the City of Advancement all year round, does not need to go out to sea to perform missions. On the huge ship, except for some fresh water, there is no food at all. If it were not for being abandoned on Nine Snake Island by Ziliu of Rain by accident, I am afraid Chinyu would also want to go barefoot to Jeepu. Like this, saw off his own legs to fill his stomach. This. Sonia hesitated for a moment. Hancock sealed off the palace to prevent the secret from being leaked, and now Chinyu already knows this secret. Sealing the palace is dispensable for him. Moreover, from the perspective of Sonia and Marigorod, although it is not clear whether Chinyu can really do it. But in the face of being able to get rid of the nightmare of the years, they are still eager to see that Hancock really agrees to try. Let him in, I will talk to Hancock alone later. Grandma Jia patted the dust on her body, took a look, and Chinyu said, If you don't mind, I am willing to lead you. Haha, if Grandma Jia welcomes me, of course I am willing, then I will trouble you. Chinyu laughed dryly and said, However, I would like to ask if there is any wood with a stronger material nearby. I need to make something. Stronger wood? Granny Jia was startled, but she did not refuse Chinyu's request, pointing to a black iron-colored tree trunk that required several adults to hug, and said, This is the 9-layer ironwood unique to our Nine Snake Island. It is heavier and tougher than the same iron. Our arrows are also made of this thing. I wonder if it can meet your requirements. Ironwood. Chinyu's soul flame in his eyes was strong, and he activated the character template of An's Owl gown. He was obviously used to having a scepter that symbolized the emperor in his subconscious. Chinyu was idle at the moment, and he also wanted to obtain more powerful power by imitating the Bone King in the original work, so it was also good to get a scepter. While thinking, Chinyu approached the ironwood, tapped it a few times, and after a dull sound, he nodded with satisfaction and said, Can you lend me your knife? My naginata. Marigorod couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and said, My naginata weighs hundreds of pounds, and this ironwood requires special means to be refined. If you plan to cut it down with just the naginata, I'm afraid you can't do it. Chapter 468 You all take off your clothes. Mary, give him the naginata to try. A stinky man won't understand unless he hits a wall. Sonia said in a deep voice. However, I still have to tell you in advance that to cut this ironwood, even Mary needs to display a high-intensity armament haki to do it. In Sonia's eyes, Chinyu's strength is very good. However, the deal just proposed has proved that he doesn't even have the armament haki. Under this premise, if Chinyu intends to cut off the tree stump with material comparable to iron by brute force, it is impossible. Really? Then let me try it. Chinyu laughed dryly and took over Marigorod's naginata. Looking at the ironwood in front of him, the soul flame in his eyes suddenly surged. The crackling lightning quickly rolled back on his body. Lightning chakra mode. The previous fight consumed a lot of the main body's chakra and cross-body use time. But it is still more than enough to cut a piece of ironwood. Along with the lightning, it was madly poured into the naginata, and the sharp and piercing sound of air vibration suddenly sounded. Feeling that the naginata seemed unable to bear this huge thunder attribute chakra, it made a whine. Chinyu's pair of skeleton hands suddenly clenched, and he chopped down at the ironwood with his backhand. Supersonic Thunder Blade. This is the method possessed by the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee. Infuse the lightning chakra into the knife to enhance its sharpness. Use lightning to trigger high-frequency vibration waves, so that it has penetrating power beyond wind. In the original work, when Killer Bee fought Kisame, he used a pencil to penetrate the rock directly. Puff! With one knife, the air stirred up a large ripple, and the naginata wrapped with lightning was instantly chopped down. Bang! The dull collision sound echoed like thunder, and the big tree surrounded by several people responded with one knife and two. Sonia and others who witnessed this scene suddenly contracted their pupils, and their faces were full of disbelief. However, before they could ask questions, the naginata wrapped with lightning in Chinyu's hand suddenly stagnated and flew up quickly like a swimming dragon. The huge ironwood fell into Chinyu's hands like tofu, and the surface was directly shaved off. By the time everyone reacted, the ironwood that several people could hug had only a tree core of more than 1 meter high. Chinyu waited for a while and showed a look of satisfaction. Okay, thank you for your naginata. If there is nothing else, help me prepare a place to stay. I still need to take care of this thing. Chinyu was eager to increase his own strength at the moment, and imitating an Inzoulgaon scepter was obviously a shortcut. As for what rewards he could get, for Chinyu, there was also a little more hope. Sonia, let me deal with him. You go report to Hancock first. Granny Jia retracted the shock on her face and gave an order. In Hancock's eyes, Granny Jia did not get any respect. However, Sonia and Marigorod still respected this elder. To some extent, he was still the think tank of their Nine-Snake Island. Sonia, after taking a closer look at Chinyu, did not stay for long, turned around and left with Marigorod. With Hancock's return, the palace gates were quickly closed, guardrails were erected, and the entire country went directly into level 1 martial law. However, this time the only difference was that Sonia and Marigorod, who were guarding the door, rushed to the bathroom. Sister, have you started bathing and changing clothes? Sonia saw a figure in the steamy bathtub as soon as she arrived at the bathroom. This has never happened in the past 10 years. Every time Hancock bathes and changes clothes, every link is indispensable. Especially the door, they must be guarded. However, now things are abnormal, there must be something wrong. Thank you for your hard work. Hancock suddenly spoke, and Sonia and Marigorod were flattered. Sister, you are too kind, but how did that guy deal with it? He didn't use the armed color domineering just now, and he easily split the iron wood. In addition to the ability of the animal-type fantasy beast fruit, it seems that he also knows how to control lightning, which gives people a very mysterious feeling. Sonia explained in a hurry. Hancock was silent for a moment, then said, let him come to see me. Whether I believe it or not, you should also have the opportunity to try and erase the painful memory. In front of outsiders, Hancock is a proud empress, but facing the two sisters who depend on each other, there is still another side. Haha, it seems that you are not heartless. Chinyu's cold laughter suddenly sounded. The expressions of Hancock and the other two suddenly changed drastically. Following the sound, the first thing they saw was still Chinyu, who was in a skeleton posture. However, this time Chinyu appeared with a scepter with 7 golden poisonous snakes wrapped around his hand. Each of the bluffing snakes held a gem in its mouth, giving people a lifelike feeling. They were in a state of uncertainty just now, and they were still talking at the same time. But because they were used to it, during the bath, Hancock would use the domineering aura of observation to be on full alert, and the two sisters were no exception. It can be said that Chinyu was still in the room they were monitoring the moment before. Why did he appear here in the blink of an eye without anyone noticing? It was beyond their expectations. Don't be nervous. I'm a timid person. So when you used your observation haki to monitor me, I also used some tricks to keep an eye on you and monitor your every move. Chinyu smiled and clenched the scepter in his hand. For the character template of Bone King, caution, carefulness, and timidity are the most basic manifestations. Chinyu wants to improve the realism of the character template, which is absolutely indispensable. Looking at Sonia and Marigorod, who had a hint of anger on their faces, Chinyu instead cast his eyes on Hancock, who was looming in the steam. Don't be angry. Didn't you decide to let me remove the mark of the celestial dragon? For doctors, ketone bodies are just passing clouds, and beauty is just a pink skull. Everything is empty. Chinyu smiled and spoke again. All of you take off your clothes. No, take off your shirts and show the marks of the celestial dragon slaves. Looking at Sonia and Marigorod, their appearances were very different from those of the Empress Hancock. Chinyu was really brave, wondering if the two sisters were born to the old man next door, otherwise they wouldn't be so different. Listening to Chinyu's slightly excessive request, if it was in normal times, they would have already attacked violently. But this time it was a deal, Chinyu's request became not excessive. Thinking of this, Sonia and Marigorod looked at each other and looked at Hancock. Take it off. Chapter 469. It ended before it even started. Take it off. Hancock glanced at Qin Yu and said lightly, if you dare to deceive me, no matter where you escape, I will kill you. While speaking, Hancock looked at the pet snake Salome not far away. Soon, Salome understood immediately, and with a thin silk bathrobe on her head, she swam quickly towards Hancock. Hancock took the bathrobe sent by Salome, and did not avoid it at all, and put it on with her back to Qin Yu. After all, as a pirate who is used to seeing big waves and is known as the Empress, if she is restrained because of such a small matter and dodges in front of others, this is embarrassing. After finishing all this, Hancock sat on the steps with her back to Qin Yu. With a shake of her shoulders, the light gauze bathrobe on her back slipped off, revealing the flying dragon hoof mark on her back. The half-exposed scene made Qin Yu, who had an unusually calm will after activating the Bone King template, jump out of the negative emotions and clear them, and then be able to stay calm. Of course, if there were no two piles of meat sitting next to Hancock, Qin Yu would think that this beautiful scene would be more pleasing to the eye. Why don't you do it quickly? Or did you just lie to me? Hancock said coldly, but the blush on her cheeks clearly betrayed her current thoughts. Qin Yu quickly reacted in the negative elimination, and said with a dry laugh, I was just thinking of a faster and more convenient way to treat you. After all, I believe you are not used to this posture. Let me remove the fruit ability first. For the so-called treatment method, Qin Yu just wanted to cover up his little thoughts just now. In the world of One Piece, this kind of removal operation may leave scars. But in the face of the medical ninjutsu in Naruto, let alone small wounds, even if the body is broken into two pieces, as long as it is not dead, it can be connected without leaving any scars. However, in the face of Qin Yu's little thoughts, they understood that they were attracted by the second half of Qin Yu's words. From the first meeting to now, Qin Yu has showing them, it was just the posture of the Bone King. The removal of the so-called devil fruit ability at this moment made them startled at first, and then their pupils suddenly shrank. Too young. In their eyes, Qin Yu has such powerful fighting methods and negotiation skills, and he is definitely an old fox who has been in the sea for a long time. However, the feeling Qin Yu gave them now was like a 17 or 18-year-old boy next door. Compared with the terrifying posture of the skeleton demon just now, the gap is too big. Okay, let's start. Qin Yu took the lead and came behind Sonia and Marigold. The most beautiful things, of course, should be saved for the last to taste. As for the two in front of them, they closed their eyes and went out to sea with two dragons. The sudden scene obviously tightened the nerves of Hancock and the other two. Hancock was startled at Qin Yu's choice, and when her red lips opened slightly, the scene she saw made her pupils suddenly shrink. Qin Yu gently pressed his hands on the backs of Sonia and Marigold, and the light blue medical chakra quickly rushed out, directly covering the flying dragon hoof mark. However, before they could react, the scarlet mark, under Hancock's astonished eyes, melted like a tide, and disappeared without a trace in an instant. The skin was as if bleached, and even Hancock couldn't help rubbing his eyes. Sister, has he started? I feel a little itchy. Marigold is the largest of the three sisters and also gives people the most sturdy feeling. However, facing this occasion, there is obviously a hint of shyness on her face. Sonia on the side did not speak, but she also couldn't help looking at Hancock. The words that fell into her ears shook their nerves. It's over. It's over. Marigold and Sonia's expressions froze, and they didn't have time to think about it. They ran to the full-length mirror and checked it. When they saw the image reflected in the mirror, their pupils suddenly shrank. This is too fast. In their eyes, it was over before it even started. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would believe it. Is it my turn? Seeing this scene, even Hancock couldn't help but get excited. For her, the mark of the celestial dragon slave on her back was a nightmare that could never be shaken off. Now it could be removed in an instant, which was something she had never thought of. Yet. Qin Yu responded, looking at the jade back as smooth as white jade, he took a deep breath, stabilized his mind, and then gently pressed it with his backhand. The silky and warm feeling in his hand made Qin Yu raise his eyebrows slightly. However, compared with him, Hancock, who always claimed to be the Empress, reacted more intensely. I don't know if it was because of excitement or other reasons, even her body trembled slightly. Looking at Hancock, who was like a little girl, blushing and biting her lips, Qin Yu stabilized his mind again. With the operation of chakra, a blue light shone. The slave mark of the dragon faded quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. It took only 7 or 8 seconds for Qin Yu to withdraw his hand. It's okay. Is it okay? Hancock bit her lips tightly and muttered. The next moment, the whole person collapsed on the ground as if exhausted. The grievances accumulated in her eyes for many years turned into hot tears and burst out. The slight sobbing made Sonia and Marigord, who looked equally tough, burst into tears. Looking at the situation where the atmosphere changed all of a sudden, Qin Yu touched his nose helplessly and looked at Hancock. He suddenly remembered something. After leaving the Naruto world, it seems that he has not used the head-patting kill. Looking at Hancock, the usually proud head was now buried between her knees, sobbing continuously. Qin Yu sighed helplessly, reached out and gently rubbed Hancock's head, and said, "It's all over. You can wear backless clothes in the future, and you don't need to take a shower. Enjoy your girlhood." Well, I should still be a girl. After leaving these words, the black mist on Qin Yu's body rolled back, and soon the template of the Bone King was activated again. At the moment the portal was opened, she disappeared from the spot. Girl? Hancock's expression could not help but stagnate. When she raised her head, there was no trace of Qin Yu. Boy, it seems that you have done your job. I thought that you would be chased out if you rashly entered the bathroom. Grandma Jia said with a dry laugh. Qin Yu rolled his eyes, and the old woman who was hiding her true self said, "You should know the two-color domineering, now it's your turn to fulfill your promise." Chapter 470 Staying on Nine Snake Island as a son-in-law. Two-color domineering. Grandma Jia was stunned at first, and said, "Boy, are you really kidding? You don't even know the two-color domineering." In Grandma Jia's eyes, although she had been with Qin Yu for a short time. After hearing about the battle on the coast and witnessing Qin Yu's endless tricks with her own eyes, she still couldn't see through the boy in front of her with her decades of experience in the sea. Listening to this questioning speech, Qin Yu touched his nose helplessly. In the world of One Piece, the sea is divided into 3 parts. The first is the 4 major seas, the second is the first half of the Grand Line, and the third is the second half of the Grand Line. Among them, in the first half of the Grand Line, once a pirate with a bounty of over 100 million appears, he will be called a rising star. Once you enter the second half of the Grand Line, the most basic thing to master is not the devil fruit, but the two-color domineering. At present, the strength shown by Qin Yu is obviously not something that the pirates in the first half can possess. If the pirates in the second half are mixed, then the two-color domineering should be a must. Really not, otherwise I wouldn't go to such great lengths to trade with you. Looking at the mother-in-law who was full of doubts and wanted to tear him apart to see clearly, Qin Yu rolled his eyes and explained. Really? Granny Jia insisted on asking again. Seeing Qin Yu still nodding, her face, which looked like dry bark, gradually relaxed. She said, "You are such an idiot. You can't even do this. I don't know where you come from. However, since you helped Hancock and the others, I will tell you the application and concept of the two-color domineering." As she spoke, Granny Jia put the cane in her hand aside. Her old eyes, which were originally turbid, suddenly condensed, and her whole aura was different. It can be said that the old man who can have a relationship with legendary pirates such as Rayleigh and Xiaoqi is definitely not a simple person. Haki is actually a kind of willpower in the human body, which is also similar to the development of the brain. But there are 2 ways to control this armed color domineering and observation color domineering. The first is to open the restrictions of the brain through systematic training, and the second is to open it accidentally. Granny Jia explained in a deep voice. The dry right hand suddenly reached down, and the black armed color domineering spread rapidly, directly covering the arm. It gives people a metallic feeling. This is the armament haki. Next, I will demonstrate the observation haki. Along with Grandma Jia's insights, Qin Yu also formed a systematic understanding of the two-color haki in his mind. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for learning the two-color haki. Do you want to immediately reach the maximum level with one key? The long-lost ethereal voice of the system suddenly sounded, and Qin Yu couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. I just listened to the lecture from Grandma Jia. However, everyone's understanding of haki is completely different. Qin Yu still stays in a half-understanding, and he hasn't even figured it out. Now that the system has taken action, it will be easy to catch. How can Qin Yu not feel happy? Immediately perform one click max level. Ding dang, host, please wait. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for successfully maxing out the 2-color domineering with one click. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for obtaining the method of using the advanced armed color domineering, Sakura Flow. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for obtaining the method of using the advanced observation color domineering, predicting the future. The system prompts that sounded one after another made Chinyu raise his eyebrows, but he did not feel surprised. Boy, are you listening attentively? Granny Zha stepped on Chinyu's feet without warning. However, before she fell, Chinyu pulled back in advance as if he had predicted the future. The sudden scene made Granny Zha stunned in place. Granny, I learned it. Chinyu came back to his senses, and a smile appeared on his face. Just now at the critical moment, Chinyu did not deploy the observation color domineering. But once the attainment of observation haki reaches a certain level, as long as something harmful to oneself is encountered, observation haki will give a timely warning. Chinyu just got the full level of observation haki, but he didn't expect it to be put to use so soon. However, observation haki also has two huge weaknesses. First, once the enemy's speed is faster than your warning speed, even if you can predict the future, you may not be able to react. Second, emotions can easily affect the use of observation haki. Once you can't keep absolutely calm, the accuracy of predicting the future will be greatly reduced, or even directly invalid. Learned. Granny Zha's expression stagnated, and soon she saw Chinyu, with his soul flames suddenly surging in his deep eye sockets, and the dark as ink armament haki quickly spread across his arms. What made Granny Zha's pupils shrink suddenly was the armament haki on Chinyu's arms, which was still flowing like water. This is Ryukyakura, this is high-level armament haki. Granny Zha suddenly came to her senses and said, "You kid, you really played dumb from the beginning. It turns out that you have mastered high-level haki, and you asked me to show you. That's really embarrassing for me." Looking at Granny Zha who looked unhappy, Chinyu touched his nose helplessly. He knew that it was impossible to explain it clearly at the system level. Simply avoided the topic and said, "Granny, do you know domineering haki? Among the 3 colors of haki, domineering haki is a symbol of a king who is picked out of a million." Chinyu was not sure whether he also had it. "Hoang haki." Granny Zha was stunned for a moment, and said, "You kid, are you going to play tricks on me again? Hoang haki is a natural symbol of a king, but I don't understand it. As for Hancock's Hoang haki, it was trained by old man Rayleigh. If you want to fool her, go and fool him. However, I have to tell you in advance that the old man is the deputy of Pirate King Roger. Since you helped Hancock, I will write you a letter of introduction. As for whether you have Hoang haki, that's your business." After saying this, Granny Zha picked up the paper and pen on the table, wrote a letter, and looked at Chinyu nervously. "Boy, I still don't believe that you can learn the dual-color high-level haki in an instant. Tell me, did you deliberately approach Hancock?" In fact, Hancock was originally a good girl, although it has been several years since they fell into the hands of the Celestial Dragons, but the Celestial Dragons treat slaves simply as slaves and fight for fun. Speaking of this, the mother-in-law blushed slightly, coughed dryly, and said, "They don't even bother to do that with ordinary people like us, and I'll tell you secretly, when I found Hancock, I checked it out, and her thing was still there. Boy, you are so lucky, otherwise you can stay in Nine Snake Island as a son-in-law, so that these girls with stone heads can understand what men's love is." Hearing this, Chinyu was petrified. He had never thought that the misunderstanding of learning domineering would evolve to this extent. Even that thing was mentioned. Chapter 471 starting at 350 million. Kiss the gun. The cold cry suddenly echoed. The pink peach hearts that rushed in violently poured down like a machine gun. Chinyu, who witnessed this scene, was helpless. In the Nine Snake Island where the observation haki is prevalent, it is simply that the walls have ears. At the same time, the Navy headquarters. The huge conference room seemed unusually depressing. Whether it was the Admiral, the Lieutenant General or the Major General, their eyes were shocked by the information brought back from the impel-down prison on the table. "Kizaru, have these news been confirmed?" The sound of Sengoku's fingers tapping on the table suddenly stopped, and his eyes turned and locked onto Kizaru. In Magellan's report, he learned that the great Admiral Kizaru was hit hard and fell into the sea. Sengoku wanted to strangle Kizaru to death. However, it also confirmed from the side that the person who created the prison break this time was not simple. This is the data given by Magellan. Kizaru's eyes twitched slightly. Once the news of the incident that day spread in the Navy headquarters, he couldn't hold his face. However, in this situation, he still had to bite the bullet and report. After calculation, this prison break operation involved a total of 6 floors of the Push City prison, of which the number of deaths reached 968, most of which were buried in Uchiha Chinyu's attack. There were a total of 68 people who successfully escaped from prison. After the inspection, it was found that there were also prisoners missing on the 6th floor. What? As soon as these words fell, the faces of many naval commanders in the field changed drastically. Every prisoner sent to the 6th floor was brought in by their navy with great effort. Now someone told them that someone escaped from the 6th floor. It can be said that once these people are stranded in any sea area, they will become a disaster. Silence, everyone, be quiet. Zhang Guo slapped the conference table heavily and said, since the Golden Lion escaped from the city 15 years ago, this is the second time. Although that kid is not as notorious as the Golden Lion, the number of people who escaped this time is dozens of times that of the Golden Lion. Now the sea outside is in chaos. If the pirates outside know that you are so out of control, then where will the face of our Navy headquarters be? The stern voice echoed in the huge office, and it couldn't be dispersed for a long time, making the originally noisy situation suddenly fall into dead silence. Looking at this scene, Zhang Guo rubbed his swollen head and said, go on, and emphasize that someone on the 6th floor has disappeared. Feeling the eyes cast by all around, Kizaru now regretted running to the Push City to intercept, but now the arrow is on the string and has to be shot. After a slight hesitation, he still spoke. In addition to Uchiha Chinyu, the mastermind of the 5th layer of the extremely cold hell, there is also the former Push City guard, the long reign of Ziliu, who conspired with him to rebel and was imprisoned at the entrance of the 6th layer of the infinite hell. According to Magellan's speculation, the escape of the prisoners on the 6th floor is closely related to Ziliu of the Rain, the king of evil politics, Avalo Pizarro, the Black Moon hunter Catalina de Pen, the Great Wine Basque-Jot, a world destroyer Bondi Valdi. There are 2 special prisoners imprisoned in the deepest part of the 6th floor, namely Douglas Barrett, the descendant of the devil. Ord Earl Bar Oric Redfield. Every name that fell suddenly changed the atmosphere in the field. Especially when they heard the names of Barrett and Red Earl, they were even more shocked. If the people in front were a disaster, then the 2 behind were completely able to make the times run wild alone. Barrett, who is rumored to be able to rival the right-hand man of the Pirate King, Pluto Rayleigh. Red Earl Field, who is said to have fought against Pirate King Roger and Whitebeard alone. The harm of each one is definitely no less than that of the Golden Lion who escaped from prison 15 years ago. Above is the list of personnel given by Magellan. Do you have any opinions or plans to act? Zhang Guo looked around the field and spoke again. Knowing how to mend the fence after the sheep have been lost is a good thing, but how to mend the fence is worth the headache. However, as soon as these words fell, the huge conference room fell into silence again. In this situation, speaking casually is like running into the muzzle of a gun. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Guo frowned and shouted in a deep voice, "What's wrong? Aren't you quick to take credit on weekdays? Now I ask you to think of a way, why don't you say anything?" Marshal Zhang Guo, this can't be blamed on them. He suddenly spoke. As the Chief of Staff of the Navy, she has a certain say. These prisoners who escaped, except Barrett and Phil in addition to the 3 generals, each of them has strength that is not inferior to or even superior to that of a lieutenant general, so I suggest that in addition to the 3 generals leading the pursuit, 2 lieutenant generals can also form a pursuit team, which can not only complement each other in battle, but also retreat in time if an accident occurs in the battle. As for the mastermind of this jailbreak, I hope that you, Marshal, can increase the reward from 230 million to 350 million, so that others can pay enough attention. 350 million? Many naval commanders present suddenly changed their faces. In the second half of the Grand Line, the lawless land commonly known as the New World, there are many pirates with bounties of over 100 million. But 350 million, that is a well-known existence. This bounty amount, even in the 7 warlords of the sea, few can match it. I know you should be surprised why a newcomer with no reputation has a starting bounty of 350 million, but Don Trademark T forget that he is the mastermind of the jailbreak who escaped from Impel Down. If you are thrown into Impel Down, who can escape? Crane Trademark S face sank and warned. I Trademark S not that I look down on everyone here, but I want you to know that whoever despises will lose his life in the next pursuit mission. After the stern words fell, except for the 3 generals and a few lieutenant generals, the faces of the major generals and brigadiers turned pale. However, facing his words, there was no way to refute. Well, he has said what I want to say. Zhang Guo knocked on the table and said, as for increasing the reward to 350 million, I have no objection. Of course, this emergency meeting is also for all members to vote. If you disagree, you can raise your hand and say what you think. However, as the voice of Zhang Guo faded away, the field remained silent. Along with the instructions issued by the Navy headquarters, a piece of explosive news spread rapidly on the sea. The starting reward was 350 million. The name of Uchiha Chinyu, the mastermind of the prison break in Push City, spread across the sea like a hurricane. Chapter 472, Scars on the Body Are Not Afraid of Lice. 3 days later, the mouth of the Nine-Snake Island. 2 huge sea snakes raised their slender necks, spit out their scarlet tongues, and dragged the pirate ship representing the honor of the 9 snakes out to sea. Lord Hancock, you are going to sea again so soon. It seems that there are only 3 days since the last expedition. By the way, you were ill in bed a few days ago. This time, Lord Hancock is going to send away the man who mistakenly entered the 9-Snake Island not long ago. The man, is he the kind of man with 3 legs in the legend? Did you take a sneak peek? Is it true? Of course I've seen it. This is a rare opportunity. A man's 3rd leg is so long. A series of voices rang out at the estuary, and it suddenly became very lively. Some female warriors who had never seen a man climbed to a high place to see the strangeness of a man's 3rd leg. Feeling this different atmosphere, Qin Yu, who was standing on the deck, couldn't help coughing. Haha, little brat, to be honest, can this 3rd leg make me happy? The mother-in-law suddenly appeared and laughed. Qin Yu rolled his eyes helplessly at this old and disrespectful guy, and said, when I see Rayleigh, I will bring you a message, saying that you miss his 3rd leg, and he should swim to find you. Rayleigh? The mother-in-law's expression froze, and then she shouted in shame and anger, you boy, you dare to tease me. When I saw this thing, you didn't know which corner you were in. If you dare to say these words to Rayleigh, don't expect me to help you trick Hancock into marrying. However, as soon as these harsh words fell, Hancock's cold voice sounded behind her. Come on, throw her out to feed the sea kings. Sister, this. Throw it away. As Hancock's order fell, the scene became chaotic in an instant. Of course, they would not really throw the old lady in to feed the sea kings, but just wanted her to hang around less in front of Hancock, otherwise, with Hancock's temper, it would be bad if she accidentally made a few human sculptures. Under this kind of play, the 9-snake pirate ship also quickly left the port under the pull of 2 sea snakes. The 9-snake island is located in the calm belt. Ordinary pirate ships cannot sail at all except through external forces. Moreover, some people who are not familiar with the sea area, or have effective means to deter sea kings. What awaits them is the destruction of the ship and the death of people. I can only send you out of the calm belt. If you have other places to go, you can only rely on yourself for the rest of the journey. Hancock stood at the bow and spoke coldly. Qin Yu was not surprised by this. After all, the 9 Snakes pirates are famous for their hostility towards men. If people outside see it, the dignified Empress Hancock is actually on the same ship with a man, the feeling is not much different from sleeping in the same bed. Don't worry, you show me if there are any ships along the way, and I will just rob one. Qin Yu said indifferently. On the 9 Snakes Island, he has made a record clock to the Sabayati Islands. Even if there is no ship, he can rely on the flying skills of the Bone King to support for a while. Don't worry, finding prey is our 9 Snakes specialty, and the ship will definitely help you find it. After Hancock left these words, he went straight to turned around and left. Soon, with the order coming down, the female warriors of the 9 Snake pirates on the ship started to move. Although the 9 Snake Island can be self-sufficient, many resources are obtained by looting merchant ships along the way. And Hancock's famous battle and the invitation of the 7 warlords of the sea also came from a looting expedition. However, every time she looted, because of the title of 7 warlords of the sea, she was spared from the pursuit from the Navy headquarters afterwards. Lord Hancock, there are 2 ships ahead. Should we go over and take a look? A female warrior came hurriedly. Hancock raised her eyebrows and said, what ship? It seems to be a large merchant ship transporting Tianshang gold. I'm afraid there will be local naval escorts. The female warrior hesitated for a moment and said, Tianshang gold is the protection fee that the member states pay to the world government every year. And these protection fees will be escorted by some local navies in person. Before she became famous, Hancock had looted merchant ships transporting Tianshang gold. But now she is already one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and the merchant ship carrying Tenjo gold was clearly mentioned in the 7 warlords of the sea agreement. After all, Tenjo gold is also the face of the celestial dragons. If there is any mistake, that would damage the dignity of the celestial dragons. Celestial dragons. Hancock's pretty face turned pale when she heard this, and her body trembled a little. This was the fear from the past. However, before Hancock could continue to speak, a big hand directly covered her head and rubbed it gently. The sudden scene stunned everyone in the scene. In their eyes, Hancock was an unattainable empress who could only be looked up to. However, being offended so lightly now completely subverted their cognition. Well, I've been eating and drinking for free for several days on your 9-Snake Island. Let me vent my anger before I leave. Qin Yu smiled warmly, pulled back his hand and looked at the huge merchant ship in the distance, saying, the merchant ship of the celestial dragons can only set off my supreme status. The next time we meet, I will resound in every corner of the sea. Goodbye. After leaving these words, the character template of the Bone King was instantly activated. Under the surging of endless magic power, the black fog rolled back like a tide, turning into the posture of an Zoal gown. However, this time he held a golden scepter and matched it with a white skeleton posture, with only a few points of the Emperor's Phoenix. Second-level magic flying. The voice went from soft to indifferent. The whole person quickly took off in the air with a cloak without wind. Boy, are you crazy? That's a merchant ship of the celestial dragons. If you do this, you will be watched by the Navy headquarters for the rest of your life. Grandma rushed out from the corner. Hancock, stop him quickly. Scars on the body are not afraid of lice. I think the Navy headquarters should miss me now. Qin Yu's deep eyes flickered with soul flames. After saying these words, he turned into a residual shadow and rushed to the merchant ship transporting Tianshangjian in the distance. Witnessing this scene, Granny Zhao looked anxious and said, Hancock. Throw her down. Hancock came to her senses, stood up slowly, and said, Dare to offend me, I hope you can live to see us next time. However, as soon as these words fell, Sonia's voice came quickly from the stern. Sister, you quickly take a look at the reports of the past 3 days. Chapter 473 Overestimate yourself or underestimate me. Newspaper. Hancock was stunned at first. Even Granny Zha, who was originally dragged away, stopped and subconsciously looked at Sonia. However, when she saw the front page of the newspaper in Sonia's hand, with the bounty for the skull on it, her pupils suddenly shrank. A bounty of 350 million. What is the origin of that man? A female soldier stammered. Faced with this question, everyone's nerves were tense, and they all looked at Sonia. 3 days ago, the Impel Down prison, which is under the world government and stands alongside the Navy headquarters and Judicial Island, had the largest jailbreak in history. The chaos even affected the so-called 6th level Infinite Hell. The number of deaths is unknown, but the number of prisoners who escaped is definitely not small. Sonia felt that her tongue was not smooth for the first time. However, when she thought of the horrific content in the newspaper, she gritted her teeth and continued. And the mastermind behind this jailbreak was Uchiha Qin Yu, who appeared on our 9-Snake Island and was called the Skeleton Demon in the outside world. The stern voice, at this moment, was like a magic sound, and it took a long time to dissipate. Everyone's eyes turned in unison, locked on the figure that was rushing towards the celestial dragon merchant ship, with a look of disbelief on their faces. Haha, I've already said that he is not a simple person. All the things about his appearance on 9-Snake Island are strictly prohibited from being spread. The next time we meet, I will personally get back at him. Hancock chuckled and said, Set sail, return to the doldrums, and we will look for other prey. As the ship of the 9 Snakes pirates left. On the huge merchant ship transporting Tianshangjian, a Navy general wearing a bone mask just took over the telescope. Lieutenant General Bastiu, the 9 Snakes pirates ship that just appeared has turned around and left. The adjutant reported. Immediately, the Navy soldiers leaning on the railings around showed disappointed expressions. As a Navy, he knew a little about the rumors circulating on the sea. But for male creatures, the first on the sea beauty, the Empress Hancock, that breathtaking beauty, many people are willing to risk their lives to see it. Seeing the adjutant beside him also looking disappointed, Bastiu snorted coldly and said, "Why does everyone have such an expression? Isn't this expected? This time, we are escorting the Tianshangjian sent by the East China Sea countries. The Empress is a member of the 7 warlords of the sea, but no one dares to offend the authority of the celestial dragons." At this point, the adjutant immediately perked up and said, "Lieutenant General Bastiu, you are right, this is a lucrative job. As long as we complete this trip, the rewards from the world nobles can be equal to our annual salary. What's more, even if there are really blind guys coming to attack, once they hear the name of Lieutenant General Bastiu, they will have already fled with their tails between their legs, so we still need to thank Lieutenant General Bastiu for the good job he fought for us." "Yes, thank you Lieutenant General Bastiu. With Lieutenant General Bastiu here, even if the 4 emperors come, they will give us some face." The huge deck suddenly became lively. Facing the force of boasting, Bastiu's serious face also showed a smile. However, just as this smile appeared, a cold voice came from the sky. "Hehe, it seems that I came at the wrong time. But I don't plan to run away with my tail between my legs. I don't have a tail. I can only tell you something very unfortunate. I, in Seoulgaon, want this ship." The small voice, at this moment, with the taste that hit the soul, shook everyone's nerves. The adjutant's face sank, and he raised his head and shouted angrily, Who is so arrogant, dare to speak wildly?" The harsh words came out of his mouth, but after seeing the black shadow appearing in the sky clearly, the last word was swallowed back by the adjutant. Immediately, he stammered, "Yes, it's the skeleton demon Uchiha Chinyu. How could he be here?" "Skeleton demon, isn't that the mastermind of the jailbreak that escaped from Impel Down and has a bounty of 350 million? He's not going to get the gold in the sky, is he? This is something from the celestial dragons." The huge deck suddenly became chaotic. No one expected that a rare and lucrative job would lead to the jailbreak from Impel Down, who is currently in the limelight. A bounty of 350 million? Your Navy headquarters' move is really surprising. Chinyu was also a little surprised, but he changed his tone and spoke again indifferently, "However, you are wrong about one thing. I am the Supreme Lord of the Great Tomb of Nazarick, in Seoulgaon, a terrifying ruler. Now, I give you 2 choices. 1. Hand over this ship, 2. Fight to the death. I give you 30 seconds to think." The cold words swept the whole audience like a tide, making everyone's face change drastically, even Bastiu was no exception. "Ding dang, tell the host to obtain the character template fidelity improvement, the current fidelity is 40%. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for obtaining the 7th level magic, the root element of fire." The ethereal prompt of the system echoed in Chinyu's mind, making him raise his eyebrows. If I remember correctly, this 7th level root element of fire, once activated, will summon a high-level fire element with a level of 85. Not only does it have high attack fire magic, but it also has an immortal body when facing ordinary attacks. As long as it still has a magic link and does not encounter water magic of the same level, this high-level fire element will not disappear. Facing the sudden reward, Chinyu glanced at it briefly, then exited the consciousness space, looked at Bastiu not far away, and said, "The time is up, tell me your choice, is it to fight or surrender?" The cold words sounded again. However, this time they felt like the god of death was urging them to die. Facing the identity of the mastermind with a terrifying appearance and who escaped from the prison in Push City, it is absolutely impossible for them to say that they are not afraid. For a moment, everyone's eyes were locked on Bastiu. Facing the prisoner with a reward of 350 million, it seemed that only the title of Lieutenant General could give them a sense of security. "I want to fight you alone. If you win, I will give you this ship, but if you lose, we will leave immediately." Bastiu suddenly raised his head, met Chinyu's eyes, and said in a deep voice, "I, Bastiu, will definitely defeat you even if I have to bet on the title of Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters. You challenge me?" Chinyu was slightly surprised, and shook his head with a sneer, saying, "But, do you think too highly of yourself or underestimate me? With your title of Vice Admiral, it is not worth my effort." Chapter 474 Kings are not mediocre. The cold voice, in addition to indifference, did not contain any other emotional colors. However, it seemed a bit annoying to other people's ears. The dignified Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters was actually despised by others, and his face was obviously embarrassed. "You bastard, you dare to look down on me. Today I will see what you are capable of to block my shark-slashing sword." Bastio's face darkened and he roared angrily. "Do you really want to fight?" Qin Yu's eyes, which were shining with dim light, turned in vain. His body, suspended in the air, quietly landed on the guardrail and said, "Since you want to take it yourself, you are so humiliated, then I will fulfill your wish. However, your opponent is my servant. Come out, the root of the fire elemental spirit." Dang! The violent magic power, like a frenzy, instantly exploded in Qin Yu's body. A pair of deep-set eyes, under the rapidly beating soul flame, there is a scarlet magic circle, which quickly blooms under his feet. The hot air wave rolled back with a crushing posture, and an indescribable oppressive atmosphere permeated. The endless fire elements floating in the void were quickly drawn in. In an instant, it turned into a huge high-level elf with a height of 7 or 8 meters, wearing a flame coat. The scorching flames even burned the deck that had been made into a fireproof layer, and it also sizzled. This is still a high-level elemental elf. Under the order of Uchiha Qin Yu, it deliberately controlled the release of the flames, so that it did not burn instantly. What's going on? The faces of the people present suddenly changed drastically. Even Bastio was no exception. He had already learned about the skeleton demon, which could summon zombie-like undead monsters out of thin air. But he never thought that he would create such a monster with flames all over his body and such a huge and oppressive aura. "Lieutenant General Bastio, what should we do?" The adjutant was the first to lose his temper. This method was beyond their cognition. Feeling the gazes from all around, Bastio couldn't help but clenched the huge shark-slaying knife with both hands. His face sank and he shouted sternly, "It's just a trick. My goal is to kill the skeleton demon. I can solve this kind of small stuff with one knife." With these stern words, Bastio suddenly clenched his fingers, and his aura was like a sharp blade unsheathed. The next moment, when he looked up at the high-level fire element, he disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, he had taken the lead and came to the high-level fire element. Looking at the fire element that was like dementia and couldn't react at all, Bastio showed a teasing smile on his face. Shave. Whoosh. With a ghostly step, Bastio disappeared from the spot again. Momi's amazing operation made people stunned. When they reacted, Bastio had already taken the lead and appeared behind Qin Yu. "Humph, the principle of all is fair in war, hasn't anyone taught you? Instead of wasting time dealing with these monsters, it would be faster to capture you, the king." Bastio smiled teasingly. The muscles in his hands bulged like rocks, and with a huge force pouring in, he suddenly chopped down with force. Shark-slaying skill, disembowelment. Boom! The sudden scene shook everyone's nerves, and the faces of the Navy soldiers were ecstatic. After all, in their eyes, Qin Yu and the fire elemental elf were like big fools, standing there as if they couldn't react. If this knife really landed firmly, it would definitely be able to take off the head of the skeleton demon. Dang! The thunder-like metal collision sound suddenly echoed, and even caused a violent wave of air to roll back. The specially protected deck under his feet also collapsed as if it could not bear the weight. However, in the face of all this, the 2-meter-tall skeleton demon in front of him was like a mountain, motionless. In Bastio's eyes, his pupils couldn't help but shrink, and even his eye sockets almost cracked. With this knife, he could easily cut even the Sea King. "It's good to capture the king first, but you forgot one thing, there are no mediocre kings." The cold voice came out hesitantly. The moment he turned his head suddenly, the skeleton body that was exposed turned black at this moment. Strands of black ink like armed color domineering flowed on his body like a poisonous snake. This is full-body armed color domineering. Bastio's face suddenly changed drastically. There was no time to think about it, and he quickly withdrew and retreated. However, as soon as he took a step, the words that fell in his ear made him tense. "I guessed it right. As a reward, let me see what qualifications the Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters has to challenge the majesty of the king." Qin Yu's cold words came out hesitantly. The black ink-like skeleton right hand, under the entanglement of the flowing cherry, was splashed with endless lightning. If he doesn't make a move, it's fine, but once he makes a move, it's a killing move. This is Qin Yu's style of doing things. Dragon Claw Hand Breath of Thunder Dragon. Bang! The inky black skeleton hand, with a speed as fast as thunder, directly clasped Bastio's cheek. The next moment, before he could react, the 5 fingers of the skeleton hand suddenly clenched. Boom! Endless lightning flashed violently and exploded instantly. The crackling lightning arcs splashed and enveloped Bastiu in an instant. The seemingly indestructible bone mask shattered. Before Bastiu could react, his sturdy body like an ox was lifted up like a baby. The next moment, he suddenly smashed onto the deck. Thunder escape heavy flow. Bang! Lightning flashed like a stream, and hit the deck in an instant. The seemingly indestructible deck, at this moment, cracked like paper, and the violent attack momentum. It could not be stopped at all, and quickly spread to the surroundings. The huge merchant ship tilted at this moment. The sudden scene suddenly woke up the Navy soldiers who were originally in a trance. However, the first thing they met was the cold eyes with the beating soul flame. Okay, the troublemaker has been dealt with. Qin Yu spoke indifferently. However, fortunately, I am short of sailors now, so your lives can be temporarily guaranteed. Of course, you can also choose to jump into the sea and play with the Sea Kings, but don't be as stupid as the so-called Vice Admiral who thinks that the dignity of the king can be offended at will, otherwise there will be no exception in the end. Having said that, Qin Yu stomped the scepter in his hand heavily on the deck. Then he shouted coldly, "Now tell me, do you intend to surrender to the Supreme of the Great Tomb of Nazarick, in Seoul Gown, or die?" Chapter 475 Talented Navy Newcomers. We surrender. Bastiu's voice suddenly came from the deep pit on the deck of the ship. Soon, a figure with blood all over his face, black smoke all over his body, and a little burnt, crawled out of the deep pit. Vice Admiral Bastiu. The adjutant's face changed immediately. However, before he could finish his words, Bastiu reached out and stopped him. "Don't you even listen to my orders? Repair the ship immediately." The stern voice came out with an unquestionable taste. Before the Navy soldiers could react, they saw Bastiu turned around and said respectfully, "Supreme Lord, please tell us your destination. We will set sail immediately after repairing the ship." Looking at Bastiu, whose attitude changed 360 degrees, Qin Yu certainly knew what he was planning. However, what Qin Yu had to do now was to increase the turmoil caused in this world. Only in this way can we get more turbulence points and quickly liberate our own power. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for obtaining 1000 turbulence points. The current balance is 1003 points. It will take another 1000 points to unlock the limit randomly next time. The ethereal voice of the system suddenly sounded. Looking at this scene, Qin Yu was speechless. Whatever he thought, it would appear. Moreover, the required turbulence points suddenly soared to 2000 points. This system's eating is too ugly. Supreme, can your flame monster be temporarily withdrawn? Bastiu said cautiously. Qin Yu withdrew from the consciousness space, looking at the useless fire source spirit. The soul flame in his eyes flickered slightly, and it dissipated out of thin air with a wave of his hand. Watching the high-level fire element disappear out of thin air, leaving behind a severely burned, almost burned through deck, Bastiu's cheeks couldn't help twitching. Okay, next, before I issue a new navigation target, continue to move forward along the original route. I wish you a happy journey. Qin Yu left these words and turned to walk towards the cabin. The battle just now did not consume too much of his strength. But facing this sea full of unknowns, he still needs to stay in peak condition at all times. Moreover, he needs to figure out one thing, and at the same time prepare for the next huge storm. Seeing Qin Yu's back disappearing from sight, the adjutant's expression could not help but stammer, "Is he a fool? He detained us and didn't even take the den mushi away. Isn't he afraid that we will tip him off?" Snap! However, as soon as he said this, Bastiu slapped him in the face. "Shut up! No matter what he plans, what we have to do now is to do everything we can to save our lives." Bastiu shouted coldly, at the same time, "No matter whether he intends to, we have already committed a serious crime by losing the merchant ship carrying Tianshang gold. Now is a good opportunity for us to make meritorious service. Hurry up and give me the den mushi." As soon as these words fell, the expressions of the Navy soldiers present froze, and they instantly understood the seriousness of the matter. Losing the things of the celestial dragons, with the nature of the world's nobles, they are definitely dead. This is undoubtedly the only chance of survival. In the Admiral's office at the Navy headquarters. Looking at the thick stack of files on the table, Zhang Guo felt his head swelled a little. During this period, dozens of prisoners escaped from Impel Down because of the fall of the Impel Down prison. Although Zhang Guo had immediately ordered the 3 admirals to chase them separately, and also asked many vice-admirals to join forces to deal with it. However, looking at the pursuit order issued by the world government, his head still hurt. "Garp, can't you eat less donuts and send me a ship?" Zhang Guo rolled his eyes helplessly. Garp, who was still on the sofa, eating donuts leisurely, almost wanted to rush up and strangle him to death. At present, a large number of fugitives have escaped from Impel Down, and the forces that the entire Navy headquarters can send are all in operation. Even he, a dignified admiral of the Navy, is having a headache. Only Garp can still sit here and enjoy it calmly. Tisk, you are still worried about the whereabouts of Uchiha Kainu, the mastermind of the jailbreak. The sea is so big, even if I want to find him, I am powerless. Garp swallowed the donut in one gulp, picked his nose and said, "Don't forget, I asked you for a vacation not long ago to go back and visit my precious grandson. According to the time calculation, that guy should be qualified to be a brigadier general in the Navy headquarters. During this period, the old guy Zifa has been semi-retired, and the newcomers he has trained are not as good as the previous generation. It seems that I still have to rely on me to revive the glory of the Navy headquarters." "Your grandson?" Zhang Guo was stunned, and then said unhappily, "Garp, don't forget the Navy. According to the rules of the headquarters, many new recruits are looking to climb up to the position of Brigadier General. If you open your mouth and get your grandson to the position of Brigadier General, it will be difficult to convince everyone. And if Zifa hears what you said, he will strangle you to death. Don't forget what happened to this class." At the same time, among the new recruits, the newcomer stationed in the East China Sea estuary, the birthplace of Pirate King Gold Roger, Rogue Town, known as Smoke Smoker, is the ghost of pirates. Once the East China Sea pirates who stay there want to enter the Grand Line for early supplies, 90% of them cannot escape. Zhang Guo flipped out a stack of naval generals' documents and said, "This Hikatina is in the same class as Smoker, and her strength is even equal. She is a bit like a peach rabbit. There are also newcomers An and Bins who survived the accident in this class with their own strong strength and possessed the para-human retrograde fruit, and the para-human flourishing fruit. Once they grow up, they can hold up half of the justice of the Navy. So, even if your grandson comes, he must start as a low-level soldier." Chang's voice echoed in the office. However, facing Zhang Guo's bitter and conscientious persuasion, Garp picked his nose, flicked the huge booger away, and said, "No, at worst, I will bring that kid here, challenge the brigadier generals one by one, and beat them all. Who would still have resentment? Didn't we do the same at that time?" Seeing Garp, who was unmoved and looked like he was thinking about the past, Sengoku rubbed his swollen head helplessly. In the Great Pirate era, there were many strong men, and the strong men in the Navy changed too quickly. So there were not as many rules as now, and many times it was just fists that mattered. But it was precisely because of this reason that the Navy headquarters was too chaotic and many generals defected. In the end, after Sengoku became the admiral, this rule was abolished and the so-called military merit system was implemented. If Garp was allowed to pick up his so-called grandson and come to the Navy headquarters to make trouble, this would be a violation of the rules. Thinking of this, Sengoku couldn't hold his temper and wanted to stop him. However, a burst of urgent den mushi sounded first. Chapter 476. The highest level alarm sounded. "Moshi Moshi, this is Bastille, requesting the marshal to talk directly immediately." The urgent call of den mushi sounded without any warning. The idea of leaving that Garp had just sprouted was instantly dispelled. He frowned and said, "Didn't this Bastille steal my mission not long ago and ran to the East China Sea to escort Tenshojin? How come he suddenly bypassed his superior admiral and asked to talk to you?" Looking at Garp with a confused face, Zhang Guo couldn't help but glared at him and said, "You wanted to use the name of escorting Tenshojin to be lazy, but you just slept too much and didn't have time to snatch the mission from Bastille." However, he was so anxious to contact, could it be that he encountered some news about the escaped prisoner? As he spoke, Zhang Guo ignored Garp and connected the den mushi. However, before he could speak, Bastille had already spoken first. "Marshal Zhang Guo, something bad has happened. The merchant ship transporting Tenshojin was attacked by Uchiha Chinyu. All of us fell into his hands. Request for support." "What?" Zhang Guo's face suddenly changed drastically, and he couldn't help but stand up. If it was Tian Shangjin who was attacked, he might not be so excited. But the mastermind of the jailbreak in Impel Down, who had been searching hard but couldn't find it, finally appeared. Haha, it seems that the hijacking of Tian Shangjin is a great thing. Report the coordinates to Zhang Guo quickly, he is so anxious that his head is smoking. Garp laughed while picking his nose. I also want to see who this kid is, who can be more troublesome than the Golden Lion. Tian Shangjin was hijacked well. Bastio's face was bitter, this was related to the lives of hundreds of people on their entire ship. Now it has become a good thing in Garp's mouth, the gap is too big. Garp, shut up. Zhang Guo glared at him and said, Bastiu, don't be nervous. This time, the Sky Gold was robbed. It seems that I will help you solve it on the Celestial Dragon side, and it is a great achievement for you to find the whereabouts of Uchiha Chinyu. Now please calm down and tell me the whole process of the incident, and why you still have a Den Mushi in your hand to contact me, and where is Uchiha Chinyu's destination? As a wise general in the Navy headquarters, Zhang Guo raised many questions in an instant. After all, in his eyes, no matter what reason Bastiu had, he could contact him, and the current situation was also a race against time. After hearing this, Bastiu paused for 7 or 8 seconds, and then hurriedly spoke. With Zhang Guo's guarantee, he was not worried about the Celestial Dragons settling accounts later. Not long ago, we just left the Calm Belt and returned to the Holy Land of Marijoa. We encountered the skeleton demon that fell from the sky. We also had a brief fight afterwards. Accompanied by a series of rapid voices, Zhang Guo's expression became more gloomy. When Bastiu finished the last word, he immediately said, You mean, Uchiha Chinyu, in addition to being able to create zombie-like monsters, can also create flame-type creatures. Moreover, in the last meeting, Kizaru mentioned very clearly that Uchiha Chinyu had never used armament haki, and according to Magellan's report, it was not found. Now, he suddenly used a high-level Ryuo and defeated you instantly, and he also controlled the power of thunder. There are only two maybe. First, he has always been hiding his incompetence and likes to play dumb and eat the tiger. Second, he has an extraordinary learning ability. In just a few days, he not only learned the armament haki, but also mastered the advanced haki. At this point, Zhang Guo's face became more solemn, and he said, If it is one, it proves that Uchiha Chinyu is scheming, which is consistent with the identity of the mastermind of the prison break in the city. If it is the second one, he learned the armament haki in just a few days, so this person must not be left outside and must be captured as soon as possible. Following Sengoku's analysis, even Garp forgot to continue picking his nose. As the developer of the 6-style physical technique, Garp has a high talent for physical technique, and his attainments in armament haki have long been unfathomable. It can be said that it is no problem to smash a mountain with one punch. However, it is precisely for this reason that he knows more clearly that if the armament haki is honed to a high level in a short period of time, that means that Uchiha Chinyu can no longer be measured as a genius. The word monster may be the best term. Okay, you don't have to be nervous. This is just my speculation. What Uchiha Chinyu is doing now, as well as his strength, are within the controllable range. Compared with those tricky 7 warlords of the sea and the 4 emperors, before he has his own power, he is still a baby in swaddling clothes. What we have to do is to strangle him in advance. Zhang Guo said in a deep voice. As soon as these words fell, Bastiu quickly reacted and said in a hurry, Marshal Zhang Guo is right. He is alone now. As long as we gather the strength of our navy, we can easily crush him. However, the order he issued now is for us to continue to the Holy Land of Marijoa. We have no way of knowing the exact location and target, and he should have left this Den Mushi for us to tip off. Hearing this, Zhang Guo nodded and frowned slightly, saying, He may be provoking our navy by doing this, but this is exactly what we want. The more arrogant that guy is, the sooner we can take control of the initiative. What you have to do now is to temporarily obey him and report his movements to us at all times. Next, since that guy intends to provoke our navy headquarters, I will let him see the true strength of our navy. Chang's voice was mixed with a sense of no doubt. After a few more pleasantries, Sengoku hung up the Den Mushi. Regardless of whether the other party did it intentionally or not, reducing the call time is undoubtedly the best way to reduce the chance of change. Sengoku, you should have a countermeasure, right? Garp suddenly spoke. Sengoku put down the Den Mushi in his hand, looked at Garp who rarely showed interest, and said, Haha, it seems that you are also interested and want to find out the background of this guy. The last time was when Roger was alive. However, this time, for the sake of caution, I still plan to withdraw Akainu and Kizaru. As for Aokiji, he went to the East China Sea to pursue Wald. The journey is too far. With his temper, he can't get back in a while. But, with Akainu and Kizaru here, no matter where that guy chooses to land, it is enough to capture him alive. He dared to take the initiative to provoke our Navy headquarters alone. This is impatient. Having said that, Sengoku picked up another golden den mushi, and after pressing the red button, a rapid call alarm sounded throughout the Navy headquarters. The war machine, which had been running to the extreme, stopped in an instant, showing a shocked expression. The last recorded alarm sounded 15 years ago, when the Golden Lion attacked Marineford. Chapter 477, A Life or Death Experimental Game. One day later, on the route to the Navy headquarters, 2 merchant ships carrying Tianchangjian were moving fast with the wind. Even the sails of the masts were raised to the top, in order to increase the speed of the ship to the extreme and reach the Navy headquarters as soon as possible. Some of the Navy in charge of steering, and Bastiou, who was standing at the bow with wounds and blood on his face, would take a second look at the cabin behind them every once in a while. Deep in the pupils, a trace of urgency would occasionally be revealed. In their eyes, as long as they can reach the center of influence of the Navy headquarters before Uchiha Chinyu changes his mind, then this skeleton demon, no matter how powerful he is, will definitely be unable to fly away. At that time, they will also make great contributions to the robbery of the sky gold this time. Thinking of this, Bastiou couldn't help but yelled, "Look at the direction and steer the rudder, go full speed, and be sure to get back to the Navy headquarters within 2 days." The Navy soldiers were immediately shocked, although doing so would easily break the sails and masts, and even the keel of the ship would be damaged. However, when they thought of the terrifying power of the skeleton demon, their hearts seemed to be tightly grasped by an invisible big hand, and they had the illusion that they couldn't breathe. However, just as this excitement sprouted in their hearts, the words that fell in their ears shook their nerves. "Stop!" These 3 simple words, mixed with an extremely cold smell, drifted out in the cabin. Before everyone could react, the first person who came into view was Chinyu, holding a scepter and walking slowly, showing himself as a Bone King. Seeing this sudden scene, the faces of the people present changed drastically, and Bastiou hurried forward to explain said, "Surins, we have no other intentions." Intentions? The soul flame in Chinyu's eyes turned in vain and fell on Bastiou, saying, "Do you think I am interested in your stupid ideas?" Chinyu's current idea is to increase his influence on this world with the help of the Navy, thereby causing shocks and obtaining more turbulent points. Therefore, he acquiesced to Bastiou's tip-off. However, how to find a glimmer of hope in the big net spread by the Navy headquarters under such tip-offs and take the initiative? This is what Chinyu has to do now. When Bastiou secretly breathed a sigh of relief, his face changed. This fearless attitude made him even more unable to see through the mastermind who planned the jailbreak in the underwater prison of Impel Down City. Moreover, he couldn't figure out that the man in front of him was clearly a boy called Uchiha Chinyu from the information provided by Magellan. Why, after using the power of the devil fruit and becoming a skeleton demon, would he call himself Surins Oulgaon? However, facing this series of confusion, Bastiou hesitated for a moment, and then gritted his teeth and asked, "Surins, are you going to change the route, or do you have other plans?" In Bastiou's eyes, since the other party knew their private little tricks, now they should have some ideas to stop the ship. "I want to do an experiment, and I need your help." The soul flame in Chinyu's eyes was jumping. His eyes turned to the sea, and he stomped the scepter in his hand towards the deck. Second level magic, the temptation of the succubus. Bang! The scarlet magic circle bloomed quickly under Chinyu's feet, and the Navy soldiers who passed by couldn't help but retreat. However, facing the magic circle that passed by in the blink of an eye, they were covered by it as soon as they moved. An extremely strange smell spread rapidly on their bodies. The weird scene made Bastiou's face change drastically. He hurriedly looked at Chinyu and shouted, "You, what did you do to us? What is the experiment you mentioned?" After witnessing Chinyu's extremely strange methods, at this critical moment, Chinyu's every move touched their nerves. "Hehe, please rest assured, this is an experimental game with a life or death situation. Of course, as long as you are stronger and more skilled in cooperation, the chance of survival will increase. On the contrary, you will cut off 90% of the people. It is possible that none of them will die, or one will die, or perhaps all of them will die." Chinyu laughed dryly, and under the endless black fog behind him, a special skull emperor chair appeared behind him. Immediately, in full view of the public, he sat down with a big horse and a golden knife. Facing the surprised eyes of the crowd, he stomped the scepter in his hand and said, "The death game begins now." Bang! On the silent sea, the low waves broke through the sound and suddenly rang out. One after another, huge bodies rushed out of the sea, casting huge black shadows. The wide-open eyes turned blood red, which made people feel horrified. What on earth is going on here? Bastiu's face turned pale. Looking at the sea kings rushing out one after another, the number reached 20 in the blink of an eye. If they continue at this rate, they will be doomed to die. Haha, don't think about escaping. The light that just shone on you can stimulate the violent carnivorous nature of these sea kings. No matter where you escape, you will end up dead. Qin Yu played with the scepter in his hand. So, there is only one way in front of you. Hold on for half a day under the attack of these sea kings. During this process, I will help you a little, at least let my game experiment be more interesting. Now, please, Lieutenant General Bastiu, use your reputation of being a shark slayer to the fullest, otherwise you will end up dead. At this point, Qin Yu stomped the scepter in his hand again, and the simple two words came out. Start. Roar. The deafening roar exploded like thunder. The sound completely aroused the ferocity of these sea kings. What they could not accept the most was that the pink light on their bodies was even stronger than before. It was as if they were covered with a layer of light clothes. Facing the incoming fishy wind, Bastiu's face turned pale, and he suddenly drew out the shark-slashing sword and roared angrily. Inzoul Gaon, you devil! Everyone enters the first level of combat alert, use the battle formation, you must hold on, let us go back alive and see our families. Stay alive. Fire, suppress their offensive, sniper, aim at the weakness, be sure to kill with one shot. A series of urgent calls rang out on the huge deck. Qin Yu, who was watching this scene, tapped the head of the chair with his bony fingers. Chapter 478 There is no mercy in the New World. Roar. The roar of Xianglei exploded like thunder. A tail as thick as an iron pillar, with the stern sound of breaking through the air, slapped the merchant ship head-on. The fishy wind and the sea water made everyone nervous. The sea king in front of him looked like a giant sea snake that was only more than 10 meters long, but if this attack was really this special merchant ship carrying the sky gold will definitely be shattered in an instant. Shark slashing knife. A stern roar suddenly sounded, and the moment Bastiu stomped on the ground, he disappeared like a ghost. When he appeared again, he had already arrived in front of the rushing sea snake. The shark-slashing knife clenched in both hands suddenly, with the stern sound of breaking through the air, and collided head-on with the incoming giant tail. Bang! The giant tail and the shark-slashing knife collided instantly, and the solid scales were shattered. A large amount of blood spurted down, and the thick tail that several people could hug was cut off in half. When the sea snake screamed, Bastiu turned around and slashed again in the air. Vacuum slash! Bastiu roared continuously. A 7 or 8 meter half-moon slash instantly tore through the air and slashed on the head of the sea snake. Puff! The seemingly indestructible scales shattered with a sound, and the huge snake head flew down, and a large amount of blood splashed down, dyeing the sea red. With a successful attack, the morale, which was originally a little low, was slightly restored. After Bastiu blocked the first attack, the gunners around also fired their artillery. With a roar, the attacking sea kings were directly repelled. However, facing the fierce sea kings, these interceptions only caused their attacks to stagnate. The next moment, the sea kings that rushed in from behind directly passed them and launched a more fierce attack on them. Bastiu's face changed slightly, and after raising his hand and slashing 4 or 5 vacuum slashes in all directions, he roared urgently. The second echelon, engage in close combat. As soon as these words fell, the strong navy soldiers hidden in the team came out in a row with heavy weapons in hand. The various sea kings that attacked Cans roared in unison. Iron block. With 6 moves, more than a dozen sturdy navy soldiers blocked the sea king's attack route head-on. The next moment, they collided with each other. Bang! The huge impact force was released like a tidal wave, giving people the feeling that it was like a head-on collision between trains. The deck under his feet not only collapsed, but also flew out like sandbags. The sudden scene obviously made the precarious camp instantly defeated. One sea king may not be scary, but if you encounter dozens of sea kings attacking like crazy at sea, you can't deal with it without strong strength. Get out of here. Shark slashing storm slash. As a vice admiral, Bastiu is obviously quite strong. While shouting continuously, he clenched the shark slashing sword with both hands and turned like a hurricane. The sea kings that were chasing them were instantly slashed by endless wind blades, which poured down on their bodies like rain on banana leaves. Some sea kings that failed to dodge were instantly crushed and turned into blood mist that spread all over the sea, and the huge deck was also covered with blood plasma for a while. The stench in the air was even more lingering. However, it was precisely because of this reason that the frantic Sea King offensive was obviously stagnant. This gave Bastiu and a group of Navy soldiers a chance to breathe. Smelling the pungent bloody smell around him, Bastiu showed a trace of resentment on his face, and his eyes suddenly turned to Qin Yu, who was sitting steadily, and he roared in a hurry. "You devil, what are you going to do? If you want to kill me, then kill me. Why are you teasing us like this?" "Tease?" Qin Yu asked coldly, and then laughed dryly. "This is the new world. Between soldiers and thieves, apart from life and death, will you pity a pirate? One more thing, I am a skeleton, not a devil, although the name of devil is very good. To thank you for pleasing me, please do your duty as experimental subjects, and I will not let you die easily." 3rd level magic group healing. 2nd level magic orc frenzy. Dang dang. The sound of 2 magic circles rang out, and the red and blue lights bloomed in an instant, forming 2 magic circles covering the entire merchant ship. The sudden scene shook everyone's nerves, and even Bastiu's face turned pale. After seeing Qin Yu's weird methods and causing a large group of sea kings to riot, they dare not be arrogant. However, before they could react, the blue raindrops splashed on their bodies, and the injuries on their skin and bones healed quickly. At the same time, a strong force, like a torrent, quickly surged in his body. The muscles all over his body were like rocks, and were agitated. The unprecedented abundant power made Bastiu and others change their faces drastically, and their eyes were all locked on Qin Yu. "Is this your power? Haha, so what if it is, so what if it is not? Live on, there is no mercy in the new world, you still need half a day to survive." Qin Yu said with a cold smile. "I hope you can survive when we meet later." After saying this, Qin Yu turned around and disappeared from the spot. The sudden scene made Bastiu's face change slightly. When the observation color domineering swept quickly, Bastiu was stunned on the spot. "Lord Bastiu, what happened? Where did the skeleton demon go?" The adjutant's face changed. "Didn't you sense it? He disappeared and is not on the ship." Bastiu turned back and glared. An absurd idea came to his mind. Escape. However, as soon as this idea came to his mind, Bastiu immediately annihilated it in his heart. Let alone, this time it was a battle to lure the enemy to catch Uchiha Qin Yu. Facing the Sea Kings who were eyeing them covetously, they had no way to retreat. And with these 2 mysterious light arrays, everyone's injuries and strength were improved. In this situation, it might not be surprising that they could resist. When he thought of this, Bastiu's face flashed with determination, and he shouted sternly, "Don't think about escaping. The means of the skeleton demon are not something we can guess. The only thing we can do now is to survive for half a day under the attack of the Sea Kings. Everyone, listen to my orders, take turns to attack and defend the camp. The means used by the skeleton demon just now have the effect of healing. We try our best to exchange injuries for injuries and kill these Sea Kings. Although I also want to cut the skeleton demon into pieces, he said one thing, which is not wrong. This is the grand line. There is no mercy in the new world." Chapter 479 I'm just clearing the field. Swish. 20 or 30 miles away, a hissing sound of air suddenly sounded, and then a light door was torn out. Soon, Qin Yu stepped out of it. The moment the soul flame flowed in his eyes, the domineering aura of the color of observation rolled back like a raging tide. "It should be around here. Found it." Qin Yu muttered to himself, and then turned around and looked further away. As soon as his eyes fell, a blazing pillar of fire, with a stern attitude, rushed straight into the sky. The black lead cloud accumulated in the sky was directly rolled back by this blow, and a big hole was pierced through. Qin Yu, who witnessed this scene, did not stop at all. His figure shook, and with the surge of magic power on his body, he tore a portal again and jumped to the island space and time in front. Boom! The sky-high flames shattered the accumulated lead clouds, and finally, they dissipated in the sky. On the scorched earth with a radius of 10,000 meters, two panting figures stood opposite each other, and their clothes were more or less blackened and scorched. However, facing this situation, the spirit of the two was obviously raised to the extreme, and the aura was locked on each other, without any relaxation. Fire Fist Ace, if you want to challenge Dad, you'd better get past me first. The fishman with dark blue body and eyebrows like white clouds spoke first. The boy facing him was the supernova from the East China Sea who had emerged like a sudden force in the past year, the captain of the Spade Pirates, and the Fire Fist Ace with a bounty of 400 million. Jinbei, although you are one of the 7 warlords of the sea, our Captain Ace is the #1 supernova, you can't stop him at all. The crew members of the Spade Pirates standing in the distance, watching and cheering, shouted one after another. Watching the lively scene in an instant, Ace, with pockmarks all over his face, took off his hat, smiled proudly, and said, Jinbei, I didn't expect that I would meet you here. Whitebeard is known as the strongest man, so I will take off his head and let the world know that I, Fire Fist Ace, am the strongest. Besides, my subordinates are the best of the best, why don't you join me and fight Whitebeard with me? The small voice, like a magic sound, echoed in the sky, and could not be dispersed for a long time. Jinbei's face sank when he heard the words and said, Ace, Dad's benevolence is not something you can understand. His recruitment is only for the strong, so I hope you can think about it again, otherwise don't blame me for defeating you and taking you back to Dad for punishment. After the voice fell, the atmosphere in the field became more inexplicably depressed. Since the negotiation failed, there is only one result. However, before they could react, a voice suddenly came from the sky. I said, you guys are not tired of talking nonsense, but I am tired of watching you. If you don't fight, then I will fight. The faces of the people present suddenly changed, and before they could look up, a huge skeleton covered in a black cloak and covered with white bones fell from the sky. On the merchant ship transporting Tian Shangjian, Qin Yu saw signs of flames in the distance. That's why he temporarily gave up the experiment and came to join in the fun. However, he didn't expect that he really guessed that this was the 5-day honeymoon battle between Ace and Jinbei in the original work. Who are you? How dare you interfere with our captain's duel? Come on, shoot this troublemaker directly. A Spade member who seemed to be of high status looked at Qin Yu who appeared 7 or 8 meters away from them and shouted first. In the backhand, he took out the musket and suddenly pulled the trigger. However, this scene, falling into Jinbei's eyes, made his pupils shrink suddenly, and he shouted in a hurry, Stop, he is not someone you can mess with. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots rang out suddenly. Dozens of hot bullets, like a rainstorm of pear blossoms, shot down Qin Yu's body. However, facing all this, Qin Yu seemed to be completely unaware. The huge scepter in his hand was inserted into the ground again. Dang! The crisp sound of the bell suddenly rang out. A huge blue magic circle bloomed around Qin Yu's body. The next moment, before everyone could react, an indescribable breath fell from the sky. Super-level magic skyfall. Boom! The violent beam of light swooped down from the sky like a comet. The speed was so fast that people could not react in time. When he came to his senses and looked up at the sky, it was too late. Bang! The thunderous explosion echoed. The blue light column, with Qin Yu as the center, covered the huge deserted island. The rocks collapsed, the sand and dust rolled back, and the air waves brought about the impact directly raised a wave of more than 10 meters, sweeping around. In an instant, this sea seemed to have entered the end of the world. What is the origin of this madman? Why did he attack as soon as he appeared? A flame channel was torn out in the explosion wave. Soon, Ace and Jinbei flashed out. As a natural fruit ability user, as long as there is no special attack method, he will not suffer too much damage. However, before Ace could recover, a cold voice suddenly sounded in the ruins of the explosion. Did you misunderstand? I was just clearing the field. Qin Yu walked out slowly in the explosion wave with the posture of a bone king. The moment he raised his head, the soul flame flickering in his deep eyes became stronger and stronger, saying, How can I let you use your full strength without attracting some hatred? Crazy! This thought flashed through Ace and Jinbei's minds. Use the ultimate move to clear the field. Severely injure those subordinates to arouse their hatred. This is undoubtedly beyond their expectations. When he thought of those subordinates who were unable to react at all and were swallowed by the attack, Ace roared in anger. Okay, very good, I'll let you see how terrible I am when I'm serious. However, before he could make a move, Jinbei had already stopped him first and said with a gloomy face, "Don't underestimate the enemy. If I remember correctly, he should be the skeleton demon who was named the mastermind of the prison break in the Impel Down prison a few days ago by the Navy headquarters and offered a reward of 350 million. 350 million. Ace was stunned at first, and then a trace of disdain flashed across his face, and he shouted angrily. You only have 350 million, and you dare to act wild in front of me. Today I will take off your head. As soon as the voice fell, Ace took the lead. Without any fancy moves, he punched Qin Yu in the air. Fire fist. Boom. A low roar in the air suddenly sounded. The hot flame, at the moment of detonation on the fist, turned into a stream of frenzy, and rolled towards Qin Yu. Chapter 480 The gap cannot be measured by the reward. Boom. The hot fire fist, like a cannonball, rolled towards Qin Yu. In an instant, it submerged him. The explosion caused the air wave, and the flames rushed straight into the sky. Witnessing this scene, Ace's pupils flashed a trace of murderous intent, and in a flash, he rushed into the explosion circle first. Ace, be careful, he is the mastermind of the jailbreak, it should be not simple. Jinbei's face changed and he reminded him hurriedly. In his eyes, Ace's strength is good, but the only thing he lacks is that he is young and energetic, and he lacks the ability to judge the gap between the enemy and us. Otherwise, he would not do the stupid thing of challenging Whitebeard. Humph, a guy who escaped from prison by chance, even the Navy can't escape, what can he do, and my reward is 50 million higher than his. Ace snorted disdainfully without looking back, and appeared in front of the flame column. However, before he could react, the flames that soared into the sky stopped for a moment, those flames created by his fruit ability. Moreover, at this moment, they were disconnected from him. The sudden scene made Ace's expression stagnate. The next moment, the first thing that came into view was a pair of flaming eyes in the sea of fire that soared into the sky. A huge sword several meters long, condensed from flames, slashed down towards Ace. The unexpected scene made Ace startled at first. Without time to think, he hurriedly raised his hands to block. Bang! The huge power was released like a tidal wave. Although the flaming giant sword could not cause fatal injuries to Ace under the same attributes, the distance contained in it still instantly overturned him and smashed him heavily on the rock layer dozens of meters away. Ace! Jinbei rushed up in a hurry. As soon as he approached, he saw Ace turning over in the ruins, his face was livid, and he hurriedly looked at Qin Yu. However, the scene he saw made his pupil shrink. What kind of monster is this? The 7 or 8 meter tall root element of fire stood in front of Qin Yu. Originally, Qin Yu, who was in the sea of fire, stood behind him unscathed. The skeleton's hand tightened the scepter slightly, and said, "These are some of my little tricks. You can regard it as a person who has the ability of the flame fruit like you. However, before I defeat you, I want to ask a question. Is my reputation spread far and wide in this sea? A person who has the ability of the flame fruit like me." Ace's expression froze, and then a trace of madness appeared on his face, and endless flames gushed out of his body. Like a cannonball, it shot towards Qin Yu again. A distance of dozens of meters was just a blink of an eye. As soon as he appeared in front of the root element of fire, Ace pressed his hands in the air. Mirror flame! Boom! The violent pillar of fire exploded in his hand instantly. At a close distance, it directly penetrated the body of the root element of fire. The remaining power fell 100 meters away. Boom! The rock layer collapsed in response. The huge impact caused the hot air to roll back. However, looking at the fire element that was pierced through his chest, it healed again after a slight wriggling. The 7 or 8 meters tall, under the infusion of flames, was forced to rise again, reaching a height of 12 or 13 meters, which made Ace's face pale. In his eyes, the monster in front of him not only had the elemental immortal means, but also could absorb his flames to enhance his own strength. If it weren't for the fact that their appearances were a little different, it would be as Qin Yu said. The fire element in front of him would be another Ace. Haha, I said, you can't beat it. Qin Yu laughed dryly, and the soul flame jumped down from his deep eye sockets and fell on Jinbei's body, saying, "Please answer my questions just now, and I will use this to judge whether to kill you." Kill us? Ace was stunned for a moment, then he roared crazily, "It's just an arrogant guy. I may not be able to kill it, but as long as the attack is strong enough to make that monster unable to protect you, then you will definitely die. Great Flame Ring Flame Emperor. Ace's right hand suddenly lifted up, and endless flames quickly emerged in his right hand. Jinbei, who witnessed this scene, suddenly changed his face and shouted, "Ace, quickly open the distance. There are rumors that the guy's speed is as fast as lightning." He punched Kizaru and almost buried him in the sea. As fast as lightning. Ace was stunned, and the movement of his hands also paused for a moment. However, before he could react, the cold words that fell in his ears shook his nerves. "Again a rumor? But I am really faster than lightning." The crackling sound of electric current echoed, and the next moment Qin Yu's skeleton foot stepped forward, and under the endless lightning, he directly entered the lightning escape chakra mode. Combined with the Navy 6 style shave that he had learned not long ago, the speed was completely beyond description. Whoosh! With the sound of breaking through the air, Ace only felt a flash in front of his eyes. A huge figure that was stronger than him appeared in front of him first. The inky black armament haki had already covered his hands, and with the crackling lightning, the hand that stretched out was as fast as thunder. He suddenly grabbed Ace's face. "I'm sorry, the gap cannot be measured by the reward. For example, you don't even understand armament haki." The cold voice did not contain any emotion. Ace only felt his face tighten, and the next moment his whole body, like a heavy hammer, slammed to the ground. Ryu Sakura Black Violence Heavy Flow. Boom! The thunder-like explosion suddenly echoed. Endless lightning, mixed with the inky black armament haki, struck the rocky ground like a thunderbolt. The huge impact force was like a torrent. The rocky ground collapsed, and the back-flowing air wave overturned the ground within a radius of 1,000 meters. The rolling sand and dust rolled back, and the debris flew across the sky, causing Jinbei's face to change drastically, and he couldn't help but quickly retreat a few steps. After the sand and dust settled slightly, Jinbei suddenly tightened his 10 fingers, and with the armament haki flowing rapidly, he rushed to the center of the attack. However, just after taking half a step, a hurricane suddenly rolled up with the battlefield as the center, revealing a circular pit as deep as 12 or 13 meters. Immediately, what came into view was Ace, whose half-head was smashed into the ruins, and whose life and death were unknown, and Qin Yu, who was standing aside and unharmed. Seeing the victory or defeat decided by one blow, Jinbei's face suddenly changed. Just now, he fought with Ace with the intention of blocking and delaying time. After all, Whitebeard personally issued the surrender order, and Jinbei did not intend to use armament haki to confront Ace head-on. But he never expected that the skeleton demon in front of him would defeat Ace, who was known as the first supernova, with one move. Chapter 481 The Big Guy Turned the Card. There was a dead silence on the huge ruins. Jinbei, whose arms were covered with armament haki, asked anxiously with his pupils slightly contracted, "Why did you attack us? Are you going to catch Brother Ace and trade with the world government?" In Jinbei's eyes, there are many cases of deliberately attacking other pirates in order to trade with the world government. Among them, similar things have also happened among their 7 warlords of the sea. Trade him. Qin Yu glanced at Ace, who was lying on the ground and unconscious, and said, "You guessed wrong. I just want to make my reputation spread far and wide, and make this sea turbulent because of me. Originally, I did want to kill him, but now I think of a better way." "Better way?" Jinbei was stunned at first, and then said in a hurry, "As long as you don't kill him, everything can be discussed. And, in order to express my sincerity, I will answer you the question you asked me just now. On the way here, I accidentally got your information and bounty order in a tavern. According to the time deduction on the sea, the big forces should also get your information soon. Are you satisfied with this answer?" Looking at Jinbei, who was a little anxious, Qin Yu's soul flame flickered in his eyes, and he fell into a brief contemplation. He did not doubt that Jinbei, who always claimed to be chivalrous, would tell lies. Only in this way can he prove why the shock point was only raised when he escaped from the underwater prison and made such a big fuss. It has risen by several hundred points. Moreover, with Jinbei's current nervous posture, he may have known Ace's true identity. At the same time, Whitebeard may have issued an order to get Ace's order. This made Qin Yu give up the idea of killing Ace to increase his reputation. Let's ask, no matter how glorious a dead person was in his life, once he dies, his reputation will be gradually forgotten as time goes by. Do you want me to let him go? Qin Yu suddenly raised his head and looked at Jinbei. Faced with this unexpected question, Jinbei nodded subconsciously. Before he could react, a den mushi flew towards him. Take a few photos for me to prove that I defeated him. Qin Yu said lightly. While speaking, he stepped out with a skeleton foot and stepped directly on Ace's head. In Qin Yu's eyes, Ace will definitely join the Whitebeard Pirates and become the captain of the second team. Once his reputation rises, the deeds of whoever defeated him will weigh on his head for the rest of his life. At that time, Ace would be Qin Yu's mobile propaganda broadcast. Looking at the serious skeleton demon, who didn't seem to be joking at all, Jinbei's cheeks twitched slightly, and there was a trace of pity in his eyes when he looked at Ace. However, compared with watching Ace being killed and posing for a few photos, Jinbei still chose the latter. Accompanied by the den mushi, a click sound rang out, and the picture was directly recorded into the den mushi. Well, it's a good shot, I'll return this person to you first. Qin Yu took the den mushi, and immediately kicked the unconscious Ace with his right foot, and kicked Jinbei directly. Seeing the dignified supernova being kicked away like garbage, Jinbei's cheeks twitched, but he still bit the bullet and took him. After a careful check, he found that Ace was just unconscious, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for obtaining 1000 world turbulence points. The host's current balance is 2003 points, reaching the threshold for random unblocking. Do you want to proceed immediately? The ethereal voice of the system sounded in Qin Yu's mind, causing the soul flame in his eyes to jump. He just defeated Fire Fist Ace by trickery. However, this matter has not yet spread, and it should not cause turbulence in the world. The sudden acquisition of 1000 world turbulence points may be related to what Jinbei just said. I just don't know. That big guy turned over Qin Yu's card, read his resume, and shook his worldview. Otherwise, if it wasn't for the existence of great importance, Qin Yu would not have been able to get 1000 turbulence points in an instant. Immediately lift the restrictions randomly. Qin Yu didn't think much and quickly issued an order. Ding dang, host, please wait. Ding dang, 2000 turbulence points have been deducted successfully. The system is unlocking the host's restrictions in the dimension. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for successfully unlocking the Manjakaya. Sharingan. The current turbulence value is 3. 4000 turbulence points are required for the next unlock. Manjakaya. Sharingan? Qin Yu was stunned for a moment. This system unlocking is too difficult. It is obvious that it can be achieved in one step and reach the eternal state, but it has to fail at the last minute and hang on the mountainside. However, the pupil power contained in the eternal Manjakaya Sharingan is indeed far beyond the Manjakaya Sharingan. Being able to unlock the Manjakaya Sharingan now also adds a few points of confidence to Qin Yu's next actions, which is also very good. Moshi Moshi, I'm Marco, I'm Marco. The voice of Den Mushi suddenly sounded. Qin Yu exited the consciousness space and saw Jinbei looking at him hesitantly, and finally answered the phone. Brother Marco, I'm Jinbei. What's up? Jinbei spoke first. However, I don't know if he was concerned about Qin Yu's presence, so he didn't tell what happened just now. Brother Jinbei, didn't Dad ask you to stop Ace of the Fire Fist? Did you get any results? We are very close to the location where your life card reacts, so we'll go over to support you now. Marco's voice came from the Den Mushi. Although Jinbei is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, with his own prestige and means, he obviously cannot protect Fishman Island, which is a transit point for pirates to the New World on the Grand Line. This drove Jinbei to get closer to the Whitebeard pirates who protected Fishman Island. Jinbei hesitated when he heard this, and finally said, Ace's matter has been settled, you can come over now. Ace has been defeated. Marco exclaimed in surprise, and said, it seems that you, Brother Jinbei, are not very good at hiding your abilities, but you have many ways to hide your abilities. You can even deal with this difficult guy. Wait a little longer, we will rush over now, it will take about half an hour. After saying this, Jinbei didn't even think about greeting, he hung up the Den Mushi directly, looked at Qin Yu, and said, you also heard that the Whitebeard pirates will arrive soon. I advise you to leave quickly. If Ace is recruited into the Whitebeard pirates, I'm afraid they will not stop what happened just now, and they will definitely get back at him. At that time, all I can do is say a few good words for you. Chapter 482 Learning Fish Body Technique. There was a dead silence on the huge ruins. Jinbei stared straight at Uchiha Qin Yu. In his eyes, facing the leader of the 4 emperors, the strongest man on the sea, Whitebeard. Anyone who is not a fool will definitely flee upon hearing the news. No, I want to meet Whitebeard. I also want to see if this little kid will really cause trouble for me. Qin Yu played with the cane in his hand, and then smiled and said, "Crazy?" Jinbei was stunned for a moment, and said anxiously, "Are you crazy? That's Whitebeard, even the Navy headquarters and even the world government are afraid of him. Once Brother Ace really wants to investigate what happened just now, I'm afraid that others will also favor him. Even if I open my mouth to plead for you for friendship, there is nothing I can do." "So what?" Qin Yu smiled warmly, "Don't worry, I won't offend others if they don't offend me. If someone offends me, even if it's Whitebeard, what does it matter? Jinbei, I appreciate your kindness. If you plan to repay your friendship, why don't you show me some fishman judo and fishman karate?" "You?" Jinbei was choked with anger. However, seeing Qin Yu who didn't take the matter to heart, he hesitated to speak. Finally, he sighed heavily and said, "Forget it, I'll show you fishman judo and fishman karate. The favor you just let go of Brother Ace will be written off. Wait a minute, no matter what happens when you meet Whitebeard, I won't say a word for you. Our righteousness is cut off. Got it, don't be fussy, give me a set of punches quickly." Qin Yu rolled his eyes at Jinbei and urged him. It can be said that Jinbei's best point is chivalry, and his worst point is also chivalry. If it weren't for chivalry, it would become a stumbling block. He wouldn't have lost his position in the 7 warlords of the sea because of Ace in the original work. He wouldn't have become one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and he wouldn't have been able to protect Fishman Island. "You?" Jinbei was speechless for a moment, and finally looked at Qin Yu's stubbornness, and could only sigh, carrying the unconscious Ace and walking towards the sea. "Listen, whether it is fishman karate or fishman judo, we call it fishman body art, which is the accumulation of our fishman and mermaid clan for thousands of years." Jinbei put Ace aside and explained with a frown. "For a long time, many of you humans have also peeked at fishman body art, even the Navy headquarters and even the world government are no exception. However, due to the different body structures between humans and fishmen, practicing fishman karate requires a super strong physical foundation, practicing fishman judo also requires amazing flexibility, and the ability to control seawater that fishmen are born with can be done." Having said that, Jinbei looked at Qin Yu and said, "So, after saying so much, what I want to tell you is that humans are not incapable of learning fish-human body techniques, but the difficulty is extremely high, and the success rate is 1 in a million, which means that among a million people, there may be only one, and this person will learn slower than fish people. If you are really interested in physical techniques, I advise you to find a navy and learn the 6 styles." The long voice echoed in the estuary and could not be dispersed for a long time. Looking at Jinbei, who was possessed by his mother and was earnestly advising him, Qin Yu patted his shoulder helplessly and said, Okay, just treat me as curious or interested, show me a set and explain the key points to me. As for the preaching, I will talk to you after I finish watching." "You?" Jinbei was furious. After all the effort, he still had a bit of temper when he saw Qin Yu was stubborn. Even though he had the best temper, he still got a bit angry. But in front of chivalry, no matter how unhappy Jinbei was, he still puffed up his cheeks and assumed the stance of fishman karate. His muscles were tense, and he quickly bulged like a rock. His eyes suddenly became sharp, like an eagle. Jinbei moved suddenly. Fishman karate 5000 tiles punch. Bang! A punch was thrown, and the powerful air compression force, like a frenzy, exploded instantly. It turned into a shaped air wave impact, and smashed into the reef on the sea dozens of meters away. Accompanied by the low explosion sound, the 7 or 8 meter high reef collapsed. Looking at this scene, Qin Yu was also amazed. He quickly cancelled the transformation of the Bone King and planned to steal the fishman's human skills with the help of the one-click full-level system. Kanko Wa Zheng Chuan. Gun Wave. Hit the water. Fishman Karate Secret Wu Lai Guan. A series of moves were performed by Jinbei. The reef at the estuary was obviously targeted. Accompanied by a series of explosions, it was instantly smashed to pieces. Look, this is the last move. Mermaid Jujutsu Super Ocean Current. Jinbei roared, and his body, which was originally as tough as a rock, became as soft as a snake in an instant. He grabbed the sea water with both hands, as if he was holding a solid object. The next moment, without any fancy moves, he suddenly swung it out. Boom! Hundreds of meters of sea surface were affected in an instant, and the endless waves turned into a huge vortex tornado, rushing straight to the largest reef in the distance. Accompanied by the shocking sound of the impact, the reef like a hill cracked and then collapsed. The splashing sea water fell like a rainstorm. Jinbei, who had been performing the fish-human technique continuously, also became breathless and stopped. You also saw it, this is the fish-human technique, I don't care if you see it clearly, according to the agreement, I will explain it to you next. Jinbei calmed his breath a little, then turned to look at Qin Yu. However, the scene he saw made his pupils shrink suddenly, revealing a hint of surprise. You are the skeleton demon. In the bounty order issued by the Navy I always like to make things worse, especially Qin Yu, who is the mastermind of the jailbreak. The face of the Bone King is the main bounty image, but the real appearance is a bit vague. After all, in the records of their advancement of the city, Qin Yu destroyed the Den Den Mushi as soon as he came out of the 5th floor. When escaping from prison, he still used the posture of the Bone King, so there was no clear portrait along the way. Over time, many people have a preconceived idea that the skeleton demon can plan such a jailbreak that is more powerful than the Golden Lion. So he must be an old monster. What's wrong, is my face dirty? Qin Yu touched his cheek. The demonstration just now took 15 minutes, and there was not much time left before Whitebeard arrived. He had to learn the fish body technique before then, otherwise, if the negotiation failed and the fight started, he would run away without any worries. No, nothing, I just didn't expect that the mastermind who planned the jailbreak looked younger than Brother Ace, and he was indeed a monster. Jinbei came back to his senses and explained quickly. Chapter 483, Scapegoat. Looking at that face, which was younger than Ace, Jinbei's cognition was obviously overturned. However, Jinbei soon noticed his own gaffe, coughed dryly, and quickly changed the subject. There is not much time before Marco arrives, so I'd better complete the deal with you and explain the fish body art to you once. Qin Yu did not refuse this proposal. If he could have more means to rely on, he would have more ability to protect himself. Moreover, in this boundless sea, it is obviously more advantageous to have the fish body art. As Jinbei explained, Qin Yu's brows also frowned, combining these tips with the fish body art he had just seen. It can be said that Qin Yu, who has stayed in 2 worlds, is no longer an ignorant boy. At the moment when Jinbei explained, various moves had emerged in his mind, which matched it. When he reacted, a series of ethereal system prompts had already sounded in his mind. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for learning Fishman Karate. Would you like to reach the maximum level immediately with one click? Ding dang, congratulations to the host for learning Tang Caowa Zhang Chuan. Would you like to reach the maximum level immediately with one click? Ding dang, congratulations to the host for learning. The series of system prompts sounded like a symphony in Qin Yu's mind. He didn't care how many moves he had learned. Qin Yu gave the order as soon as he thought of it. All of them reached the maximum level immediately with one click. Ding dang, congratulations to the host. Fishman Karate has reached the maximum level with one click. Ding dang, congratulations to the host. Tang Caowa Zhang Chuan has reached the maximum level with one click. Ding dang, congratulations to the host. The series of prompts sounded again, but this time, it was obviously mixed with a large amount of information flow, which made Qin Yu feel dizzy. At the same time, more than 10 miles away from the deserted island, a huge pirate ship was approaching quickly in the wind and waves. If someone saw the pirate flag fluttering in the wind, they would definitely take a breath. This is the Whitebeard Pirates, the leader of the 4 emperors, who actually appeared in the first half of the Grand Line. Dad, it seems that we will soon reach the deserted island where Jinbei is. Do you think Ace will join us? Marco looked at the life card fragments in his hand, which were reacting more and more violently, and couldn't help but turn back to ask. Marco, you are questioning Dad's confidence. Be careful, we will tie you up and throw you directly into the sea. Captain Thatch of the 4th Division, who had a crew cut and a sailor suit, took the lead in teasing. Thatch is right. Marco underestimated Dad's reputation. How could a mere newcomer not surrender? Don't forget that Dad is the strongest existence on this sea. That kid was blinded by lard to dare to challenge Dad. The scene suddenly became boiling. It can be said that in their eyes, on this sea, as long as they are not fools, they will never make crazy moves to challenge the 4 emperors. Okay, each of you speak. Does Dad still have a say? I heard that the Impel Down prison was destroyed a few days ago, and even the prisoners in the 6th floor Infinite Prison escaped. Marco rolled his eyes at them and changed the subject. Yet. Whitebeard raised his head and took a sip of wine, then said, I've heard about this, too. But I'm determined to get Ace, even if I have to tie him up on the boat. Dad is right. If he doesn't want to, just tie him up on the boat. If he dares to stop Dad, we will definitely teach him a lesson. Of course, this education requires fists. Vista said teasingly, shaking his mustache. As soon as these words fell, they immediately attracted the agreement of everyone. Marco rolled his eyes at them helplessly and said, Okay, don't make a fuss. That kid is also outstanding among the newcomers. When you were the same age, who would have a bounty of 400 million, and this was in the first half of the Grand Line. A bounty of 400 million, this may not be too outstanding in the new world. But if you take into account the age and the time spent at sea, it is enough to show how excellent a newcomer is. By the way, have you noticed recently? Among the people who escaped from prison, there seems to be an unknown person, who seems to be called the Skeleton Demon. I have never heard of him on the sea. Jaws suddenly looked at Whitebeard and said, Dad, that's the person of your time? Being able to host such a jailbreak and being defined as the mastermind of the jailbreak by the Navy headquarters and even the world government, this is not easy, right? I heard that his bounty is now 350 million. As soon as this was said, everyone's eyes were fixed on Whitebeard. After all, for a guy with unknown origins, who suddenly emerged as a stranger, many people were interested. Skull Demon. Whitebeard frowned, took a sip of sake, and shook his head and said, No, I don't remember such a person. No. Vista spoke first, since even my father said no, I think it must be the Navy headquarters or the world government, worried that the Impel Down city would be destroyed, causing a large number of fugitives to escape, and deliberately pushed someone out as a scapegoat. If I'm not mistaken, this guy will soon be caught by the world government, and then he will publicize his great achievements. Even the mastermind of the jailbreak will be caught, and a conspiracy will be disintegrated. After this, many people nodded in agreement. They had dealt with the Navy a lot, and they knew all the tricks and means. Okay, don't discuss it here. Whitebeard waved his hand and said, Anyway, my target this time is just Ace. Marco, go and see how long it will take to get there. Facing the son of his old rival, the thought of being able to let him call him daddy made him feel so sour. Dad, I'll go and see now. With Jinbei here, a newcomer will be easy to catch. Marco said this and turned to look at the bow. The first thing he saw was the island with a gradually clear outline. Looking at the deserted estuary, his eyes narrowed slightly. Dad, I saw Jinbei, and Ace was unconscious beside him. It seems that Jinbei is more ruthless than expected. However, there is a young man with Jinbei, who looks about the same age as Ace, and there seems to be no such person in the intelligence. A stranger. Jaws raised his eyebrows and said, Could it be a new recruit of the Spade Pirates, or a Jinbei man? Jaws, you have drunk too much. How could there be a human on Jinbei's ship? I think this young man should admire the reputation of his father and is planning to take the opportunity to become his disciple. Chapter 484, Making Trouble in the Whitebeard Pirates. Vista is right. This should be a newcomer who admires his father. However, we in the Whitebeard Pirates are not just a bunch of random people who can join at will. The captain of the 6th Division, Bramank, said with a big wooden hammer and laughed. Looking at the lively scene, Whitebeard chuckled several times and said, Okay, don't embarrass yourself in front of Jinbei. Get ready to tie Ace to the ship for me. Edad, Don trademark T-Worry, we will definitely complete the mission. All the captains shouted in unison in response. As the huge Moby Dick approached, the waves were also directly hitting the shore. Qin Yu, who was still thinking about the fishmanship technique, was also forced to come back to his senses. Edad is here, you are on your own from now on. Jinbei looked back at Qin Yu and immediately carried Ace. Before he could speak, the huge bridge on the Moby Dick was put on the deserted island. The people who came in the lead were Marco and Vista. Brother Jinbei, you have worked hard this time. Let me take care of Ace. Dad also wants to meet you. Marco spoke first. However, his eyes fell on Qin Yu intentionally or unintentionally, and his brows could not help but frown. In his memory, this young man seemed to have a vague impression. However, no matter how he investigated, he could not figure out the truth. Okay, don't keep Dad waiting for too long. Dad spent a lot of effort to get Ace on board. Vista took Ace and couldn't help but turn around and go back to take credit. Looking at this scene, Jinbei was stunned and said anxiously, "Brother Marco, wait a moment, I have someone here." As he spoke, Jinbei turned his head and looked behind him. However, the moment he saw it, Jinbei's pupils suddenly shrank. No. It should be said that even Marco and Vista were no exception. A moment ago, they saw a young man standing here, but the moment he was distracted, the young man disappeared like smoke. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never believe that someone could disappear in an instant under their noses. "Who are you? How dare you barge into our Whitebeard pirates?" A hurried shout came from the deck of the ship. Marco, Vista, and Jinbei's faces suddenly changed drastically. Without time to think about it, they hurriedly pulled themselves away and rushed to the deck. As soon as they stepped onto the deck, they saw the young man who had disappeared unexpectedly appeared on the deck, facing Whitebeard from a distance. "Boy, if you don't speak, don't blame me, you're welcome." Harta, wearing green noble clothing, holding a saber, rushed out in an instant. As the captain of the 12th Division, he has both strength and speed. He dodged and crossed more than 10 meters, appearing behind Qin Yu first. Looking at Qin Yu, who seemed to be completely unaware, Harta's face showed a trace of ferocity, and the speed of the sword in his hand increased by several points. "Be careful, retreat quickly." Jinbei's voice it suddenly sounded. Not to mention Harta, even the captains around him were slightly stunned. However, before they could investigate, a crisp metal collision sound suddenly sounded. Dang! The sharp blade instantly chopped on Qin Yu's shoulder. However, the black as ink, still wrapped with the domineering aura of Ryu Sakura, made the pupils of everyone present suddenly shrink. "Is this a high-level armament haki?" Marco's expression changed, and the next moment, he saw Qin Yu looking back with a calm face and looking at Harta. "Are you tickling me?" The small voice, at this moment, made people's hearts tremble. Harta's face sank, and the armament haki of both hands quickly covered and spread to the blade. However, just as the armament haki was covered, a hand like a dragon claw clasped the blade like lightning. The next moment, without any fancy, it suddenly clenched. Ryu Sakura Thunder Dragon Breath. Boom! The thunderous explosion echoed. The violent electric current exploded like a tidal wave, directly engulfing Harta. The blade shattered in response, and fragments flew and stabbed diagonally on the deck. The sudden scene shook everyone's nerves. Marco's muscles tightened, and the green immortal flame surged wildly, rushing towards the lightning quickly. However, as soon as he approached, a black shadow was thrown out directly. What came into view was Harta, who was paralyzed all over. Marco's pupils shrank slightly, but he didn't care too much, and directly stopped Harta. Taking advantage of this opportunity to breathe, the lightning covering the deck also dissipated, revealing Qin Yu's figure. However, facing the captains who were watching him and ready to attack at any time, Qin Yu seemed to be completely unaware. He turned his eyes and met Whitebeard's gaze. He smiled warmly and said, "Whitebeard, is this your way of entertaining guests? A guest has come from afar, don't you want to let me drink a glass of water and wine?" "Drink?" Harta rolled over Marco's body, and with the help of the recovery ability of the immortal flame, the numbness in his body was obviously dissipated. As soon as he stood firm, he reached out to his subordinates not far away, intending to grab the big knife and go to Qin Yu to get back at him. After all, as the captain of the 12th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, he suffered a great loss in the first move under the watchful eyes of the public. For him, it was simply a shame. However, as soon as Harta took the first step, he was stopped by Jinbei. "Don't be impulsive. This kid is not an ordinary person." Brother Ace was almost killed in an instant because he underestimated him. The small voice seemed to be infused with magic sound at this moment, and it took a long time to dissipate. Everyone's nerves were tense at once, even Marco was no exception. "Jinbei, what were you talking about just now? Didn't you defeat Ace?" Vista asked anxiously. In his eyes, Qin Yu looked younger than Ace. But Ace was the first supernova in the same period, and he had a bounty of 400 million. This is not something that ordinary people can compare to. However, now Jinbei told him that the rookie king who was famous in the Grand Line was defeated by an unknown junior. "If you didn't hear it with your own ears, I'm afraid no one would be willing to believe it. Feeling the suspicious eyes around him, Jinbei's face also had a hint of bitterness. He sighed helplessly and said, "That kid is the mastermind who planned the prison break in the city prison, the skeleton demon. He is the skeleton demon." The expressions of the people present changed drastically. Like Jinbei, in their eyes, the pirates who can make more noise than Golden Lion should be old bones. At least, they should be in their 40s or 50s like them, right? However, the results given now overturned their cognition. Chapter 485 I Want to Fight 10. You don't dare to believe it, right? Jinbei smiled bitterly and said, "If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. Not long ago, I got information that he sank Kizaru into the sea with one move. His overall strength is probably stronger than Brother Ace." Stronger than Ace? The pupils of many people present shrank slightly. In their eyes, Ace is already the new king. The bounty of 400 million and many achievements are enough to show that his strength is not simple. However, now Jinbei told him that this unknown boy has stronger overall strength than Ace and defeated Ace. This is too shocking. Haha, it seems that you are really not used to me like this. Judging people by appearance is like brushing shoulders with the god of death. Qin Yu laughed dryly. With his right hand, he grabbed the void, the space backpack was opened, and the scepter hidden inside was taken out casually. Before everyone could react, he stomped on the deck, and the black magic power quickly rolled out of Qin Yu's body. The eerie white bones, the scarlet soul flame eyes, and the terrifying outfit, coupled with the golden scepter in his hand, the temperament of the whole body has completely changed. If the previous moment Qin Yu was a brat, then the current Qin Yu gives people the feeling of the power of the overlord who dominates the world. From head to toe, he exudes the smell of his own talent and accompanying magic, and the mental pressure. The posture that was like two different people before and after made many people's pupils shrink slightly. Feeling the eyes from all around, Qin Yu clenched the scepter in his right hand and went to he stomped on the deck. In an instant, the dark fog rushed out from behind him. Then a huge skeleton chair appeared behind Qin Yu. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Qin Yu sat down with a big butt. Crazy. He was so crazy. Looking at Qin Yu who sat down by himself, as if no one was around, this was the only thought of all the captains. Arrogant man, dare to go wild on the Moby Dick, today I will take off your head and see what the so-called skeleton demon is capable of. Vista roared first. As the captain of the 5th Division, he stopped Hawkeye from being released into the water in the original battle. With a step, the whole person disappeared like a ghost. However, under Qin Yu's high-level observation haki, it was obvious that he instantly locked onto Vista's body. In his deep eye sockets, the soul flame leaped, and he looked up at the sky slightly. Seeing Qin Yu, who didn't take him seriously at all and was still sitting on the chair with a big horse and a golden sword, Vista's face darkened, and his hands suddenly clenched the two swords, roaring angrily. Rose dance. A gust of wind suddenly rose, and rose petals flew out of Vista's cloak. Under the infusion of armed color domineering, it was like a flying knife, turning into a tornado and shooting towards Qin Yu. The speed was so fast that it arrived in the blink of an eye. However, facing such a fancy attack, the captains present knew clearly that the biggest murderous intention contained in it was Vista, not these petals. Success! Marco's voice suddenly sounded. Many captains present had a hint of joy on their faces. I saw Vista, who had just disappeared in the petals. I don't know when, he appeared behind Qin Yu's chair. The sharp blade clenched in both hands, under the rapid coverage of the armed color domineering, slashed down towards Qin Yu. Boy, blame you for being too arrogant. You made a chair like this to show off. The flaw is too big. Double sword power slash. Roaring continuously, Qin Yu raised his head suddenly under the double swords. The deep soul flame eyes swirled like a whirlpool. The next moment, before everyone could react, 9 Megatama appeared, and blood overflowed from the white bone eye sockets, which looked extremely terrifying. However, before they could react, a huge pupil power rolled back like a hurricane. Bang! A dull collision sound suddenly spread. Under the scarlet blood-like air wave, a clearly visible rib appeared behind Qin Yu. A larger skeleton figure was quickly constructed. The Susanoo, which has turned into a mature Susanoo, has a white bone-like posture, which is very consistent with Qin Yu's current identity as a skeleton demon. Is this the animal type, the mythical beast species, the human fruit skeleton form? Marco's expression changed. This can't be blamed on him like others. After all, the Sengoku in the Navy headquarters, when he uses the Devil Fruit ability, is not much different from Chinyu in the Buddha form. Whitebeard, is this your way of hospitality? Chinyu's voice also became cold because of the character of the Bone King. Even Baista behind him didn't even look at him more, and said, if you plan to use these captains to get rid of me, then I'm afraid I can only tell you. I'm going to fight 10. 1 against 10? The captains present were stunned. In the New World, these captains, who doesn't have a dignified reputation, when has he been despised like this? Now this guy of unknown origin not only brought his own chair when he appeared. As soon as he opened his mouth, he wanted to beat 10 of them, which made the captains feel cheap. Okay, very good, we just underestimated you. You dare to look down on me like this, so I will see what you can do now. Vista was the first to roar. However, this time, before he could react, Whitebeard, who had been a spectator, suddenly spoke up. Okay, everyone, retreat. This kid is right. He is a guest. Prepare a glass of wine for him. I also want to see what kind of person this person, who is known as the mastermind of the jailbreak and a headache for the Navy headquarters and even the world government, is. Dad. Vista and Harta shouted in unison. They just embarrassed themselves in public, and now they are suddenly asked to stop. They don't even have a chance to find a place to fight. Okay, everyone, retreat. He was too arrogant to cause trouble on the Moby Dick, and he underestimated us. However, he was able to do such a thing in front of his father. It seems that the skeleton demon is not just a name. Marco stopped the two and said to Chinyu. As the captain of the first team, it not only represents that his own strength has reached the level of the vice-captain. More importantly, he is similar to Ben Beckman and serves as a think tank in the Whitebeard Pirates. Looking at the conflict that was suppressed all of a sudden, Jinbei couldn't help but be stunned. Without time to think about it, he hurried forward, poured a glass of wine, and handed it to Chinyu. At first, he was still guessing why Chinyu wanted to meet Whitebeard, but now it seems that it is not only beyond his cognition. It really allowed him to survive. Thank you, Jinbei. Chinyu took the big bowl of wine, raised his head and drank it, then his deep-set eyes, with the flames of his soul surging, met Whitebeard's gaze and said, okay, the farce is over, let's talk business next. Chapter 486 You will die soon. Let's talk business. Vesta couldn't hold back and spoke first. What qualifications do you have to talk business with Dad? Don't think that you can be on equal footing with Dad just because you offer a bounty of 350 million at the beginning. I'm telling you now that people like you are not qualified to meet Dad at ordinary times. Chang's voice echoed on the huge deck. The crew members who were full of resentment nodded in agreement. At the moment, they couldn't take action to get back the place, and they could only discuss Chinyu through facial expressions. Haha, it turns out that the captain of your Whitebeard Pirates is no more than this. If you have to use something like a bounty to perfunctorily deal with things, does it mean that the Fire Fist Ace who is valued by you like a dead dog can be more powerful than me? Chinyu laughed dryly without emotion. Please remember, don't be too superficial, otherwise you may not even know how you died. You. Vista was choked with anger. No. It should be said that the captain and even the crew members present were speechless. Looking at Ace who fell unconscious, he wanted to go up and kick him viciously. One offered a reward of 350 million, and the other offered a reward of 400 million, but the result was overturned. This is undoubtedly irrefutable. Okay, don't interrupt me, I also want to know what he wants to say when he boarded my ship so swaggeringly. Whitebeard waved his hand, looking at a group of sons, who were just a teenager, and he felt a little aggrieved in his heart. However, his identity as Whitebeard was here, if he wanted to take action now. That means that his group of sons are all mediocre. At the same time, it also proved that the skeleton demon in front of him was taken seriously by him. Okay, let's see what you can say. If you dare to say anything, don't blame us for being rude and twisting your head off. Baista gritted his teeth and said. For a moment, hundreds of eyes on the ship fell on Chinyu. If eyes can kill people, then now is enough to make Chinyu die tens of thousands of times. However, facing these murderous eyes, Chinyu seemed to be completely unconcerned. After putting down the wine bowl in his hand, he suddenly raised his head. This calmness was so calm that even Ping was anxious, as if there were many ants crawling in his heart. Just as he was about to speak to ease the atmosphere, the words that fell into his ears made everyone's pupils shrink suddenly. "Whitebeard, you will die soon." Qin Yu spoke indifferently. The small voice, at this moment, was extremely soul-piercing. The moment it landed on the field, a series of murderous intentions exploded like a volcano. "Brother Jinbei, please let me go. I'm going to destroy this guy today." A low roar suddenly sounded. A fishman in casual clothes rushed past Jinbei and appeared in front of Qin Yu. His ferocious face was filled with anger, and his 5 fingers clenched suddenly. "Arrogant man, dare to curse my father, today I will let you see how powerful the fishman is." Fishman Karate 7 kilowatts straight punch. Bang! The air seemed to be broken by a punch, and there were ripples and shock waves along the way. However, facing this scene, Qin Yu just chuckled, raised his head suddenly, and the soul flame in his eyes surged, saying, "Your fishman karate is pretty good, but compared to me, it's a world of difference." The cold words made Jinbei startled at first, and then he saw Qin Yu's skeleton hand clenched suddenly. The sudden scene made Jinbei have an extremely absurd idea in his mind. Fishman Karate 20,000 watt punch. Puff! A punch was thrown, and the air exploded as if it was pierced. The skeleton fist appeared in front of the fist of the captain of the 8th Division, Nerl, with a posture as fast as thunder. The next moment, while Nerl's pupils contracted, they collided with each other. Boom! The thunder-like collision sound suddenly echoed, and the violent air wave, like the moment when a hurricane rolled back, Nerl flew backwards like a cannonball. There was also the sound of bones breaking, which made people feel creepy. At the center of the collision between the two, the deck under their feet made a crisp breaking sound, and the thick deck had spider-web-like cracks and cracks. Nerl. Marco, who turned into an immortal bird, appeared behind Nerl and stopped him in response. However, facing this sudden scene, Jinbei's expression is even more indescribable. Not long ago, Qin Yu asked him to teach fish human body skills. Now he can perform a 20,000 watt punch that is stronger than that of Muir. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Jinbei would never believe it. "Haha, it seems that we still can't reach an agreement." Qin Yu laughed dryly, stood up from the chair as if nothing had happened, and looked at Whitebeard. "However, if there is a day when you think you will die, you can still come to me, and I will give you a surprise." "Surprise?" Vista's face sank, and the captain behind him, whose muscles were already tense, suddenly jumped up. "Today, we will surprise you instead of surprise." Rose sword. 6-round artillery. Wind and fire slash. Massive hammer. The roars sounded like thunder. Looking at the crazy offensive, the captains who were obviously murderous, Jinbei's face suddenly changed drastically, and he said in a hurry, he shouted, "Boy, if you don't want to die, kneel down and admit your mistake, otherwise." The hurried words came out, but unfortunately at the moment when Jinbei turned around, a series of scarlet lights quickly bloomed on Qin Yu's body, and the next moment the whole person turned into a dazzling light, rushing into the sky one step ahead. Level 2 Magic Force Teleport. Bang! The sky-high light was like a dazzling firework in the void, and it collapsed with a bang. Under the pursuit of many eyes, it disappeared without a trace. The sudden scene made everyone in the field stunned in place. Whitebeard frowned, and the domineering aura of observation swept away like a frenzy. Then his face couldn't help but sink and said, "That kid has escaped 7 or 8 miles away. It seems that we still underestimated him. Reached 7 or 8 miles in an instant. I'm afraid even Kizaru can't do this." Kiyoshi said in a deep voice. "Should we continue to chase him?" After this, everyone looked at Whitebeard. Facing this skeleton demon, they also began to wonder. "No need, let him go." Whitebeard shook his head in a deep voice and said, "I thought that when we pushed into the city, some old opponents would come out to make this sea lively, but I didn't expect a madman to appear. Let the Navy headquarters to toss about it. The secret of Ace still needs time to grow. It's not suitable to stay here. It's time to go back to the New World." Chapter 487 Miraculous Means. Vice Admiral Bastiu, why don't we retreat? If this goes on, our defense line will be broken by the endless sea kings. A Navy soldier clenched the already rolled sword in his hand and said breathlessly. However, what worried them most was the magic circle under their feet, which gradually became darker. They could clearly feel that the healing effect of this magic circle would decrease as the number of times they treated it increased. At the same time, the orc rage in their bodies had already lost its effect. Because of the instant activation of their potential, their own muscle fatigue increased dramatically. It can be said that if it were not for the existence of this healing magic circle, they would have been defeated by the endless sea kings. Bang! The dull collision sound echoed, and the huge shark that rushed towards them was cut in half by Bastille. The hot blood splashed down in front of him, staining his clothes. The fishy smell rushed straight into his nostrils, making Bastille, who was already exhausted, even paler. Forced to be alert, he scanned the surroundings, and looked at his men who were beginning to lose strength. A trace of bitterness appeared on Bastille's face and he said, "If the people in the headquarters knew that our fleet had killed hundreds of sea kings, we would definitely be promoted to an elite fleet. However, in this situation without support, the blood of sea kings has dyed the area within several miles red. The pungent smell of blood will only attract more sea kings. We can't escape at all. The only thing we can do is probably to fight to the death." The small voice shook everyone's nerves like a heavy hammer at this moment. Roar! A low roar exploded without warning. The deafening sound shook the navy soldiers, whose physical strength had reached the limit, and even Bastille's mental will. He hurriedly looked up, and the moment he saw it, his eyes almost popped out. Yes, it's a super sea king. Bang! The huge body was tens of meters long. The moment it broke through the water, it caused a fishy wind. The bloody mouth opened, which was 7 or 8 meters long. This bite was probably enough to bite the warship in half. However, facing this sudden scene, Bastille and a group of naval soldiers present were already close to their limits. The scene in front of them made their remaining fighting spirit disappear. The only thing they could do was to watch the bloody mouth bite down. Is it going to die? The absurd thought sprouted in everyone's mind. However, a blood-colored light descended on the deck first. The grey-white skeleton and the soul flames blooming from the deep eyes seemed to give people a soul-stirring illusion at this moment. Facing the attacking Super Sea King, Qin Yu just raised his head slightly. I didn't expect that I could see this kind of lovely Sea King in such a place. It just came in handy. A small voice suddenly sounded. Compared with the fierce attack of the Super Sea King, Qin Yu's calmness formed a huge gap. Before everyone could react, the bloody mouth came crashing down. Bang! The dull collision sound echoed like thunder. The huge body, 7 or 8 meters away from Qin Yu, seemed to hit an invisible wall. The next moment, before everyone could react, Qin Yu stomped the scepter in his hand towards the ground. Level 3 Magic Negative Contact. Bang! The scepter stomped towards the deck, and the scarlet magic circle bloomed under Qin Yu's feet. The dark magic exploded in Qin Yu's body, like a raging tide, rolling back. Roar! The shrill roar suddenly rose like thunder. A trace of human fear flashed in the pupils of the Super Sea King. Unfortunately, before he could react, the huge body seemed to be corroded. The flesh and blood instantly disintegrated between heaven and earth. Tens of meters huge, the grey bones fell powerlessly on the sea in full view of the crowd. The splashing sea water rolled back in all directions like a huge wave. The Sea Kings who were rushing to the scene paused after seeing this scene. The next moment, they turned around and fled without looking back. For a moment, the Sea Kings who were still fighting frantically and regarded the ship as prey were directly frightened. Oh my god, what did I see? Are these Sea Kings frightened? The adjutant standing beside Bastille turned pale and couldn't help talking to himself. The atmosphere in the field suddenly became extremely depressing. This is probably the king of the Sea Kings in this sea area. Bastille's face changed and he hurriedly explained. However, facing the unclear situation in front of him, Bastille still tensed his nerves, clenched the shark-slaying sword in his hand, and stared straight at the unfathomable skeleton demon in front of him. Although, after going through so many things, Bastille knew that he was no match for this demon, but it seemed that only in this way could he have a sense of security. Haha, I didn't expect you to survive. Qin Yu chuckled indifferently, holding the scepter in his hand, looking back and said, 7 people were seriously injured, all were slightly injured, and no one died. Your record is better than I expected, and the harvest is also quite good. There is no need to do it next time for the time being. Next time? The small voice swept the whole scene like a hurricane at this moment. The faces of the naval soldiers who survived by chance, and even Bastille, turned pale. Devil, you devil, kill if you want, there is no need to torture us like this. Bastille roared angrily. Demon! Qin Yu laughed dryly and said, I said, demons and skeletons are 2 different species, but I admire your courage. Since you have completed the task well, I still need some people to control the ship, so the task ends here. Level 3 Magic, Group Healing. Qin Yu stomped the scepter in his hand towards the deck again. Under the blooming of the blue magic circle, the healing light rain fell one after another. A feeling like bathing in a hot spring made Bastille and others look stagnant. Although the fatigue in their bodies was not eliminated as quickly as the first time they were baptized by the light rain, their wounds and physical strength were obviously recovering slowly. Feeling the changes in his body, the adjutant standing behind Bastille couldn't help but look up at the sky and muttered, "No matter how many times I see this strange method, it's like a miracle. If there are people in our navy who have this ability, I'm afraid they can turn the tide of various battles." Chapter 488 Ants can't understand the ruler's thoughts. Shut up. Bastille turned his hand and slapped the adjutant behind him in the face, and shouted sternly, "You know, if this remark is known by the headquarters, what awaits you is not only punishment, but also the traitors. I'm afraid we will be implicated." Facing the robbery of Tianchangjian, at such a sensitive time, this kind of worship of the other party was raised. It is undoubtedly a breakthrough for some hostile people to target topics. For example, sensitive topics such as colluding with outsiders to cause the robbery of Tianchangjian. After listening to these words, the adjutant obviously knew that he had lost his composure, and nodded in agreement. However, more eyes were cast on Qin Yu, who was staring at the Sea King corpses scattered all over the sea. "Well, you seem to be too idle. Pick up all these corpses for me. I have a use for them." Qin Yu touched his chin and said after thinking for a moment. "Do you need these corpses?" Bastille was stunned for a moment and said, "Do you want all of them? What are you doing here? We have enough food storage on our ship, and some of the meat of these sea kings contains toxins." In Bastille's eyes, these sea kings were troublesome attackers when they were alive. After death, at most they were just food. "You said they are food." Qin Yu turned around and laughed, saying, "Ants really can't understand the thoughts of the Supreme Ruler. I am the Supreme Lord of the Nilasak's Great Tomb, how could I not have some subordinates?" "Subordinates?" Bastille's expression froze, and he said, "Are you going to use these corpses to create subordinates?" Absurd thoughts emerged in Bastille's mind, looking at the Sea King corpses floating on the sea. "This is something that has nothing to do with it at all. Haha, you can't figure out the methods of the Supreme Lord, all you have to do is obey orders." Qin Yu stomped the scepter in his hand towards the deck. The violent magic power exploded in the body instantly, sweeping across the sea like a hurricane. The navy soldiers in it suddenly tensed their muscles and shuddered. Bastille's face changed drastically, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Come on, as long as the body is recovered, I'll come over and transport all the corpses." The weak have no diplomacy. Facing Qin Yu's overwhelming strength, the only thing Bastille could do was to execute it. At the same time, like other navy soldiers, they were eager to know how the skeleton demon in front of them could use these corpses to become his subordinates. Looking at the navy soldiers who suddenly became busy, Qin Yu did not continue to urge. The soul flame in his eyes dimmed slightly, and he fell into deep thought. According to the current 40% realism, Qin Yu's means were also reduced. If you want to create undead that exist for a long time, you need a large number of fresh and strong corpses, and the Sea King is undoubtedly the best choice. Among them, with the talent of the top undead master of the Bone King himself. In one day, he can create 4 high-level undead, 12 mid-level undead, and 20 low-level undead. As for the undead magic cemetery of the dead, it can create 500 skeleton soldiers without levels. Looking at the data in front of him, Qin Yu frowned even more. Recalling the original work of the Bone King, the mighty golden armor skeleton formation, the pomp alone was enough to shock many people. At present, with Qin Yu's strength and means, there is obviously a big gap to reach this point. However, it is enough to deal with the next plan. Have the corpses arrived? Qin Yu came back to his senses and looked at the sea surface. It might be difficult to deal with living sea kings, but these navy soldiers were equally efficient in dealing with these corpses floating on the sea. After all, this was about their lives, and they were also eager to know why the skeleton demon in front of them said that these corpses were his men. The nearby salvage has been completed, and there are still 1 or 2/10 of corpses in the farther sea area, which will take some time. Bastille didn't want to obey Qin Yu's orders. But facing Qin Yu's fierce power, he could only surrender temporarily. Qin Yu didn't take Bastille's thoughts to heart, but just raised his head slightly and looked at the corpses that had piled up on the sea. Qin Yu stomped the scepter in his hand again. Second level magic frozen earth. Bang! Endless cold air exploded instantly like a frenzy, and quickly rolled back to the surroundings. Wherever it passed, not to mention the deck, even the sea surface within a radius of 500 to 600 meters was instantly frozen. Before Bastille and other Navy officers could react, Qin Yu cast a flying magic on himself again, quickly suspended in the air, and flew towards the corpse on the ice. The sudden scene made Bastille and others shudder, and they looked at the scene in front of them with surprise. They also hurriedly followed. Looking at Qin Yu's endless methods, they felt an inexplicable urgency in their hearts. They were eager to see how the corpse in front of them turned into a soldier. Let me think about it, where to start. Qin Yu touched his chin and muttered to himself. The next moment, the soul flames in his eyes suddenly surged, and the scepter in his hand stomped on the ice, and the cold voice sounded again. Then start with the weak. Level 3 Undead Magic Graveyard of the Dead. Ding! The sound of the magic circle sounded like a bell, and a purple-black magic circle was quickly constructed under Qin Yu's feet. The inexplicable oppressive atmosphere contained in the magic, like an invisible big hand, tightened the hearts of the Navy present. Looking at the gradually darkening sky, some people couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. However, before they could react, a cry of surprise suddenly sounded. The bodies are moving. The sudden words made everyone's nerves tense up. When moving these bodies, they confirmed again and again that these sea kings were dead. Now suddenly moving, it undoubtedly attracted their attention. When all eyes fell on the piled-up bodies, the pupils shrank and the eye sockets almost cracked. On the squirming bodies, white skeleton hands protruded from the flesh and blood. The thin skeletons that were turned out were densely packed, and the large number of them, and the crisp sound of bones all over the body when they moved, formed a shocking scene. Who has ever seen hundreds of skeletons marching in a neat formation, marching in military drills? Although, they only held a bone knife in their hands. However, this kind of lineup and means were completely beyond their cognition. Oh my God, if our Navy headquarters had this kind of means, we probably wouldn't need soldiers to serve as cannon fodder. Bastille couldn't help but uttered a sentence. But as soon as the words fell, he was slapped by the adjutant. Chapter 489 The Invincible Death Army. Pa! The crisp slap suddenly echoed, causing Bastille to cover his cheek and stand there in shock. The words that fell in his ears seemed extremely familiar. Lieutenant General Bastille, this is a rebellious statement, you can't say it. Feeling the burning sensation on his old face, if he hadn't seen the loyal adjutant, Bastille almost couldn't help but pull back his hand. Bastille, as a vice admiral of the Navy, come and test the strength of these skeleton soldiers. Qin Yu suddenly spoke. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you win every battle. Although, these densely packed skeleton soldiers look good. But if it's just a showpiece, Qin Yu doesn't need to waste his magic power and thoughts on it. I'll do it. Bastille was stunned. However, after seeing Qin Yu's unquestionable nod, he still suppressing the shock in his heart a little, he looked at the skeleton soldiers holding grey-white bone knives. He also felt a little eager to try. In Bastille's eyes, if he could figure out the strength of these skeleton soldiers, it would be a great achievement for the Navy headquarters. What's wrong, don't you want to? Qin Yu said again. Yes, I do. Bastille reacted quickly. After regaining some strength, he suddenly clenched the shark-slashing sword with both hands, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and the next moment he suddenly exerted force with his feet and rushed towards the skeleton soldiers. Shark slashing 6 light stream slash. With a roar, Bastille had not fallen yet, and the shark-slashing sword in his hand instantly slashed 6 times. When the awe-inspiring sound of breaking through the air sounded, the vacuum slash instantly condensed and slashed towards the skeleton soldiers with a crushing posture. Facing this attack that exerted most of their strength, these skeleton soldiers with only simple will simply raised the bone knives in their hands to block. Bang! The slash fell with a bang, and the huge impact force, mixed with an unparalleled sharp posture, directly tore 50 or 60 skeleton soldiers into pieces in an instant. Looking at the bones scattered all over the ground as if they were broken apart, the Navy soldiers present could not help but stand there in shock. Bastille also seemed a little surprised, but a hint of joy flashed across his face and said, "Sirens, I'm sorry, I didn't know that the soldiers you created were so weak. If you had told me earlier that they were not even as good as the group of losers under my command, I would never have used such a heavy hand." At first, he was really serious about Qin Yu's method of creating soldiers with corpses. However, now that he had personally verified that these skeleton soldiers, even his slightly more serious moves, could sweep away dozens of people, this was an opportunity for him to counterattack in a subtle way. At least, he could win back a city in front of this terrifying guy in front of him. However, as soon as this thought flashed through Bastiu's mind, the words that fell into his ears made him look confused. Well, if your navy can't even compare to the most inferior cannon fodder under my command, your navy has no value to survive. Qin Yu played with the scepter in his hand. In full view of the public, he stomped hard on the ice. The bones that had fallen apart and fell to the ground, covered by the scarlet light, seemed to be controlled by an invisible force and quickly reassembled. The sudden scene shook everyone's nerves, and even Bastiu couldn't help but take a half step back. Okay, then proceed to the next stage of the experiment. Qin Yu's voice sounded again. And Bastiu's face changed slightly. However, before he could investigate further, Qin Yu stomped the scepter in his hand on the ice again. The scarlet magic circle was instantly dyed black, and the dark fog, at this moment, turned into thousands of tentacles, madly probing the pile of Sea King corpses. As soon as it touched, the magic circle turned into a bloody mouth and quickly swallowed the corpses. In just a short moment, scarlet blood light appeared again. The huge magic circle, like a deep swamp, emitted a large number of bubbles. In the end, 23rd level skeleton warriors wearing bone armor appeared, with huge bodies of nearly 3 meters, holding weapons emitting grey light and bone shields. Following closely behind, 12 6th level undead knights riding white skeleton horses and wearing bone armor appeared. However, as the Sea King corpses piled up like a small mountain were swallowed up, even the last bit of the tail of the Super Sea King was pulled into the black fog. 4 huge beams of light shot up into the sky like a thread. The accumulated leaden clouds in the sky were pierced in an instant. One after another, they shot up into the sky in the magic circle, as if controlled by an invisible force, and in the blink of an eye, they formed 4 7th level undead bone dragons with a body length of 20 to 30 meters and black mist all over their bodies. Roar! The sound of the dragon roared like thunder, and the rolling sound waves turned into a tidal wave and rolled back. At this moment, the ice surface under the feet seemed to be unable to bear it, and it made a cracking sound. The moment a pair of bone wings suddenly flapped, the wind and waves rolled up, and it felt like a hurricane. Faced with this unexpected scene, some Navy soldiers could not stand firmly at all. They were directly flipped 7 or 8 meters away and hit the deck of the ship before they could barely stop. However, facing the tingling feeling all over their bodies, the Navy soldiers present, even Bastiu. At this moment, everyone could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Looking at the black mass of flying bone dragons in the sky, and the undead knights riding on white skeleton horses in front of them. And those skeleton warriors wearing bone armor and nearly 3 meters tall. This kind of lineup and momentum, exuding an inexplicable oppressive force, is like an invisible big hand that tightens people's hearts. If the skeleton soldiers a moment ago were just scattered soldiers, then the white bone army in front of them gives people the feeling that they are simply an elite death army. I say, Bastiu, what do you think of the current army compared to your navy headquarters? Qin Yu said indifferently. The voice was not loud, but at this moment it had great soul-penetrating power, which simply shook everyone's nerves. Especially at the moment when the voice fell, the 4 huge bone dragons in the sky cast scarlet eyes, which made people feel like they were shuddering without a fight. At this moment, an extremely absurd idea flashed through their minds. These death armies, they can't victory. Plop! The sound of a heavy object falling to the ground echoed. Bastiu looked back at the adjutant who knelt down without hesitation. That crazy move spread rapidly like a chain reaction at this moment. Before Bastiu could react, a shout suddenly echoed. Thank you, the Supreme of the Great Tomb of Nalisak, for letting us see the supreme glory of the Death Legion. Our Navy headquarters, an elite corps that cannot match it. Chapter 490 Destination Sabayati Archipelago. The shouts that rang out in unison echoed like thunder. Bastiu looked at his elite men who knelt down on the ground in an instant, and his expression was dazed. What's wrong, Bastiu? Do you want to try the strength of my men? Do you plan to fight 100 or 150 this time? Qin Yu spoke indifferently, his deep eyes, and the leaping soul flame suddenly surged. His eyes suddenly turned and fell on Bastiu. This look seemed ordinary, but in Bastiu's eyes, it seemed to have the pressure of Mount Tai, which made his muscles tense. Thinking of the comments he made just now, he wanted to slap himself now. However, thinking of himself as a dignified vice-admiral, in front of all his subordinates, Bastiu still said with a stiff face, "Sirens, please forgive my reckless words just now. However, as a Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters, the cloak of justice on my back does not allow me to kneel. If you want to take off my head, just take it." The slightly long words, mixed with a dignified taste, made the expressions of the Navy soldiers in the field change slightly. Everyone's eyes fell on Qin Yu. It can be said that Bastiu's behavior now is undoubtedly a collision with the muzzle of a gun. "Haha, your courage is commendable," Qin Yu said with a dry laugh. With one step, he disappeared from the spot like a ghost. When he appeared again, he had come to Bastiu. The sudden scene made Bastiu's expression change drastically, and even his breathing stopped, and his muscles tensed for a moment. A large white bone hand had gently patted his shoulder. "You will still be the guide for the next section of the journey. As long as we reach the destination and your behavior satisfies me, it is not a luxury to leave alive. Keep working hard," Qin Yu said with a warm smile. However, the skeleton-like posture made people feel creepy in their eyes. When the voice faded, the footsteps went away. And the army of death in the field merged into the magic circle like black fog. Bastiu fell on the ice like a drowning man, gasping for breath. "Lieutenant General Bastiu, are you okay?" The adjutant couldn't help asking. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he was glared at and shouted angrily, "Do you think I'm okay? Hurry up and pull me up, my legs are shaking like a knot." The hysterical roar echoed on the ice for a long time. But the Navy soldiers in the field couldn't laugh. Thinking of the formation of the Death Legion just now, the adjutant couldn't help but say, "Lieutenant General Bastiu, what do you think the strength of the 4 bone dragons can reach?" As soon as this word fell, it touched everyone's nerves. Feeling the gazes of the surroundings, Bastiu looked solemn and said, "I don't know what means it has. But the impression it gives me may be very tricky." At the same time, in the Admiral's office at the Navy headquarters, Jean Guo stood with his hands behind his back, standing in front of the French window, looking at the port in the distance, and the several warships that were ready to go. His face couldn't help but sink. "Is there still no news about Bastiu? It's been a whole day." Garp's lazy voice suddenly sounded. He didn't forget to stuff a few donuts into his mouth. Seeing such a leisurely Garp, Sengoku's face became darker and darker, and said, "Garp, can't you be more careful? Until now, we haven't got any accurate information about him." Thinking of the intelligence list that Magellan fed back in the city. All of them were listed as unknown. Sengoku seemed to have a headache. "Tisk, you said it's unknown, can I know it?" Garp couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, "But, Akainu and Kizaru, aren't those 2 little ghosts back? They are all rising stars, let them check it out, why are you so worried?" "Who knows, that guy robbed the Sky Gold, just planning to find a place to hide, maybe now he has managed to return to the New World." New World? Sengoku's expression couldn't help but be stunned. Then he suddenly picked up the den mushi on the table and said, "Garp, you are right. If that guy wants to return to Wano country, he must first pass through the Red Earth continent. Don't forget, there is only one stupid way for pirates to go to the Red Earth continent from here." "Stupid way?" Garp was stunned, and then his eyes lit up and said, "Sengoku, you mean, that guy plans to go to the Sabayati Islands for coding, and use Fishman Island to return to the New World. However, there are too many lawless places in the Sabayati Islands, and our navy is only stationed in half of the ports. This may be a bit difficult, right? Because the Red Earth continent is like a sharp blade, it cuts off the Grand Line. And the Red Earth continent is the world government, even places occupied by nobles and other powerful countries. So the only choice for pirates is to pass through the 10,000-meter seabed and cross the Fishman Island to reach the New World. And in this process, the Sabayati Islands became the most important springboard. In history, the Navy headquarters and even the world government have thought about banning this place directly. However, losing the last route to the New World will soon provoke conflicts between the two sides. Facing the guerrilla warfare of pirates, let alone the Navy, even the world government can't stand the consumption. In the end, some places in the Sabayati Islands became a no-man's land. As long as nothing too extreme is done, the Navy will turn a blind eye. At present, the Navy headquarters defines Uchiha Chinyu as a person from Wano country. Then returning to Wano country, the Sabayati Islands will become a must-go. Come here, notify Kizaru and Akainu immediately, and rush to the Sabayati archipelago as soon as possible. I hope to stop him before he enters the deep sea. Whether it is the prison break and impel down or the looting of Tenjo gold, these things need someone to take responsibility. Sengoku directly dialed the Den Mushi and gave the order in a deep voice. At the same time, it was almost the same as Sengoku guessed. A ship carrying Tenjo gold quickly approached the Sabayati archipelago. The pirates and some navy along the way took the initiative to retreat when they saw the celestial dragon flag fluttering in the wind. However, when they saw this huge merchant ship, it actually bypassed the regular port and headed for the dark and deserted estuary. Their expressions suddenly became stiff. However, facing this kind of thing related to the celestial dragons, they only took a second look and retracted their thoughts. Before landing on the Sabayati archipelago, they had already received the first warning. Don't attack the celestial dragons. Chapter 491 I just came back from a robbery. Surins, where are you going now? Bastiu, standing on the bow, wiped the sweat from his forehead nervously, and subconsciously clenched the Den Mushi hidden in his sleeve. During this period, he has been looking for an opportunity to tip off. However, since the creation of the Death Corps, this merchant ship seems to be isolated from the world, and the signal of the Den Mushi has also been cut off. Qin Yu came back to his senses in deep thought, and in his deep eyes, the soul flame jumped down and said, "Don't worry, you have performed well during this period, I will not kill you. As for the Den Mushi you tipped off, there is no need to use it anymore. I believe the navy will arrive soon." As soon as these words fell, not to mention Bastiu, even the faces of the navy soldiers changed drastically. They were very clear about Bastiu's obscure actions. But they never thought that all of this was seen by Qin Yu. That kind of fearless attitude shook their nerves even more. What are you going to do?" Bastiu's expression tightened and he asked in a hurry. It can be said that the unknown is the most torturous mental skill, especially when looking at the unfathomable skeleton demon in front of him who was miscalculated by the Navy headquarters. Just looking at the soul flame eyes jumping in the eye sockets, there is a kind of mental pressure of being seen through. Hehe, don't be nervous, just follow me, as for the others, take a nap for the time being. Qin Yu laughed dryly. The next moment, the soul flame in the eyes suddenly rose, as if it was about to burn out. A huge mental pressure swept the whole scene with a tyrannical attitude. Undead talent mental shock. Boom. The Navy soldiers present only felt a roar in their heads, and before they could react, they rolled their eyes and foamed at the mouth and fell on the deck. As a great necromancer, the strength of the Bone King's mental power is so great that it can completely match the ordinary level of domineering. He fell down after looking at it for a while, and even the adjutant beside him was no exception. Bastiu had just dispelled the discomfort in his mind, and his face turned pale. Surins, what are you going to do? What? Qin Yu put away the huge mental power he released, looked back at Bastiu and said, of course, it is to make Nzoulgown famous in the sea and buy time to set up a trap. Next, you should be familiar with the Sabayati archipelago, so be my guide. After leaving these words, Qin Yu's eyes had passed Bastiu and fell on the simple tavern on the coast. The soul flame in his eyes flickered slightly, and he grabbed Bastiu's body and disappeared on the deck like a ghost. When he appeared again, Bastiu had seen himself appearing in front of the tavern. Bang! The door of the tavern was kicked open with such force that even the door panel was blown away. A black shadow flew towards Qin Yu like a cannonball. Looking at this sudden scene, Bastiu was startled at first, but finally gritted his teeth and stepped forward to block it. Bang! The dull collision sound echoed in the forest. When he saw the unlucky guy flying out, Bastiu's expression could not help but stagnate. This is the pirate from the West Sea with a bounty of 80 million, orals? He was actually blown away by someone. Qin Yu was not surprised by Bastiu's shock. This is a bar built in the 13th area of the Sabayati archipelago, a lawless place. In the chaotic and turbulent Sabayati archipelago, there are people who can do such a thing. In addition to Raelius, in addition to the care, of course, there is also the reason for the owner's own strength. At least, in Qin Yu's calculation, Xiaoqi was originally a pirate, and 30 years ago, she was hunted by the Navy hero Garpman in the sea. Moreover, at the moment when the supernova landed on the island, a large amount of intelligence information was collected, which was enough to prove that she was not simple. If Qin Yu had to make a conclusion, this Xiaoqi might be related to the legendary pirate group Rocks. However, after many years, the reputation of all this has gradually faded. At present, Xiaoqi only makes a living by introducing coding, extortion, and selling intelligence in the Sabayati Islands. Of course, looking at her posture, the main thing is extortion. Surans, this tavern may not be simple. What are you doing here? I may be able to help you arrange. Bastiu couldn't help but speak. He didn't want Qin Yu to change his mind and kill him halfway. What's more, as a navy, he came to such a black shop and was ambushed by someone. That's a dead end. Lieutenant General Bastiu, what I'm going to do, only she can do it, you should go in with me to relax. Qin Yu patted Bastiu's shoulder and walked in first. Facing Qin Yu with a mysterious face, Bastiu couldn't help but sprout a seed of curiosity in his heart. In his eyes, Qin Yu tacitly allowed him to tip off the Navy headquarters. Knowing that the Chambord Islands and the Navy headquarters are only separated by a port, he still insisted on staying here. All these actions made Bastiu eager to know what Qin Yu was thinking or planning. Dang! The remaining wooden door was pushed open by Qin Yu's huge white skeleton body. Welcome! Xiaoqi, who was wiping the cup, raised her head slightly, but her pupils suddenly shrank. However, he quickly regained his composure and said, "You should have seen what happened to that man just now. This is a tavern that specializes in extortion. You should be mentally prepared. My asking price is very high." Looking at Xiaoqi, who said such harsh words straight to the point at the beginning, Bastiu's expression changed slightly and he looked at Qin Yu beside him. He really wanted to know how this moody skeleton demon would react. Haha, Miss Xiaoqi, you are still humorous, but I like to talk to straightforward people. Qin Yu sat down on the slightly small bar chair. His bone-like fingers tapped on the table and said, "Do you want 1 million or 10 million Baileys? I just robbed it back, and the ship carrying the sky gold is still outside. If you don't think it's too hot, you can take it all." Domineering. At this moment, Bastiu had only this word in his mind. No matter whether Qin Yu was talking nonsense or not, he would ask for sky gold as soon as he opened his mouth. Who the hell can do such a thing? Faced with this speech, Xiaoqi's eyes also shrank slightly, obviously a little surprised. But she recovered quickly and said, "It seems that he is a distinguished guest. A pirate is followed by a navy. This combination is also surprising. It seems that what you are planning is not small. However, since you are also straightforward, let's drink something first." Chapter 492 Stepping on the Newcomer King. "No need, I just came here to find Rayleigh," Qin Yu said indifferently. Rayleigh? Bastiu was stunned at first, and it was obvious that he couldn't think of the owner of this name for a moment. However, this speech fell into Xiaoqi's ears, but made her expression slightly change. Looking at Qin Yu, her eyes were more alert, and she said, "I don't know what Rayleigh is. If you are looking for this person, I'm sorry that I can't help you. If there is nothing, I will also close." As soon as this speech fell, Xiaoqi obviously issued an order to expel the guest, which made Bastiu stunned in place. After all, the change in attitude is too big. "Haha, Miss Xiaoqi, you don't have to reject me too quickly. Take a look at this letter of introduction first. I believe you are happy to help me." Qin Yu laughed dryly, took out the handwritten letter from his mother-in-law, and pushed it over directly. When seeing the mark and name on it, Xiaoqi couldn't help but be startled, and said slightly unlucky, "It turns out that the old woman introduced you, but can you show your true face?" For this person who was crowned as the mastermind of the prison break in the city by the Navy headquarters, at the moment when the 350 million reward was announced. Xiaoqi also didn't believe that her intelligence system didn't have any information about this person. The fact that they could meet now aroused Xiaoqi's urgent curiosity. Too young. Xiaoqi suddenly couldn't help muttering. Looking at Qin Yu, who was surrounded by black fog and finally restored to his original appearance, giving people a feeling of a boy next door, it was obviously beyond her expectations. "Satisfied?" Qin Yu said with a warm smile. After removing the character template, Qin Yu was not affected by the character of the Bone King and returned to his usual personality. Xiaoqi came back to his senses, took a deep puff of the cigarette and said, "It's a bit unexpected. I didn't expect the rumored skeleton demon to be so young. But I really want to know how long you have been in the Impel Down prison and what you did to go there." Faced with this question, even Bastiu, who was standing behind Qin Yu, became interested. Feeling the curious eyes of the two, Qin Yu smiled and shook his head and said, "Even I don't know, can you change the question? For example, if you want to find out my background, introduce me a blind date. Tisk. Xiaoqi rolled her eyes and said, I knew you would answer like this, but as a qualified intelligence businessman, I also violated the iron rule of not casually investigating customers. To express my apology, I sincerely tell you that I don't know where Rayleigh is. You don't know? Bastille was anxious. He followed Qin Yu to buy time for the navy. However, if Qin Yu can't find the person he is looking for now, it means that he may leave the Sabayati archipelago at any time. I really don't know. Xiaoqi exhaled a puff of cigarette, glanced at Bastille, and said, that guy is always hiding from creditors everywhere. He was found by someone a few days ago. Now he should be hiding to avoid debts. But, brother, you are carrying a navy with you. Aren't you worried that he will tip off the navy? This place is very close to the navy. As soon as these words fell, Bastille's face changed drastically, and he glared at Xiaoqi fiercely as a warning. However, he was soon interrupted by Qin Yu. You'd better be careful, this store is not something you can threaten. But don't worry, I took you with me just because I'm not famous enough. Not famous enough? The inexplicable words made Bastille and Xiaoqi startled. People are afraid of being famous and pigs are afraid of being fat. This principle is applicable everywhere. Especially pirates, who wants to be stared at in this Sabayati archipelago. In their eyes, if they provoke the navy, they will be in trouble. By the way, since you don't know where Rayleigh is, help me do another thing. Qin Yu took out a photo with his backhand and threw it to Xiaoqi, saying, help me spread this news, preferably through the hands of big news Morgans. As for the cost, this information should be enough for you to knock some Bailey from Morgans. You mean Morgans? Xiaoqi frowned and said, that guy only does big news. If it's too small, I'm afraid. Before he finished speaking, when Xiaoqi and Bastille saw the scene in the photo, their pupils suddenly shrank. It can be said that at this moment, they almost popped their eyes. This is the first supernova, the captain of the Spade Pirates, Ace the Fire Fist. Bastille's expression changed drastically, and he couldn't help but shout first. As a vice admiral of the navy, how many people want to catch this pirate rookie who is in the limelight? However, the only thing that makes people feel tricky is that the strength of this pirate rookie is as high as his bounty. Moreover, in the headquarters of the navy, there are rumors that this pirate rookie's identity is not simple and secret. However, now this unruly pirate rookie king who claims to challenge Whitebeard is actually being trampled underfoot. If you don't see it with your own eyes, I'm afraid no one will be willing to believe that all this is true. Boy, I didn't expect you to defeat him. If Rayleigh knew, I don't know what his expression would be. Xiaoqi took a deep puff of cigarette and looked at Qin Yu with a little shock. But I really want to know why you do this. Is reputation important to you? Facing this probing talk, Qin Yu smiled warmly and nodded silently. All he did now was just to make the world more shaken because of him, so as to unlock his own power. However, such words are obviously impossible to say. Even if they are really said, I'm afraid no one will be willing to believe them. Well, it seems that there is no way to get some information from you. I will help you send this information out. As compensation, the reward for selling the information belongs to me. This should be able to make the front page of the news. I have also thought of a headline for you, which is called Trampling the Newcomer King. Xiaoqi gave up the idea of continuing to test and took another puff of cigarette. But Rayleigh's whereabouts, this depends on you. There is one more thing I need to remind you. In the Sabayati archipelago, you can beat up the navy at will, but once you encounter the world nobles, you must not conflict with them. If necessary, you must leave as soon as possible. The slightly long and lingering instructions echoed in the small tavern and could not be dispersed for a long time. However, in the face of this speech, Qin Yu just casually raised his hand, turned around and left first. I know, I will not conflict with them. Chapter 493 The General's Personal Arrival and the Highest Order. No conflict. Looking at the back that disappeared at the door, Xiaoqi pondered carefully, but after this sentence, her expression changed in vain. That kid just said that he wanted to gain fame, he wouldn't be crazy enough to do that kind of thing, right? No matter, I've been busy enough today, and there is also the money from the intelligence sales. This store will be closed for a few days. Let's hide first. Xiaoqi had a slight guess about Qin Yu's thoughts. Her appearance had changed drastically since she was young and was chased by Garp all over the sea. However, If something like that really happened now, the navy would definitely come to search frequently. Not to mention the pirates on the island, even the outsiders would be in trouble. So, under this premise, this extortion tavern couldn't find anyone to extort, so it was better to close the door. Now Xiaoqi could only pray that Rayleigh would not run into this arrogant guy. Just thinking of Rayleigh, where he might be hiding now, Xiaoqi sighed helplessly and hurried to close the door. Outside, Bastille looked at Qin Yu's back and felt more and more uneasy. Recalling that Qin Yu left halfway a day ago, he was probably leaving with Fire Fist Ace. Otherwise, if this was old news, it would not be released so late. Moreover, seeing that Qin Yu was so obsessed with his reputation, Bastille's guess was further confirmed. Hey, lead the way for me, I want to go to Island No. 1. Qin Yu said lightly. He had a general understanding of the division of the Shampoo Archipelago, but if he really had to tell him how to go, it would be difficult for Qin Yu. Island No. 1? Lordans, are you not leaving? Bastille woke up with a look of surprise on his face. Leave? Qin Yu rolled his eyes and said, I haven't found anyone yet, how can I leave? Besides, do you want to see me leave? No, no. Bastille waved his hand and said, Surins, you misunderstood me. I have absolutely no other ideas. I will lead the way now. But who is Rayleigh, Surins, looking for? At the same time, just as Qin Yu was heading to Island No. 1. The estuary guarded by the navy welcomed 2 warships of the highest specifications. The dark gun barrels glowed with a chilling cold light. The navy soldiers stationed on the deck were in good order, like an elite division among the elite. Vice Admiral Hua Shaishan, what's going on? An adjutant looked at the 2 warships in front of him and couldn't help saying, aren't these warships exclusively equipped for admirals? How could 2 admirals land in the Sabayati archipelago at the same time? As admirals of the navy, they are known as the existence of the highest combat power. Normally, if there is no major incident, they are stationed in the navy headquarters, chatting and drinking tea. Only Aokiji does not like this kind of restrained and boring life, but goes to ride on the ice all over the sea. As the closest to the navy headquarters and the most important springboard for pirates, the garrison of Sabayati archipelago has always been entrusted to the navy vice admirals. As for the admirals, they rarely set foot in this place. In their eyes, such a chaotic place where pirates and the navy intervened and no one was in charge was annoying. However, now that they appeared, they found that 2 admirals had come, which was simply a feeling of impending storm. Vice Admiral Hua Shaishan, do you think there will be fugitives running to Sabayati archipelago? I heard that the prison in the city of Pushing Down fell not long ago, and the 3 admirals were personally dispatched. The adjutant couldn't help but say. Hua Shaishan's face changed slightly, and he said with a cigar in his mouth, shut up, don't make random guesses here, if you mess up the morale of the army, you will be held responsible. However, these 2 generals came at the wrong time. I received the highest notice not long ago. The highest notice? The adjutant's expression changed drastically. As long as he had been stationed in the Sabayati archipelago, he would definitely know what the highest notice was. Now, 2 major events collided at once, which gave Hua Shaishan a headache. Forget it, never mind. Hua Shaishan said with a hint of dissatisfaction on his face, 2 warships are about to dock, let's find out what happened first. After saying this, Hua Shaishan walked quickly towards the port. As soon as they approached, the 2 warships had already set up the bridge, and the leader was Akainu holding a cigar and wearing a cloak of justice. There was also Kizaru with a wretched and teasing look on his face, pouting and looking around. Yo-yo, it seems that my old face is still useful. Isn't this Hua Shaishan? I feel bad for asking you to come pick us up in person. Huang Yuan's eyes fell on Hua Shaishan and he spoke first. Did Marshal Sengoku inform you? Marshal Sengoku? Hua Shaishan was startled, and then shook his head blankly. 2 generals, Marshal Sengoku didn't inform me of anything. We gathered here to welcome the highest order. However, the 2 generals came here in person. Could it be that something really happened in the Sabayati archipelago? At this point, all the navy soldiers who followed him tensed up. Even the navy soldiers stationed on the warships that Akainu and Huang Yuan were riding on showed blank expressions. That old guy Zhangguo is really something. Akainu exhaled a puff of cigarette and said, this is top secret. You are not wrong to not know. If that guy escapes, it will be a waste of our efforts. Is the highest order you received to receive the world's nobles? As admirals, Akainu and Kizuru did not feel unfamiliar with the world's nobles. The moment they became admirals, their primary task was to protect the world's nobles no matter where they were or what happened. They must first take protecting the world's nobles as their responsibility. However, facing that group of pedantic guys, Akainu and Kizuru obviously did not intend to be a lapdog who wagged his tail and begged for mercy. Looking at Akainu and Kizuru who wanted to fly away immediately, Hwashaishin smiled helplessly. As Vice Admirals, they did not have so many choices. Vice Admiral Hwashaishin, Lord Charles Marco and others are here. A Navy soldier hurried over. Charles Marco. Akainu frowned and said, "Is it the rumor that he likes slave fighting very much?" "Yes, that's the one. I heard that he sent all the devil fruits he looted and sent by the member countries to the slaves to make the battle more fun." Hwashaishin said with a wry smile. Now he feels that his luck is a bit bad. Encountering this guy who wants people to be slaves as soon as he opens his mouth. This means that the next guard will not be easy. Haha, Hwashaishin, you don't have to look depressed. This Tianlong has a special identity. He can be put anywhere. No one dared to attack him. We have been generals for so many years and have never met a blind guy. Kizuru tilted his mouth and laughed teasingly. Chapter 494 Human Auction House. Looking at Kizuru with a teasing face, Hwashaishin also felt helpless. However, Kizuru's words were indeed correct. As the world's noble celestial dragons, the fierce power accumulated over the past 800 years is not something that ordinary people can provoke. To a certain extent, even the four emperors are unwilling to mess with the celestial dragons. Okay, Kizuru, don't talk nonsense, let's solve the things that Zhangguo told us first. Akainu urged in a deep voice. However, with such a big commotion, even if that guy really happened to be here, he might have already run away. Haha, if it's really as you said, I think Zhangguo might be angry to death. Kizuru pouted his mouth and said obscenely, I'm afraid that we will be in trouble if we go back. Then let's go. Akainu said this indifferently, then turned around and left with his troops. Kizuru also took another look at the celestial dragon's ship, then walked away quickly. For a moment, the huge port fell into a brief silence. Well, let's not investigate what happened. After watching Kizuru and the other two leave, Hwashaishin turned around and shouted. As soon as the voice fell, a huge noble warship had already blocked the port. 3 figures wearing special spacesuits like spacesuits and wearing goldfish bowls on their heads were the first to come into everyone's eyes. Haha, I just saw the Admiral of the Navy. Is this the highest standard to welcome me? A man with a wretched face and a pouting mouth looked around excitedly. Following closely behind him was a slightly older celestial dragon and a woman. They were Charles Maid and Charles Luna. Perhaps the two were not as excited as Charles Marco, but there was also a hint of inexplicable urgency on their faces. Excuse me, 3 adults. The 2 generals are here to perform a mission in the Sabayati archipelago this time. Hwashaishin hurried forward to explain. Performing a mission. Charles Marco's face sank, and then he said unhappily, isn't it the highest mission for our Charles family to come to the Sabayati archipelago? This is just a contempt for our Charles family. Looking at this exasperated celestial dragon, the Navy soldiers present immediately looked at each other. Hwashaishin was also unable to respond at once. After all, the brain circuits of celestial dragons are different from those of ordinary people. Haha, Marco, don't be impulsive. Since the general is here, my father still has a way to make him come and meet you obediently. Charles Marco smiled and patted Charles Marco on the shoulder. Don't forget, this time we are here to buy some new pets. Now the time is almost up, let's go first. As soon as these words fell, Charles Marco's eyes lit up, and he said anxiously, I heard that there are fish slaves this time, and there are many beautiful female slaves. This time I want them all. Marco, have you forgotten your agreement with me? The female slaves are for me. I am tired of beating those in my house. Those dog-like faces stick out their tongues like dogs when they see me. There is no sense of taming at all. Charles Luna, who had been silent, said contemptuously, these inferior people don't even have the slightest bit of shame to persist. This time I hope to find a few good slaves to see if their bones are hard or my whip is hard. Watching you say one thing, I say another, comparing humans to livestock. The Navy soldiers present, as well as Hwashaishin's cheeks couldn't help but twitch. If it weren't for their status, I'm afraid that in normal times, when they met such people, many of them would lose their temper and kick them. However, due to the status of the celestial dragons, it was obvious here that a group of navy soldiers, even Hua Shaishan, could only force a smile and escort. Now he could only pray that this torturous task could be completed as soon as possible. At the same time, Island number 1 of the Sabayati archipelago also welcomed various upper-class people. After receiving the auction list of the largest population auction house in the Sabayati archipelago, they gathered here. Perhaps it was the slave habit brought by the celestial dragons that made these nobles who were clinging to them follow suit. Some people even searched for some special slaves to pay tribute in order to please the celestial dragons. The huge auction hall was already packed with people. The crowds were so dense that even entering the auction required verification of property qualifications. I heard that the fishman being auctioned this time is a fish giant that is a mixture of fishman and giant. It is a very rare species. I must take him down and present him to those adults. A noble man looked at the auction form in his hand excitedly, and spoke sweetly to his fat companion beside him. Humph, it's really vulgar. How can a fishman compare to a mermaid? If it were me, I would definitely take the mermaid down. It's a pity that it hasn't appeared for too long. What on earth do those human traffickers do? They can't even handle such a small matter. A noble woman suddenly opened the gorgeous feather fan in her hand and interrupted. Haha, mermaids are hard to catch, but I heard that someone caught an angel from Sky Island during this period. The viewing value is no less than that of mermaids. The scene suddenly became lively. Facing the trend brought about by the celestial dragons, this group of so-called nobles obviously used this to show one of their qualifications to become celebrities. Seeing the bustle, the nobles talking about others like livestock, Bastio, who was sitting on the edge of the aisle, was stunned. What's wrong, aren't you used to the behavior of nobles? Qin Yu raised his head with a smile and said, this is how your navy defends the so-called justice. The group of nobles behind them acted like bandits and spoke unscrupulously to control the lives and deaths of others. If it weren't for their pursuit of slaves as a status symbol to cling to the powerful, such large-scale human auctions would not have occurred. The slightly arrogant voice sounded very clear in this noisy environment. Bastio's expression was stagnant, and he stopped talking but couldn't. The only thing you can do is to change the subject and say, have you found the person you are looking for? Regarding the Lei mentioned by Qin Yu, Bastio couldn't figure it out for a moment, but every time he mentioned it, he felt inexplicably familiar. Not to mention Qin Yu's insistence on finding this Lei, even Bastio is a little eager to know. Is that number 1 person worthy of the skeleton demon's effort and risk to find him? Haha, it's been confirmed. That guy should be among the next auction items. His temper has never changed. Qin Yu looked at the 8th auction item in his hand and said with a dry smile. However, this also saves Qin Yu a lot of searching time to plan the next game. Chapter 495 Lowly people don trademark T deserve love. The person you are looking for is a slave. Bastio couldn't help being surprised. In his eyes, the person Qin Yu spent so much time looking for should be some kind of special being. Now risking the possibility of being pursued by the navy to come here to find a slave was too unexpected. Haha, can't you? People who can be auctioned off as slaves are not simple things. Qin Yu laughed dryly and continued to browse the list in his hand. However, unlike the original work, there are no so-called rare mermaid auction items due to his intrusion. As for the so-called Sky Island people, a clan with long arms and legs, Qin Yu didn't dare to be interested. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining 500 points of world instability. The current balance is 503 points. There are still 3,500 points needed before the next random restriction is lifted. The system's ethereal voice suddenly sounded. Qin Yu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, looking a little surprised. However, I soon remembered the matter of delivering Xiaoqi, and it seemed that her efficiency was faster than expected. Moreover, Fire Fist Ace, the new king, brought him greater shock to the world than expected. This can be considered an unexpected gain. Okay, dear guests, the time is almost up. It will be a huge regret for those who did not arrive in time and missed this auction. A shout suddenly sounded on the stage, quickly attracting everyone's attention. Qin Yu put down the product display sign in his hand and looked at the auction table. If he remembered correctly, this man in a suit should be Disco who helped Doflamingo Shishibukai manage the human trafficking business. Feeling the gazes from all around, a hint of excitement appeared on Disco's face. The number of nobles coming to the auction this time exceeded his expectation, which meant that the price return that would be obtained in the subsequent auctions would be even greater. The most important thing is that these nobles are much easier to fool than those shrewd businessmen and pirates. Thinking of this, Disco felt that he was getting closer and closer to the status of a core member of the Don Quixote family. That was a being who was called the Emperor of the Black Market, and the clown was second only to the 4 emperors. With such a big backer, this population auction house can be opened unscrupulously on the Chambord Islands, and the business is getting bigger and bigger. Okay, everyone, the auction is about to start now, but this time our auction method will change a little, and it is also to increase everyone's fun. Disco came back to his senses and tried his best to make his voice more contagious. As soon as these words were spoken, the nobles present immediately caused a commotion. In the eyes of idlers like them, the part of pleasing is the time when they feel the most happy physically and mentally. Feeling the urgent gazes from all around, Disco suddenly understood that his words had played a key role. Okay, since everyone is so enthusiastic, let's not talk nonsense and go straight to the goods. Disco shouted urgently. Since there are more products this time and to increase the fun, we will now start the auction in groups of 2. Bring up items number 1 to 8. As soon as he finished speaking, the guards who had been waiting in the background began to bring the slaves up one after another. There are 8 patterns in one form, 2 by 2 making up a pair. The first pair is a fish giant and a human beauty with dark skin, a black peony, and the second pair is a long-hand clan and a long-leg clan. The third pair is a Sky Island girl with small wings and a ferocious-looking fish man. The fourth couple is a girl with long pink hair and short hot pants, and an old man with silver hair and a whitewashed cloak. Seeing these goods being delivered, the nobles in the venue suddenly became excited. Look at how strong the fish giant's chest muscles are. It would be nice to buy it back and watch it. TCH, I don't believe you, an old woman like you, have no evil thoughts. I said, that innocent island girl like an angel, that pitiful little girl look, I really want someone to whip me twice and cut my face twice, that feeling is very cool. The continuous discussions pushed the atmosphere in the field to the extreme. The excitement in Disco's eyes, who witnessed this scene, became even more intense. After knocking the gavel twice, he shouted urgently. Okay, everyone can see that these are all top quality goods. In order to allow everyone to participate in the fun of bidding, we will start with a low price. The rare combination of fishman and giant, the strong fishman, and the girl with special skin color, the starting price is 500,000 belly. 500,000 belly. Bastia couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and said, can this person be sold at such a high price? After all, the salary of their navy is not high, and in the original work, Zoro bought a blade in Rogue Town. The third generation of Kaiditsu was regarded as a cursed blade, but an ordinary blade was also 10,000 or 20,000 belly. At this moment, the 2 slaves opened their mouths and bid 500,000 belly, which was enough to subvert Bastia's cognition. Hi! Chinyu smiled teasingly and shook his head, saying, now is the beginning. The inexplicable words made Bastia startled at first, and the next moment the continuous bidding made his expression change drastically. 600,000 belly. 700,000 belly. 800,000 belly. 1 million belly. The rapid bidding instantly raised the price to 1 million. Looking at the usually fierce fish giant on the stage, he was now terrified, not to mention the dark-skinned girl next to him, who had already burst into tears. On the contrary, the pink-haired girl standing with Rayleigh seemed unusually calm. 1 million for the first time, 1 million for the second time, is there anyone who bids more than 1 million? Disco repeated it twice, obviously intending to continue to raise the price. I'll bid 1.1 million Baileys. A ragged man rushed in at the door. Holding a large bag of wrinkled Baileys in his hand, he looked at the dark-skinned girl and shouted anxiously, Disco, you promised that as long as I could collect 1 million Baileys, you would redeem my fiancé copyright for me. Why did you break your promise? The sudden appearance of the man broke the silence in the field, and a group of nobles showed contempt and disgust. Disco, who is this person? He stinks. Can anyone enter? This lowers the status of our nobles. Who will come in the future? Humph, I was planning to watch the show, but such a lowly person does not deserve love. The best thing to do is to blame him. A pot-bellied noble laughed teasingly. Then, in full view of the crowd, he raised his hand and said, I'll pay 1.5 million Baileys. I'll pay 2 million. 2.5 million Baileys. The rapidly rising price made Bastia dumbfounded. No. It should be said that the man who rushed over and the dark-skinned girl on the stage were both stunned. They never thought that the only glimmer of hope that was left would be crushed so easily by the so-called nobles. Chapter 496 I don't mind justice being late. No, Disco, you promised me that I would give you 1.2 million Baileys and you would return my FANFIC copyright to me. The man roared dully. However, in the face of all this, in addition to laughter, there were mocking eyes. Haha, Disco, this is not an episode you specially arranged, but I like this atmosphere very much. A skinny noble said mockingly, so, I am willing to pay 3 million Baileys. 3 million Baileys? Bastio's pupils suddenly shrank. His salary as a lieutenant general was only a few 100,000 Baileys a year. However, now because of the noble's words, the value of a girl and a fish giant was casually raised to 3 million Baileys. At this moment, Bastio finally understood what Chinyu meant by that speech just now. If it weren't for these nobles chasing after slaves, there would never be such a huge market. No, Disco, you promised me, I will give you all the money, I just want my FANFIC copyright back. The ragged man shouted anxiously with a distorted expression. However, what responded to him was Disco's face full of teasing, and he said with a smile, Dola, are you a fool? Promising a slave trader, how much is this worth, but I really thank you for giving me such a high price. Come on, grab his money and kick him out at the same time. As soon as the words fell, the thugs guarding on both sides laughed teasingly. Looking at this scene, Bastio's face changed slightly, and he gritted his teeth and said, is there justice in this? I must stop them. The hurried words came out of Bastio's mouth, but unfortunately, before he could do anything, the scene that first came into his eyes made his pupils shrink suddenly. Bang! The gunshot rang out suddenly, and the hot bullet instantly penetrated the man's right back. With scarlet blood splattering, he stumbled and fell directly to the ground. Then the whole person quickly rolled down the stairs below, and finally hit the ground under the high platform, making a heavy thunder-like sound of heavy objects hitting. The sudden scene made Bastio's nerves tense all of a sudden. The moment he was about to stand up, a voice like a mentally retarded man came out suddenly. Dad, look at my beautiful shot, I killed a lowly roadblock. 3 figures walked in the front door first. Looking at the tight suit like a spacesuit and the hood like a goldfish bowl, they completely ignored the snot hanging from the nostrils and the idiot-like dancing. The next moment, the silent scene was filled with overwhelming voices. It's the world aristocracy, the Charles royal family, they actually visited the Habati archipelago. Oh my god, we can actually be at the same auction with the world aristocracy. This is simply the supreme honor. When we return to the country, this is the capital for bragging. Lord Charles Marco, your shooting is really accurate, much better than those navy men, you are my idol. One after another, flattering words rang out in the field. Faced with this overwhelming admiration, Charles Marco sniffed hard and laughed stupidly. Dad, did you hear that? They all said that my shooting is better than the navy. When I go back later, you prepare 100 slaves for me. I will shoot them all. Charles Marco did not forget to play with the pistol and point it around while speaking. The only thing that makes people feel fortunate is that they did not shoot this time, otherwise they might have the same fate. What's wrong, aren't you going to seek justice? Go out now, I don't think justice is too late, but that person is not dead yet. Chinyu smiled teasingly and looked at Bastio beside him. He is not a saint, he has long been accustomed to life and death, so it is not that he will not help, but whether it is worth it or not. This. Bastio's face suddenly turned red, looking at the 3 Tianlong people standing at the door. There are also navy soldiers who followed in, although they looked at this scene, they all looked at each other in bewilderment. However, facing the obvious identity of the Tianlong people, they dared not step forward. Marco, okay, didn't you say you like auctions? The goods this time are all good, let's continue. Charles Mard smiled proudly. As a world noble, he just likes the feeling of being surrounded by people when he goes out. After all, in their eyes, ants need capital to brag, and they, the world nobles, also need topics to brag about. Yes, Dad, I want to buy a lot of slaves. Charles Marco's eyes lit up, sniffing and looking at the high platform and said, hurry up and auction, otherwise I will shoot you. I like this fish giant very much. I will offer 350,000 Baileys. As he spoke, Charles Marco raised the gun in his hand, causing Disco Trademark's face to change, and he hurriedly shouted, 3.5 million Baileys, is there anyone who can offer a higher price than this? Facing Disco Trademark's questioning, the huge scene was dead silent. After all, as long as they are not fools, no one is willing to snatch food from the Tiger Trademark's mouth. Looking at this scene, Disco hurriedly flattered and shouted, 3.5 million Baileys for the first time, 3.5 million Baileys for the second time, 3.5 million Baileys for the third time. Congratulations, Lord Charles Marco, for obtaining a rare fish giant and a rare girl. As soon as these words fell, the two slaves were dragged away by the guards standing by. Charles Marco, who was watching this scene, immediately became excited and said, long-armed and long-legged tribe, and the girl with long wings. I didn't trademark expect that there would be so many rare slaves this time, I want all of them, 5 million Baileys. He started with 1 million as soon as he opened his mouth, which made Bastille look livid. The price he bid was almost over 10 million Baileys. He finally realized how crazy the nobles were in Qin Yu's words. 5 million for the first time, 5 million for the third time. If no one bids, it will be sold immediately. Disco was ecstatic. Although Charles Marco disrupted his sales layout, he started with 5 million. This exceeded his ideal price. Facing such a generous customer, how could he not be more straightforward? Hey, why is there an old man? What's going on? Charles Marco looked at the slaves who were taken away and the two people who were left on the high platform, and asked curiously. But, the slave with long pink hair looks pretty. Don't you want it, sister? I'll take a picture for you now. Charles Marco raised his hand and shouted while saying this. Chapter 497 I want both of them. This old man looks too ugly. He can't fight after buying him back, and he's not good for viewing. But he's good for shooting. I'll pay 3 million Baileys to buy them all. Charles Marco's shouting echoed in the huge auction house for a long time without being able to dissipate. Faced with his status as a world noble, he had to start with a price of 1 million. For other people, the human auction house was completely reduced to his personal show. However, looking at the old man on the stage who was devalued to nothing, Bastille subconsciously looked at Qin Yu. Faced with a series of unexpected events, for Bastille, he obviously overlooked the most important thing. This god-killing skeleton demon in front of him came to find someone. When he saw the faint smile on Qin Yu's face, Bastille's nerves were suddenly tense to the extreme. Before he could react, the slowly raised big hand and the words spoken were like thunder, tearing the eardrums of everyone. This I want 2 slaves. A small voice suddenly sounded, which was extremely annoying in such a show where one person had the final say. The moment everyone's nerves were plucked, their eyes were all locked on Uchiha Qin Yu. In their eyes, this person was simply crazy. Dad, what is this person talking about? He dared to snatch things from our world's nobles. Let me shoot him to death. Charles Marco laughed teasingly. As he spoke, Charles Marco raised the musket in his hand and pointed it at Qin Yu with a slow hand. However, before he could pull the trigger, a hurried shout suddenly sounded. Fire Mountain, quickly stop this idiot, this man is the skeleton demon. Bastille roared anxiously. He knew the identity and status of the Tianlong people very well, but thinking back to the conversation between Qin Yu and Xiaoqi in the tavern, and the current behavior that was no less than that made him think of an extremely absurd idea. This guy would not attack the Tianlong people for fame. Chaotic thoughts flashed through Bastille's mind. He had no time to think about it, and took the lead in performing the shaving and quickly rushed towards the Tianlong people. However, as soon as he moved, the familiar tone that fell in his ear made Bastille's nerves tense to the extreme. It seems that your scale of justice has also tilted, but you shouldn't hinder my road to fame. The light voice suddenly turned cold at this moment. Before Bastille looked back, an extremely evil coldness rolled back like a tidal wave. Undead talent spiritual storm. Boom. The violent mental pressure, like a tidal wave, detonated in Qin Yu's body, and then quickly swept around like a hurricane. Wherever he passed, the so-called nobles and guards, before they could react, their expressions suddenly fell into a sluggish state. The next moment, everyone was harvested like leeks and fell to the ground in unison. The sudden scene made it difficult for the 3 Tianlong people to escape, especially the pistol in Charles Marco's hand that he had not had time to pull the trigger, and it fell out of his hand. In the huge venue, only 7 or 8 elite Navy soldiers were left who barely maintained a clear mind. At the same time, there was Hua Shaishan who led the team, and Bastille who flew out. As for the guards on the high platform, they had already fainted and fallen to the ground. Only Disco, the fish giant, the last Pluto Rayleigh to be auctioned, and the pink-haired girl were left. However, they were obviously unable to recover from the sudden scene. In addition to being surprised, they almost had their eyes popped out. It can be said that the identity of the nobles in the celestial dragon world just now was clearly shown here. Whether it was nobles from all over the world, or a group of navy, or even vice-admirals. The only thing they could do was to obey the orders of these celestial dragons who claimed to be the creators. However, now a young man suddenly appeared, turned into a hideous skeleton demon, and then the soul flame in his eyes rose. Directly swept across the whole place, harvesting and knocking down these nobles like leaks. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, who would be willing to believe that this scene was real? In this world, there are actually people who dare to attack celestial dragons. Haha, I haven't met such a courageous young man for a long time. Is it the domineering color domineering? But it feels a little wrong. Rayleigh's face showed a smile, and he took out the silver wine jug that was worn white from his arms and poured it into his mouth. However, the only pity is that the last stock in the wine jug has obviously been exhausted. What is the domineering color domineering? The girl with long pink hair suddenly interrupted. Rayleigh looked at the voice with interest and said, "You little girl, you are really not an ordinary person. But, for your studious sake, I will tell you about it. This so-called domineering color domineering is actually a means that only those who are 1 in a million and have the appearance of an emperor have. As for you, it seems that you don't give me this feeling." The pink-haired girl was stunned at first, and then she snorted with disdain, "I don't care about this so-called emperor's appearance, but I dare to attack the celestial dragons, let me see how he ends up." At this point, a trace of solemnity flashed across the face of the pink-haired girl. Hearing this, Rayleigh touched the tip of his nose and said, "However, this kid seems to be coming for us, and I don't know what he is planning. And what is unexpected is that the skeleton demon, who is rumored to be the mastermind of the jailbreak in Push City, is so young." After these words fell, the pink-haired girl was stunned at first. The next moment, a sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded, tensing her nerves. Bang! Rayleigh raised his eyebrows and looked at the thing that was received in response. It was a bottle of wine. Before Rayleigh could react, the words that fell into his ears made his expression stagnate. "Rayleigh, drink this wine first. I will get together with you after I solve the problem." "Rayleigh?" Bastille landed beside Hua Shaishan, and before he could react, Hua Shaishan beside him had already moved first. "There is a flaw." Flowing cherry wave slash. Hua Shaishan made a move and directly used the shave to disappear from the spot. When he appeared again, he was already behind Qin Yu. Looking at the sword wrapped in flowing cherry, Bastille's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly shouted, "Hua Shaishan, come back quickly, this guy is a monster." "Monster?" Hua Shaishan couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, but looking at Qin Yu who was so close, he seemed to have not reacted yet. Now the arrow is on the string and has to be shot, the only thing he can do is do it. When he thought of this, Hua Shaishan's face flashed a trace of cruelty, and with the muscles of his hands tensed to the extreme, he chopped down at Qin Yu. Chapter 498 This old man is Pluto Rayleigh. Fishman Karate 20,000 watt punch. The cold words came out. Looking at the slash coming down, the soul flame in Qin Yu's deep eye sockets suddenly surged. The moment the 5 fingers of the white bone hand clenched suddenly, the dark-armed color domineering covered, and the next moment, with a lightning-fast posture, he punched in the face. Bang! The air seemed to be pierced by a punch, and the low sonic boom sounded like thunder. The surrounding space was even more rippled like a wave. Before Hua Shaishan could react, they collided in an instant. Boom! The fist and the knife intersected. With a posture that was not inferior at all, they collided with a bang. The explosive force of 20,000 watts, like a raging dragon, poured towards Hua Shaishan. He clenched his hands tightly holding the sword, and felt a pain in his palm. The sharp blade in his hand cracked with a clang, and a shocking crack appeared. Before Hua Shaishan could react, the sword in his hand was cut off in half. The fist covered with black ink and armed color domineering, like a cannonball, was directly printed on his chest. Bang! 3 low explosions were heard in succession. The seemingly cumbersome scene was just a blink of an eye. When everyone reacted, Hua Shaishan had already flown out like a cannonball. A mouthful of scarlet blood spurted out of his mouth, like a dazzling firework, shocking. Hua Shaishan. Bastille's face suddenly changed drastically. He had no time to think about it and rushed over quickly. The sound of heavy objects hitting each other echoed again, and Hua Shaishan crashed into Bastiu's arms. Under the impact of the huge force, the two people smashed directly on the pillars surrounded by several people behind them. What a domineering fishman karate! Rayleigh raised his head and took a sip of the wine sent by Qin Yu. After relieving his thirst for alcohol, his turbid eyes couldn't help but brighten up and said, I didn't expect that there would be humans who could perform fishman karate, and the degree of concentration of armed color domineering and the degree of fit with fishman karate are simply perfect. If I hadn't seen his true face, I'm afraid even I would have thought that the skeleton demon was a fishman. Facing Rayleigh's evaluation, the pink-haired girl was also confused. In her eyes, Rayleigh's words can only be summarized in 2 words. Very strong. After all, during the days of drifting on the sea during this period, she had witnessed the strength of the Admiral of the Navy with her own eyes. Moreover, Hua Shaishan was stationed in the Sabayati archipelago during this period, but he had suppressed many pirates from time to time, and she was fortunate enough to witness it with her own eyes. Hua Shaishan, are you okay? Bastiu struggled to move his body, which was pressed by Hua Shaishan. Fortunately, if I hadn't used the armament haki in time to protect the vitals, I'm afraid even my sternum would have been broken. Hua Shaishan's face was a little flushed, and there was still blood on the corners of his mouth. Looking at the swords scattered on the ground and cut off in the middle, he was in a state of lingering fear. However, before he could finish his sigh, the shouting in his ears made him look confused. If you don't want to die, get up quickly. The celestial dragons were attacked. This is a big deal. If it goes wrong, we will all die. Bastiu roared anxiously. When I thought about it, this was a presence that even the generals had to protect properly, and now he was knocked down directly in front of their eyes. No matter what the reason, once the news is reported back to the Navy headquarters or even the world government, they will be in trouble. Hua Shaishan's face also changed drastically. Under Bastiu's urging, he calmed down and stood up in a hurry. After wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he said in a hurry, Bastiu, take the 3 celestial dragons away quickly, I will stop him. However, I am afraid that I will not have much time to stop him. You should inform the 2 generals, Akainu and Kizaru, as soon as possible. They have just landed on the island. I thought they were carrying out some secret mission. It seems that it is related to this skeleton demon. No wonder 2 generals are dispatched to ensure that everything is safe. At this point, Hua Shaishan looked at Qin Yu with a solemn look. The pain in his chest always made him alert to the opponent in front of him. The 2 generals are here. Bastiu was stunned at first, and then his face was full of surprise. He waited for so long, and endured humiliation under Qin Yu's command, just to wait for the support of the 2 generals. Now that 2 generals have arrived, does this mean that victory is just around the corner? Faced with this information, Rayleigh's expression also changed slightly, looking at Qin Yu and said, Brother, you are so quick to teach these scum a lesson, which really makes me feel good, but you seem to be unlucky. 2 generals appear in the Sabayati archipelago at the same time. This is probably too bad. Why not, for the sake of your wine, I will stop them for you for a while, you go first. After this, Bastiu was stunned, and then he shouted in a hurry, Old man Rayleigh, you underestimate our Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters. We may not be able to deal with the skeleton demon, but it's not something you can say casually. If you can stop it, stop it. You. However, before he finished speaking, Hua Shaishan saw the old man on the high platform clearly, and his face was covered by silver hair, and said in a mysterious voice, did you call him Rayleigh just now? This can't be the deputy of Pirate King Roger Pluto Silver Baz Rayleigh, right? He actually knows the skeleton demon. The expressions of everyone present froze for a moment. For the Navy, the name of Pirate King Roger is definitely not unfamiliar. Those partners who helped him dominate the sea and become the Pirate King are even more familiar. However, they never expected that they would bump into such a place at this critical moment. A skeleton demon already made them feel unlucky enough. Now there is another Pluto Rayleigh. This is just running into the muzzle of the gun. At this moment, they finally understood that this old man is Rayleigh, otherwise he would not dare to say that he would cover Qin Yu. However, facing all this, Qin Yu laughed dryly and said, No, I appreciate your kindness. I did so many things just to prepare a big gift for them to come. At this point, Qin Yu looked at Bastiu and said, Hurry up and let Kizaru and the others come, otherwise time will not wait for anyone. This inexplicable scene stunned the navy, including Bastiu. Ordinary pirates, when encountering the admiral, would run away with their tails between their legs like a mouse encountering a cat. They wished they had wings. However, now Qin Yu told them. You can go and call for help, I'll wait here. This feels a bit like a mess. What's wrong, why don't you go quickly? If I change my mind, you will be in trouble. Qin Yu's cold voice sounded again. At this moment, it felt like the god of death was calling for his life. Chapter 499, Take action when the caller is not paying attention. Hurry up and notify, I'll watch here. Hua Shaishan roared urgently. This time, he was responsible for escorting the celestial dragons. However, he never expected that this seemingly easy task would go wrong in his hands. If there is any mistake, not to mention the Navy soldiers under his command, I am afraid that even he will not be able to escape the responsibility. When he thought of this, Hua Shaishan felt a little more urgent. Bastiu's face was also not good, but when he thought of Akainu and Kizaru on the Sabayati archipelago, he immediately said in a hurry, Don't panic, the two admirals are on the island. It will only take a moment to get here. We must not be impulsive. Having said that, Bastiu did not dare to say anything more. He was worried that if other people had some impulsive actions, they would make Qin Yu unhappy, and the situation would be out of control. Haha, it seems that there is still some time, you all should withdraw. Qin Yu laughed dryly and said, But please rest assured, I will not do anything to these three Tianlong people for the time being. For me, this is still useful. Withdraw? Hua Shaishan was stunned. This is about their lives. Now that the Tianlong people have been attacked, they are already implicated. If they retreat again, they don't know how to explain. Hua Shaishan, do as he says. With two generals here, nothing will happen. Bastiu stared at Qin Yu and finally gritted his teeth and said. During the short time they spent together, he also got a little understanding of Qin Yu's way of doing things. This is the kind of person who fights over a disagreement. Moreover, in Bastiu's eyes, with two generals here, this matter will definitely be solved perfectly. Looking at Bastiu with a firm face, Hua Shaishan's expression changed slightly, and he felt a little uneasy in his heart, but after looking at the three unconscious Tianlong people, he gritted his teeth and signaled the conscious men to retreat. Boy, what are you going to do? Rayleigh poured another sip of strong liquor into his mouth and said, The general is not comparable to the lieutenant general, you have to know this. As for Qin Yu's move, he knocked down the Tianlong man directly. This domineering move really pleased Rayleigh. However, if he fell here because of despising the general, this was not what he wanted to see. Haha, Rayleigh, it's not that I underestimate the general, it's you who underestimated me. Qin Yu laughed dryly, reached out and took out the introduction letter from Xiaoqi. This is the love letter that my mother-in-law asked me to give you. Did Gululi ask you to come? Rayleigh frowned after taking the introduction letter and said, She saved my life that day, but I didn't expect that she would use her favor on you. At this point, Rayleigh looked at Qin Yu and said, Boy, you are not going to use this favor to help you deal with the general, right? The old man said in advance that after so many years, my body can't stand the torment. At most, I can help you stop them for a while so that you can escape. For Rayleigh, when he was young, he might be able to fight two at a time. But it's different now. Even Whitebeard, who is known as the strongest man on the sea, can't resist the ravages of time. Maybe Rayleigh is not sick all over, but his strength has obviously declined. It's already very good to be able to stop the two generals for a while. No, I have been planning for so long and luring them here, not for you to show off. Qin Yu laughed dryly, took out a bottle of fine wine from the Tianshangjian merchant ship and threw it to Rayleigh, saying, I just plan to use this favor to let you teach me how to use the Conqueror's haki. The small voice seemed to be filled with magic sounds at this moment, and it took a long time to dissipate. Looking at the terrifying skeleton demon in front of them, Rayleigh and the girl with long pink hair could not tell that Qin Yu was joking. Smile. You said, not only did you deliberately lure the two generals here, but you also planned to use this favor to learn how to use the Conqueror's haki without asking me to help. Rayleigh was a little impatient. In his eyes, Qin Yu's strength, no matter how outstanding, is still a newcomer. Now he doesn't ask him to help, and he plans to lure the two generals here. What's the difference between this and suicide? Are you upset? Don't let us get involved. The pink-haired girl hurriedly said. Looking at this girl who can be safe and sound under the pressure of the spirit of the undead, Qin Yu removed the character template and rolled his eyes and said, Bonnie, you are my slave now. If I have any mishap, you can't leave. But I am very afraid of death, you can rest assured about your safety. Bonnie. Rayleigh raised his eyebrows, looking a little surprised. I thought Qin Yu could recognize that he came prepared, but I didn't expect that Qin Yu even knew this mysterious girl. You know me? Who are you? Bonnie's expression suddenly changed, and she asked hurriedly. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yu waved his hand and stopped him, saying, time is running out. If you want to talk about love with me, wait until I get things done. Now, Mr. Loreley, please teach me about the domineering color domineering. You. Bonnie was furious and said, don't be so narcissistic. I don't want to talk about love with an ugly bone like you. Hurry up and help me untie the slave collar on my neck. I'm almost starving to death. Looking at Bonnie who was almost furious, Rayleigh laughed dryly and said, boy, I don't know what your plan is, but since you have made a decision, I will teach you to learn the domineering color domineering, but is it suitable at this juncture? Of course it is suitable, but you girl, you can't even take off the collar, and you dare to come to this place, be careful of being sold, and help others count money. Qin Yu laughed dryly, and his eyes fell on Bonnie. His right hand grabbed the slave collar on Bonnie's neck like lightning. Before Bonnie could react, he yanked the slave collar with lightning speed. Bang! The collar was thrown into the air and exploded immediately. Following the same method, the collar on Rayleigh's neck was easily removed. Bonnie was obviously stunned when she saw this scene. What's wrong? You can't do it when the collar isn't paying attention. Qin Yu smiled and reached out to grab Bonnie's head. Stop, you dare to take advantage of me. Bonnie woke up suddenly and dodged in a hurry. She tried several ways to remove the collar on her neck, but still couldn't take it off. She never expected that Qin Yu could pull the collar off so easily before the explosion. Chapter 500, Armament Haki Manifestation. Boy, your method is really good. You can cut off the explosion induction of the collar through Ryu Sakura in an instant. It seems that you are very skilled in the use of armament haki. Rayleigh also said with a little surprise, however, the use of Conqueror Haki is more difficult than this. Are you sure you want to do it here? He often does this when auctioning his own things. It can be said that he has been cheated by the auction houses in the Sabayati archipelago once. However, he also knows how much strength is needed to unlock the collar. Looking at Rayleigh who repeated his confirmation, Qin Yu rolled his eyes helplessly and said, Mr. Rayleigh, if you delay any longer, Akainu and the others will arrive. Don't worry, I won't cheat afterwards. Well, I also want to see how you get frustrated. Don't listen to the explanation with a confused face when the time comes. Seeing Qin Yu's insistence, Rayleigh was unwilling to waste his breath and went straight to the point. I don't know where the mental shock you just performed came from, but this thing is very similar to the domineering color domineering. In the final analysis, the domineering color domineering is a special person, the emperors will born with it is different from the two-color domineering, but it can also act on the two-color domineering. You can understand it as a person with the domineering color domineering has two souls, and the second soul is the domineering color domineering. As he spoke, Rayleigh took a sip of wine and raised his right hand. Before Bonnie could react, the inky black armament haki quickly spread out, covering the entire arm. This is armament haki, which we call the primary level. Rayleigh took a look at Bonnie, who looked confused, and explained. The next intermediate armament haki will be darker and more indestructible. You can understand that the thickness of the haki is different. As for the advanced armament haki, it is to liquefy the flow of cherry blossoms to form a kind of power similar to internal strength, which can not only enhance defense, but also enhance attack power. At this point, the haki in Rayleigh's hand flowed like liquid, and the aura it exuded became heavier, making Bonnie's beautiful eyes wide open, as if a new door had been opened. However, before Bonnie could react, the next moment, Rayleigh's eyes suddenly condensed. The lazy aura that was originally emanating from his body changed in an instant. Before everyone could react, it turned directly into a sharp blade. Strange scarlet patterns spread rapidly on his arms. Open. The flowing cherry blossoms, which were originally flowing like the tide, wriggled quickly at this moment and turned into a physical entity directly in Rayleigh's hand. What came into view was a sharp blade that was about a meter long, as black as ink, and emitting a chilling light that frightened the mind. Sure enough, just as I guessed, the Conqueror's haki can enhance the power of the two-color haki, which is like a fuel. Qin Yu's eyes lit up. In the original work, he knew that Luffy's fourth gear was to improve his own strength by quickly consuming the three-color haki. At the same time, in the TV version, there was a Navy Vice Admiral Kong Ming who could materialize the armed color haki. Haha, I didn't expect that you, a kid, know a lot. Rayleigh laughed dryly and said, a person's domineering strength can be improved through training, but the domineering is innate, and there are few means of training. If you want to rely solely on the armed color domineering to materialize, you need high-intensity training and a long time of accumulation. At this point, Rayleigh looked at Qin Yu and said, you have a good talent. I think you can awaken the domineering in 1 or 2 months. If you want to achieve the armed color materialization, it should take 2 years if you train under me. However, you just used the favor I owe you. If you want to get my guidance, can you show me your appreciation? Seeing Rayleigh raising the wine pot in his hand, Qin Yu rolled his eyes helplessly and said, just tell me the trick. I don't want to owe you a favor, an old man. This wine and gambling are simply Rayleigh's life pleasures. However, for Qin Yu, spending time to learn is just nonsense. What he really needs to do is how to master the trick of perceiving the domineering. Really not necessary. Rayleigh was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly added, I am a famous teacher. Look at red hair, you know, that guy used to work for me. He rubbed my back for several years before I agreed to teach him. At that time, he insisted on warming my bed. However, in addition to him, there is also a red nose who runs to be a clown every day, but his talent is a bit dull. Of course, there are many famous pirates who have asked me for guidance. Why don't you give me some wine and I will count it slowly for you? In order to drink some free wine, Rayleigh obviously gave up everything and even sold his relationship with red hair. Qin Yu was helpless and said, you old man, you even sold red hair for a drink. Be careful that he will drag people to chop you. You just need to tell me the trick of awakening the Conqueror's haki. As for the wine, when I came, I hijacked a merchant ship carrying heavenly gold. There are still a lot on it. Just go and get it. Heavenly gold? Bonnie was stunned for a moment. In the original work, she played the Queen Mother of the Ice Cream Country, so she knew that Tian Shangjin represented the face of the celestial dragons. Ordinary pirates dared not even touch it. In order to avoid direct conflict with the world government and the Navy headquarters, the 4 emperors would not let their men touch it. However, Qin Yu had taken Tian Shangjin on his way here, which was too shocking. She finally understood why Qin Yu would attack when the identity of the celestial dragons was clearly in front of him. You kid, you even robbed Tian Shangjin, but I like it. Rayleigh laughed and said. However, I do have the easiest way to awaken the Conqueror's haki, which is to directly use haki to impact your spirit to forcefully activate it, but the success rate is very low. Are you sure you want to try it? Of course, don't keep me in suspense, you old man, they are almost here. Qin Yu rolled his eyes and said. For Qin Yu, who has a one-click full-level system, just a little chance is enough. Looking at Qin Yu, who looked determined to leave, Rayleigh sighed helplessly and said, I really don't understand what you are thinking. But, that's fine. I just want to see you, the boy, look like you are frustrated and look like you are confident. As he said this, Rayleigh was not idle this time. The katana in his hand, which was materialized by the armed color domineering, collapsed in the sky and earth. The index finger of his right hand gently touched Qin Yu's forehead. The next moment, the turbid eyes suddenly condensed and became as sharp as a hawk.